NFL teams have officially turned the page to Week 4, and lots of eyes are on the Commanders and their two biggest stars. Quarterback Jaden Daniels, who missed Sunday's win over the Raiders with a knee sprain, was limited in practice yesterday. Quote, he is doing everything you can possibly do to get out there. That's from head coach Dan Quinn. Daniels also spoke to the media for the first time since the Commanders lost to the Packers nearly 2 weeks ago. Will he play on Sunday? Jaden Daniels said it's up to the doctors. It is not his decision, but he does feel good. As for Terry McLaurin, Daniels' top target, Quinn said McLaurin is getting a second opinion on his quad injury and that it is normal, that he will have an update on his status by Friday. And running back Bill Krosky-Merritt, who among the Commanders players also missed practice. The Washington Post, Nikki Gianvallo, reported later that his knee injury isn't considered serious and that he could return to practice as early as today. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers listed wide receiver Chris Godwin as a full participant in yesterday's practice. Godwin has yet to play in a game this season as he's been working his way back to the field after recovering from an ankle injury that required season-ending surgery last year. Now, there's no word if he's going to play this weekend, but he was a full participant in practice, which is a great first step forward. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and it's wet. It is wet out here. Rainy, gross. Honestly, the weather kind of reflects the injury report for the Washington Commanders. It's fairly significant. It's pretty long, and there's some big-name players on there. That doesn't mean that everybody's going to miss Sunday's game. If you look through everything yesterday, you see John Bates and Noah Brown are still DNP. Dan Quinn called them long shots last week. The fact that they're still DNPs doesn't seem great. We had John Bates on the program earlier this week, and he said, yeah, I'm trying to do everything I can to get back out there. That's a question mark at least. And you got Percy Butler was a DNP yesterday. Remember, he of the win over the Raiders. A bunch of guys on the injury report. This is how DQ takes care of his vets. So Zach Ertz, Von Miller, Deron Payne, Laramie Tunsil got DNPs yesterday. I don't have any concerns there. That's just how DQ operates with the vets. They get Wednesdays off. Then you see Trey Amos, the rookie corner, who's been really, really good for Washington so far. He was limited yesterday. I think that's trending the right way, obviously. He left in that Raiders game as well. Colson Yankoff on the injury report with an ankle. Full participant yesterday, so I don't think there's much of a concern there. A few players that I do have some real concerns about. Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. The rookie running back on the injury report with a knee, got a DNP yesterday. Talked with some folks on that. The word is he's just sore. He's a pretty violent runner. He breaks a lot of tackles. I'm not surprised to see that. With Bill, I would monitor today. Assuming he's limited or a participant today, I don't think Bill's out this week at all. So I would, you got to make a note of it, but I wouldn't really freak out about that. The biggest concern is certainly still the injury to Terry McLaurin. It's just a lot of unknown. I didn't physically see Terry yesterday. I saw Bill. I saw Jaden. I saw a lot of these guys. I saw Percy. I saw all the vets that are listed in there. The Terry injury, to me, understanding that the quarterback position is the most important on the field, but at least we kind of know what's going on with Jaden. Terry seems very unknown. DQ was asked yesterday about it, said, it's very common to get a second opinion, and I agree with that, but it does allow for a lot more unknowns. I wanted to play the Jaden Daniels audio off the top here because we have a packed show today. We're going to get a Bethpage preview. Our guy Jason Epstein is up there in New York getting ready for the Ryder Cup. What should be really cool, Michael Chiklis is a really well-known actor. I remember watching The Shield, and Chiklis was phenomenal in that. Michael Chiklis is going to join us at 11. He's a big football fan. Excited to talk about that. Later in the day, we're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Whitt. You guys will hear that live on the program. The Wizards, basketball's almost back, dude. And Wizards general manager had a press conference yesterday. Will Dawkins had a presser yesterday. Chase Hughes was there from Monumental Sports. Chase is going to join us at 12:30. 1:30, we got Rosenberg joining us. We're going to try to sneak in a little Bleep You in the meantime. B's still down in Louisiana. I'm solo today. The boys in the aquarium are up and running and hopefully happy and healthy. Everybody good? Landini, you ready to rock today?
Yeah, sure.
All right, that sounds overwhelmingly joyous in the aquarium. The Jaden situation has a lot of people very curious. And last week, we were unsure of Jaden's status. DQ said day to day. We were told Jaden would speak to the media on Wednesday going into the Raiders game. Then Wednesday morning-ish, we were told it's going to be Marcus. So Mariota spoke to the media. Then the Vegas line dove, right? It went from 6.5 to 3.5. Commanders favored over the Raiders. I think that told you everything you needed to know that Mariota was going to get the start. DQ took it till Friday afternoon, then named Mariota the starter. I think that works, right? This week, they had Jaden address the media yesterday, which was interesting. Jaden was also, I watched him at practice yesterday. I don't want to say he was, necessarily running around, but he was certainly as active as the other quarterbacks in the portion of practice we got to watch, which is very, very minimal. Let me be clear on that. But I posted videos online. Lots of people did. Jaden was doing little drop back drills. And perhaps most importantly, Jaden spoke to the media. And Levi, let's just play this thing in its entirety off the top here. And I am always a big believer in I've been doing this for years. I mean, going back to just when I did the Redskins Talk podcast. I like to play things in their entirety because it allows people to hear what we hear and try to draw their own conclusions. Jaden talking to reporters about his status for Sunday and how the knee is feeling.
Mr. Daniels, can you give us an assessment of where you are right now as far as come Sunday?
It's up to the doctor, not my decision.
For you, where do you think you're at? And
feel good.
Watching Marcus do what he did on Sunday, obviously you're a big part of that as well. What did you think?
Super happy for him. He deserves everything, and he's been my biggest supporter. So it was my turn last week to be his.
This is kind of taking a step back, but did you know that you had been hurt in the Green Bay game? How did you feel? What gave you the confidence to continue and finish out the game?
No, I didn't know. I'm a football player at the end of the day. You might take some shots here and there, and it wasn't stopping me from going out there and finishing the game, so I finished the game.
And then what was your reaction when Coach Quinn told you that you weren't going to be out there on Sunday?
I'll leave that between me and him. It wasn't like the most okay, yeah, I'm gonna sit out. So,
can you tell us at all how the knee injury affects you the most?
I don't know. I feel good, so I don't think it affects me.
And Terry is also dealing with an injury, unclear to us anyway, what his status might be going forward. But if he is unable to play, how big a loss is that for this offense?
He's Terry. He does what he does. He makes big plays, but we kind of was dealing with that throughout training camp. So we very much have the next man up mentality. We're confident in other people to make plays.
Jaden, how much running and cutting have you been able to do so far?
Enough to feel good if I play on Sunday. Like I said, it's not my decision.
And then have you had to play with a brace before?
No.
What's that feel like just wearing it even in practice?
Something to get used to.
Would you have to wear one if you do play on Sunday?
The doctors haven't said that decision yet, so that'll be a conversation.
Do you feel any level of discomfort when you're out there?
Nah, myself.
Okay.
How does your preparation change this week or even last week when you're getting ready as if you're going to play, but you're also dealing with an injury?
Nothing changed at all. I'm here early, and I'm still doing the same thing. Might have to do a little extra, but nothing changed at all.
Game, were you up in a box watching, and what was that perspective like for you to watch an NFL game from up top? When was the last time you watched a game the team you played for from up there?
To answer the second question first, never. It was different. You kind of just see everything differently, bird's eye view, but I was just up there cheering on my guys. I'd rather have been on the field, been able to compete with those guys, but that just wasn't part of the plans.
Like as you're watching plays unfold from up there, and do you obviously see it differently because you're at a different view, but in your head, are you like, get the ball here, get the ball there, because you're looking at it differently?
That's probably the easiest thing. I feel like that's why a lot of people have a lot of comments of, what we're doing and what we should do, but they're not actually out there in the fire. So no shot to anybody, but it's a lot different from sitting up top and watching the game to actually being out there and playing.
All right, so that was Jaden's full press conference. I think when you get like little clips, it seems like he was maybe not thrilled to be up there. I think when you listen to the entirety, and I know Jaden a little bit, like his pressers are never – he's not a dude that gives you really long answers most of the time. He's kind of smiling and laughing, but if you ask – a lot of it is how you frame your question. If you give him a way to answer a question with 2 or 3 words, that's what you're going to get. I often think back with when I'm talking with Jaden to the Hard Knocks that really did a ton of damage to the Giants organization. But when Brian Daboll was taking Jaden through through like kind of just some simulations in the pre-draft process, and Daboll was like, all right, what if we change this, this, and this? And Jaden was like, I'll throw a touchdown. And it was just a casual, straightforward, blunt answer. Like, that's just kind of how Jaden operates. And I don't think, listening to him yesterday, he clearly wanted to play last week. He clearly wants to play this week. He recognizes it's not up to him and is kind of just trying to make the best of it. That's my reaction. Professor Landini, what about you?
It seems to me like he thought he was ready to go last week, and he would play this week if the doctors will let him.
I think that's right. What about you, Jeffrey? You had a funny text.
Yeah, with those injury questions, it seemed like he was in his I'm just here so I don't get fined phase. He really did not want to hear about those injury questions. And you can tell this is what I like about Jaden. He's really a competitor. You like B, when B's in here, he's a football player. He want to play. Why are y'all talking about sitting him? You can see that heart in him when he speak, because you can tell he's disappointed he's not on the field. Hey, I feel bad for when that man healthy. It's going to be a lot of belt passed out.
I think you nailed it in a lot of ways there, Jeff, because I said this I don't know where I was. I think I was at NBC4 last night, and people were like, oh, what do you think should happen with Jaden? Like, don't you think they should sit him? You know what football players do? They play football. They've done that their whole lives, and they are wired to go out there every Sunday. And hell, I mean, especially us on this program who know B. Mitch well, who played in the league for 14 years, it takes a different mindset. It takes a little bit of crazy to go out there because it's an extremely violent sport. And Jaden, as calm and cool and poised as he is, he has that little bit of crazy he needs to go out there. And he would have played last week, dude. Now, the doctors are in charge, and it's a good, healthy reminder of the separation of church and state, if you will, that Jaden doesn't just get to run roughshod and say, I'm playing. And I had a rant about this that I think they posted on Instagram last week. Like, when people try to make the RG3 comp, I don't see a comp because you don't have the player in charge of his health. When everything happened with Robert last year, Robert had a direct line to ownership. Ownership went to the team president, and the player was able to dictate the terms. Whether Mike liked it or not, and whether Mike maybe early on protected Robert enough, those things are all revisionist history now, right? What you don't have now is a player that can go to the owner and say, yo, I got to play. Because that's not how the operation is run, and it's a much healthier situation. I don't know that Jaden will play this week. I know for sure he wants to. He feels he's good to go. And I think as we all get so caught up in the reporting of day to day or week to week or, is this severe? I think with the roster rules now, you got to just look at the machinations, how they operate. And if Jaden doesn't get put on IR, they don't think it's going to go 3 weeks, right? Because if it's going to go 4, you're going to put him on IR, especially with the lengthy injury report they have. And I think maybe he misses Sunday in Atlanta. I don't know that we know yet, right? But I think for sure he's on the field in L.A. And I think the day-to-day nature of this thing, I think DQ's telling the truth. If medical approves him, he's playing, period. And DQ probably wants some serious, he wants to check it out with his own eyes too. But I don't know. I hope that listening to the whole Jaden conversation there provides some clarity. I don't know for everyone that it will, but to me it does. But I also know Jaden and kind of understand the situation. Do you feel any clarity, at least on not who's going to play Sunday, Landfill, but on the situation? Does it seem clearer?
Yeah, I think that the injury is probably not that significant. If Jaden said that he didn't even realize it was hurt to begin with, and that he feels it's not particularly affecting him, and that they're just kind of waiting for the all clear from the doctors for him to go. That makes me feel a lot better. If he doesn't play this week, it's not going to be like a long-term serious thing.
Jeffrey, clarity? I came seeking clarity.
Hey, man, whatever the team says, whatever the doctor says, whatever decision DQ make about Jaden, I'm with it. I don't know if it's because he could be saying that because, like I said, he's a competitor. He could be saying it doesn't bother him that much. But, doctors know what's best.
Well, and I think what should make fans feel comfortable is the doctors are in charge, right? Like, because he's like, I wanted to play last week, and they wouldn't let me. And he's like, the conversation with DQ when he told me I wasn't going wasn't great. I love that drive. I love that fire. I love that competitive nature. And I think that's where this thing is landing. And I think what you're seeing is a healthy football operation where a stud dog competitor player wants to be out there, is doing all the work to get out there. The coaching staff is like, hey, man, we see you, we appreciate you, we respect you, but we're going to listen to medicals. And medicals are able to act on their own and determine where this thing's going to land. And I think whether Jaden plays Sunday or not, I think, if you're looking for a takeaway from this situation outside of, oh, man, Jaden's knee is hurt, which I understand that reaction, it is you've got a healthy football operation here. And I can understand, too, if people are like, why don't they just disclose more information? But that's just not how coaches operate, man. Think about all the coaches we've heard here. Honestly, Jay Gruden was by far the most forthcoming on injury information. And part of me almost wonders if Jay had to do it again, if he would be less forthcoming. That was also just a different era where I don't think the scrutiny was as intense on social media and everything, where any snippet of a report gets blown out of proportion. I think, unfortunately, that happened to Bickle the other day. And I know he was frustrated by it. I saw that clip on Instagram, all the people that respond to him, I think the tone surrounding the Jaden stuff particularly is just so microwaved that hopefully people can hear what he said, listen to what he said and understand how this thing is going. That's why I keep saying the Terry situation seems scarier, is maybe not the right word, but like provides a little more anxiety because you don't know exactly what's happening. With Jaden, Dan Quinn, Cliff Kingsbury, and the medical team know exactly what's happening. And they're going to operate in the manner they see fit. And I think there's just a high level of professionalism that folks should appreciate. All right, here's the plan. I want to talk Ryder Cup. The Ryder Cup gets going tomorrow, but they're out there today. I got friends up there. I didn't even know my boy Mike Kelly's up there sending me pictures. Meanwhile, I'm in the rain in Ashburn. The Ryder Cup's one of the greatest events in sports, the U.S. versus Europe in golf. Our friend Jason Epstein, head golf professional at Congressional Country Club, is up in Bethpage, going to give us the latest. I'm curious about the conditions. I'm curious about the weather, and then just the vibes. You know New York's going to go crazy for the Ryder Cup. I do want to talk about the Nats' big hire. I'm going to choose optimism on this, and I think there's a lot to like about the Nats' new president of baseball operations, vice president of baseball operations, Paul Taboni. We're going to get into that. Talking golf next, football all day. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley, or just Finley today.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Home teams are 3-0 on Thursday Night Football so far this season, and tonight we've got the Cardinals hosting the Seahawks. But a point for Seattle in this matchup, the Seahawks have won the past 7 games in this series going back to 2021. Time to look at the injury report for this matchup for the Seahawks. Cornerback Devin Witherspoon and safety Julian Love, both of whom missed Sunday's game, have been cleared to play against the Cardinals. For Arizona, James Conner out for the season now. He's going to be really tough to replace. Running back Trey Benson is going to try to fill that role. Wide receiver Zay Jones will miss the game with a concussion, and cornerback Will Johnson has a groin injury and is doubtful for the matchup tonight. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcare 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're focused on football down here. The Nats are making a big move, but around the world, arguably the biggest story this weekend is the Ryder Cup. Ryder Cup 2025 played at Bethpage up in New York, and they're calling this the biggest one yet, especially being in New York. My friend, the head golf professional over at Congressional Country Club, Jason Epstein, works closely with the PGA of America that runs the Ryder Cup, and he is on the grounds at Bethpage. Jason, what's going on, man? How are you?
JP, all's good. I'm sitting stuck in traffic in New York City trying to get out to Bethpage right now, so everything's perfect in the world.
How long is that going to take, honestly? Hours?
A couple hours, yeah, a couple hours.
Oh, man.
The world doesn't stop for the Ryder Cup, unfortunately. It should, but it doesn't.
It should. It definitely should. All right, so as we're gearing up for this thing, there is so much excitement. The U.S. is trying to win this thing. Europe's kind of needling the U.S. at every corner. What do you make of Europe keeps pointing out we don't need to be paid for this, and the American golfers, kind of Patrick Cantlay started it, kicked up a lot of dust about getting paid to play in the Ryder Cup. Do you think it affects the American players, how the European players keep pointing out we're playing for pride, they're paying for money?
No, I think, look, lots of gamesmanship, right? And I think that there's a lot that's said and written out there that, maybe some of it's true, maybe some of it's not. But I think it's all part of the gamesmanship. It's all part of that goes into the Ryder Cup. Hey, before the Ryder Cup, during the Ryder Cup, I don't make too much of it. The American players take all of that and whatever funds they're giving back to their communities. They're giving back to charity, which is a huge mission of the PGA of America itself through their foundation. So it all ends up in a great spot. And the game of golf is so good at giving back to communities as we've seen in our area, but also nationally in all the communities that the PGA of America touches, the PGA Tour touches. So I wouldn't make too much of it other than it's just some gamesmanship, needling, trying to get under each other's skin, and it's all part of the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because golf is such a gentlemanly sport, and you really try not to even celebrate much. You try not to goad your opponents or anything. But the Ryder Cup is just a different beast. You know what I mean? Like, it just operates so differently. And it just, especially after Italy, the last one, I know you were there, and Rory getting into it with the caddies and just the amount of the crowds getting into it. What are you expecting over 3 days in New York, of all places?
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting some crazy crowds and lots of spirited competition and, lots of gamesmanship. I think that's all part of it. I think the Europeans are probably, Corey Pavin said many years ago, like, the big thing, make the big thing the big thing. And for the Europeans, it's going to be overcoming the crowds in New York and overcoming the heckling and comments and just energy that they're going to bring for the United States. And Captain Keegan Bradley, as you know, that page was his home course growing up. Cameron Young grew up, very close to Bethpage as well, and so this is a true home game for the U.S. in every sense. And so for Europe, they're going to have to overcome the crowds. They're going to have to overcome the energy. I think of the 3 of the 4 Ryder Cups they've lost in the U.S. in the last 16 years, they've lost them by an average of, I think, 7 points. So they've got blown out. And the big thing for them is overcoming the crowds. And the big thing for us is just making putts, get up and down, and just playing focused golf and not getting carried away with the energy, just doing what they do every day and playing great golf. I mean, you look at our team from top to bottom, they're fantastic. Just need to make a few putts and we should be in great shape.
Yeah, I love that they kind of went with some youth, some first-time guys. Like, I'm glad Cam Young, Ben Griffin, you know what I mean? They didn't just roll out kind of the same old bigger names, maybe. I think this all starts with Scotty, though. I think you need Scheffler to be the best player in the world. Have they announced pairings at all? Because Brandel Chambly says a lot of stuff. Brandel Chambly from the Golf Channel, but he was saying how impossible it's going to be for somebody to team up with Bryson DeChambeau. He said he was like a captain's nightmare, I think was the line he used. But then Scotty came out and said, "I love Bryson. We're good friends. He's a great player. He's great in the locker room." Like, how are they going to do the pairings this week?
Yeah, I think. Look, they dive into so much minutia, and they use data and analytics on this with who iron play and who hits it right to left, who hits it left to right, cover distances, where who's teeing off on odd holes and foursomes, who's teeing off on even holes, and they've been working on this for months. And by the time they get to this week, they've got a great idea of what's going to happen. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Bryson play 4, maybe 5 rounds. Like, I mean, who in their right mind doesn't want to team up with Bryson DeChambeau to play golf? I mean, he's just takes. So I think I don't know. I wouldn't make too much of that. Have a tremendous amount of respect for Brandel, but he's also got some hot takes that are just a little bit out there. So I think that I think you'll see Bryson out there, and I think you'll see him play with some of the rookies, perhaps, or maybe some of the guys you wouldn't think of. He might play with, maybe throw Bryson out with Justin Thomas, right? So in foursomes, the thinking is you take your best iron players and you put them together. And when you're doing best ball, I mean, that's just you find personalities that work together. And it is interesting, as you point out, that usually it's traditionally it's been the Europeans with a couple different rookies that have come onto the team, and we've kind of been this status quo team where we're going to the well with the same individuals. But this year we kind of turned that on its head with our rookies, and they've only got one new player on their team, and it's the brother of the player who's not on the team from 2 years ago. So it's going to be fun to see, and I think the rookies, it's their time to shine, and I think they'll rise to the occasion. I can't wait to see Spawn play. Can't wait to see Griffin play, and I think Harris English is going to, kind of hit the world stage, and people are going to know who he is after this Ryder Cup.
Dude, I'm so glad you brought up Spawn and Harris English. I mean, those guys are probably. I mean, Spawn famously wins the U.S. Open with that outrageous putt on the 72nd hole. Harris English was like a top 5 player in the world all year. They don't have the high profile, but this is such an opportunity for them to show the world. To your point. On the other side, because of LIV and everything that's happened, a lot of these top European players, specifically Jon Rahm, we don't get to see as much. What do you think of Rory? For a long time, it was like, okay, America's got the length off the tee, and then Europe's got like the shot making. But with Rory, Rahm, Aberg, like they can bomb it too. Do you think there is an advantage kind of at Bethpage for either side?
Look, I think it always comes down to who's making putts eventually, but yeah, Bethpage is a big golf course, and hitting it long is a huge advantage. And the Rory's, Scotty hits it sneaky long, and Rory hits it long, and Bryson hits it long, and Jon Rahm hits it long. So yeah, you've got some. I think hitting the ball far away, just in general in team competition in match play, continues to put pressure, especially if you're hitting it well, continues to put pressure on the other team. And so I think that as length does matter, but ultimately, the length is not going to win you the Ryder Cup. It's making putts at critical times and creating momentum for your side that ultimately gets you to 14.5 points.
Absolutely. Talking with Jason Epstein here, I'm going to try to get this title right for once. The Director of Athletics at Congressional Country Club. Jason's heading to the Ryder Cup today. Bethpage, do a ton of work with the PGA of America. I can only imagine the amount of work that goes into one of these things. What are there crowd expectations, like size-wise? Is this the thing with golf? Is because it's a golf course, you got so much space, you could typically sell hundreds of thousands of tickets, I would imagine, but I have a feeling this thing is just going to be absolutely crazy. Do they have expectations for how many folks are going to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that when we started this conversation, I was on 38th Street and 2nd Avenue, and I'm still on 38th Street and 2nd Avenue. So we're literally not even across the intersection.
You might want to walk.
Exactly. Yeah, walking might be faster. But but yeah, no, the crowds are going to be amazing. If you've looked online or through the PGA of America's website on the Ryder Cup, anything, you've seen the build-out, and the build-out is unbelievable. Hard to qualify how much hospitality, how many the grandstands around 1 and 18 are massive. I mean, never seen anything like it. Yeah, they're expecting unbelievable crowds. Don't know the numbers exactly, but whole of New York is focused. They can't go anywhere without seeing Ryder Cup shirts. I was talking to a few folks over from Port Rush this morning in the hotel, and they're really excited. And everybody's talking about, like, what time do you need to leave the city to get there for the first tee tomorrow? And the consensus is somewhere around 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. But all eyes are going to be there, and and look, this is a hotbed for golf. As much as we love golf in DC in the Middle Atlantic and how prestigious it is there for us and the history, they have the same, equally as matched up here with the Met section and all the great clubs and great golf courses, and just that page is really an epicenter for where all the crossroads come together and play. Every weekend, right? The stories of waiting out in your car and at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, sleeping over to get a tee time, well documented. And so it's going to be so much energy, and any tickets were hard to come by. I think still can get some. And if you've never been to a Ryder Cup first tee, either Friday morning, Saturday morning, or Sunday morning, like, you don't really think of it as a bucket list item, but when you're there, you realize, this is one of those things that is a bucket list item. It's a really extraordinary experience, and I think New York is going to be ready for it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little embarrassed that I'm not going this weekend, but there will be a Ryder Cup in my future. I'm
a little embarrassed you're not here too. I don't know how
sorry, dude. I cannot wait to watch this thing. I wish you luck getting out there. I think it's going to be pretty difficult. You'll laugh at this. I have a buddy that's a member at Shinnecock, and a lot of the European players have been staying out on Long Island for the last 2 weeks or so. And he sent me a picture of John Rahm, Rory McIlroy, and I think Hovland were all playing Shinnecock, and their bags were there by the range. And the joke was they were going to call ICE and see if their immigration status was up to par. That was just a joke. Yeah. Nobody did it. But I am curious. You got heavyweights on both sides, the U.S. and the European team. You got a prediction how this thing's going to work out?
Hard to see the U.S. losing this on their home turf. So yeah, I think we win by a couple points. Like that's what I'm going with. Europe has a fantastic team. They're very deep. They're very experienced. They did a heck of a job in Rome, but I feel like the energy and enthusiasm of the crowds, and we're going to make a few extra putts and hit it a little bit longer with the energy, and we get the job done. So I think that, which is true to form, right? That's the way the Ryder Cups become. It's really, really, listen to Rory talk all week. It's just really hard to win a Ryder Cup on foreign soil. And I think that holds true. And hopefully they'll be celebrating Sunday night with the good guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope you're right. Jason, thank you for making time for us, dude. Good luck getting out there.
Thanks, JP. See you soon.
All right, see you soon. That's Jason Epstein, Director of Athletics from Congressional Country Club, headed to Bethpage Black today. The golf starts tomorrow. The Ryder Cup, one of the best events in sports. I'll be watching all weekend. Here's what else I got to tell you about. Me and B got hooked up with these Collars & Co. polo shirts. I got a blazer. I got a dress shirt. This dress shirt is like made out of air. It's probably the most comfortable dress shirt I've ever worn. I actually ordered 4 of them because I wear a lot of white dress shirts for TV. The thing with this Collars & Co. gear is I put it on in the morning. Feels like I'm wearing a T-shirt, and I can do anything. I can go on television in the polo shirt. I could play golf in the polo shirt. I could just go out to dinner with my wife. It's like you're wearing a dress shirt, but it's a polo shirt. You don't have to iron it. You don't have to take it to the dry cleaner. Just hang it up and walk out the door. It couldn't be easier. Seriously, I'm a huge fan of Collars & Co. I've gotten a bunch of gear. I got these the dress slacks that you like. They just pull up. They are so comfortable, but I can wear them on TV. It feels like I'm wearing sweats, but I can wear them on TV, and they look super sharp. Check them out at collarsandco.com. I got a promo code for you. Anything over $99, you get 20% off if you use the promo code JPFinley20. Don't forget Finley is spelled with an A. JPFinley20. Anything over $99, you get 20% off. That's a great deal. And they're opening a new store at Congressional Plaza on October 15th. I'll be there. You better be there. Collars & Co. is a game changer. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you miss any of our interview with Jason Epstein, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, check out the podcast. He's headed to Bethpage right now. Really good Ryder Cup breakdown, what to expect. Really excited for the golf this weekend. I was also really excited yesterday. The Nats made a big hire. There was some. So they fired Rizzo back in July, right? And let's be real, they fired Riz because he wouldn't fire Davey. That's the reality. I think that's been actually reported. I think Livero reported it, but I think we all kind of, if you saw that situation, it's hard to think anything else. Then they let the dude DeBartolo run the draft, and I think people were by and large excited by the draft, and people thought maybe DeBartolo gets to keep the job. Yesterday, Jeff Passan of ESPN reported that the Nats are going to hire Red Sox Senior Vice President, Assistant GM Paul Taboni to run their baseball operations. He's a young guy. He's only 35. He's been promoted fast, has worked hard, smart guy, played baseball at Cal, got an MBA from Notre Dame. I think there's a lot of reason to be excited about this. I checked in with some of the baseball people I know, and specifically a buddy of mine said the thing to like most is how they've drafted in Boston, and Taboni was the guy in charge of their draft. And I think that is really vital to understand. That Red Sox organization has had some pretty big transitions. They went from like super big spenders to not. They also have traded away some big pieces. But as far as the draft goes that Taboni was running up there, my boy says you're going to like it. Unfortunately, I'm reading directly from a text. It said, if the learners don't get out of the way, it won't matter. So I think that's still the reality here. But whatever, if you can just build up enough young talent, maybe it'll work. And I think considering the coming work stoppage in baseball, which seems all but a lock that baseball's going to lose, I guess, the 27 season, I think. Or maybe they don't end up losing the season. But there's serious labor trouble coming for baseball. I think Washington would be wise just to try to build through the draft. And until, things get worked out on the back end of the financials for all of baseball. And so if that's the plan, I think this dude makes a ton of sense. And I think there's real reason to be excited about it. This is an aggressive young dude. And you never know, right? Like, this is not a proven commodity, but this is somebody whose scouting and drafting acumen is lauded like across the league. And I think the way the Nats are playing, they're going to keep having a lot of high draft picks. So if you can start to hit on those, like we're seeing certainly James Wood, maybe Gore, Cruz, depending how down that list you want to go of guys you think you can absolutely count on, and then the draft they put together this year, I think there are reasons to be excited about this hire. I think all we can do is hope that he is given all the tools he needs to field a competitive, winning baseball team. All right, when we return, I am really excited. Michael Chiklis is going to join the program. I watched the show The Shield. It was awesome. Chiklis has been in a ton of other movies, other TV shows. Can't wait to chat with him. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. They are your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The only thing better than October baseball, in my opinion, is late September baseball. Teams are scoreboard watching, and they're duking it out until the very end. The Cleveland Guardians, who were 15 and a half games out of first in early July, took over sole possession of the top spot in the division in another come-from-behind victory, sending the Tigers to their 8th consecutive loss. It was the Guardians' 17th victory in 19 games, and their hot streak has been just as dramatic as the Tigers' skid. If they do end up clinching the division, it'll be the biggest comeback in Major League history. And with just days remaining in Major League Baseball's regular season, the Blue Jays now have company atop the AL East. For the first time since July 2nd, the Yankees are tied for the division lead following the Wednesday night slate of action. It does help that Aaron Judge keeps hitting home runs. In fact, he became the franchise's first player since Babe Ruth to record consecutive 50-homer seasons last night after he hit 2 of them. And you can't talk about Aaron Judge right now without mentioning Cal Raleigh, who is doing everything he possibly can to prove why he deserves the AL MVP title. Raleigh homered for the 59th and 60th time yesterday against the Colorado Rockies as the Mariners clinched the AL West. Raleigh is just the 4th player in American League history to clear 60 home runs, and he is the very first to do it who wasn't a member of the New York Yankees at the time. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up in a few minutes here. We should be talking with Michael Chiklis, star of The Shield, star of a ton of stuff. I mean, the dude's career has gone, 25, 30 years. I was looking him up in the break. I didn't realize he was on an episode of Seinfeld. As soon as I pulled that up, I knew exactly the episode. I watched The Shield. It was awesome, very, very gritty, and he has a new movie coming out. Should be really cool. It's about a 59-year-old dude going back to play college football. I guess he still had some eligibility left. So we'll have to ask Michael about that. And he's a big football fan, is my understanding, so we'll kind of see who his squad is when we get him on the line. Right now, I'm out in Ashburn, and the biggest question, I think, is still, who's going to be the quarterback this weekend. For the Washington Commanders, but I think the Terry McLaurin situation just kind of lingering out there, and we won't hear from Dan Quinn until tomorrow afternoon, probably while we're on the air, so we'll get a little more understanding of what they're going to do at QB, but every time, not having Terry, you might not have Noah Brown. The receiver room's going to be pretty darn interesting. So we're going to kind of just see what happens there. The point spread is pretty terrifying, too. I don't understand how Atlanta got their doors blown off by Carolina last week, 30-0, and Washington smoked the Raiders last week, 41-24, and Washington's only a 1.5-point favorite. To quote Kevin Sheehan, that doesn't smell right. But whatever. That's why they play the games. Vegas doesn't always know. Sometimes they do, though. We're hoping to be joined by Michael Chiklis here in just a minute. I'm just going to kind of keep it moving, boys, because Jeff's telling me we're having trouble making the phone work there. Okay. Maybe we are going to be joined by Michael Chiklis. I don't know. I will defer to the experts in the aquarium on that. I'm just going to kind of move forward to the Falcons because, circling back to Jaden, for this game, it's unclear if he's going to play. But Mariota was excellent last week. And I guess some people might have a question if Marcus can do that again. But for me, Marcus has been nothing but excellent wearing a burgundy and gold uniform. And so that's just my expectation with him. Yesterday, I asked Deebo Samuel if he has been impressed by Bill, the rookie running back. And he said no. Once I saw him in training camp and realized what he can do, that's just what I expect him to do. And I thought it was such a good, honest answer. It honestly reminded me a lot of what B. Mitch always says. Like, football players are expected to be good. When you go out on the field, the expectation is you're going to ball out because you're there for a reason. And I think that's Bill's mindset. And I think that is Mariota's mindset. So obviously this team is better with Jaden out there, but I certainly think they can win the game with Mariota on the field. If you look at Atlanta's roster, there are reasons to be worried. I think it starts with Bijan Robinson. I think Washington, though, has been pretty good against the run through 3 games. Even in the game they got smoked against Green Bay, Josh Jacobs finished that thing with, I think, about 80 yards rushing on 17 carries or something. It wasn't like a particularly impressive. I think his yards per carry was sub 3. Week 1, the Giants got nothing done on the ground. Week 3, Genti got a little bit, but not much. So Bijan's obviously an excellent player. I heard Von Miller on with the Junks earlier in the week talking about he trains with Bijan and just the level of athleticism there is crazy. You got Drake London, Darnell Mooney. Kyle Pitts is a player that I think there was a ton of excitement about that never really has never really delivered on that promise. But the biggest question with Atlanta, dude, is the quarterback. Penix has looked bad. He looked bad in that last game. Now, he's a young guy making his, 5th or start, maybe 7th. So I certainly wouldn't be drawing conclusions about who Michael Penix is. But I think Tischler told me a stat yesterday. In Michael Penix, so he has 6 starts to date. The Falcons are 2-4 in his 6 starts. In both games, the Falcons have won with Penix on the field. The Atlanta hasn't given up more than 7 points. So you're talking about a guy that is going to maybe lean on the defense and the run game. That last game, he was the last game he completed 50% of his passes with no touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And one of the concerns on Penix was throwing over the middle of the field. From what I understand, that is still a concern with Penix. Not really a threat to run. If you watched his game at Washington, he was excellent. He's got that big lefty wind-up. It's kind of a long wind-up. The ball comes out of his hand just beautifully. He can throw the deep ball really well. Has the arm strength to throw the outs. But for whatever reason, the middle of the field seems to give him trouble. The overall with the Atlanta game, though, I do think it's silly to only kind of judge them on last week's blowout loss to the Panthers, because so far through 3 games, the Falcons should have won week 1. They had a lead late in that game over Tampa, and frankly, they just kind of blew it. But Tampa's 3-0. I think we all look at Tampa in a very different light. The Falcons week 1 had a 20-17 lead in the 4th quarter. And then with a minute left, Baker Mayfield goes down the field, finds Ibuka, they go on to win. That's what Baker has done in his career, continues to do. Baker's a gutty quarterback, and we're seeing it week after week. But Atlanta played well against the Bucs at home. Then Atlanta went up to Minnesota and just kicked the Vikings' butt. I don't think that was a game a lot of us saw happening. In that game, Penix was okay. Didn't throw a ton of passes. They leaned on Bijan heavy in the game against the Vikes. Bijan went 22 for 143 in that game. That's going to help your time of possession. They held the ball almost 37 minutes in that game. That is the Atlanta path to a win over Washington. So if you're freaked out about anything, that should be it. If Bijan gets north of 20 carries, the Falcons are going to be in a really good situation. I also wonder what the situation is. What are the vibes in Atlanta? They just fired their receivers coach, and they're making their OC move from the booth down to the field. You could argue that's a little bit of desperation. And does that desperation leak into the locker room? You could argue that maybe these are just the changes they need to make, and that'll open up their offense. I know Zach Robinson's their offensive coordinator. They're just not scoring. They're moving the ball okay between the 20s and then just doing nothing. Through 3 games, Atlanta's 13th in yards gained, 31st in points scored. I also was texting with somebody last night that says their special teams are terrible. And so defensively, they've been put in a lot of bad positions, and the stats would bear that out. They're second in yards allowed defensively, the Falcons, but 13th in points scored, which is kind of doesn't really add up. And if you just think about, all right, so they're not giving up much yards, but they're about middle of the league in points, it means teams don't really need to move the ball much to get points. Like looking at some of these scores they've given up, the opponent's touchdown log is a lot of short drives. They've also given up a pick 6. So there's going to be – Penix had a pick 6 last week to the Panthers. I don't know. But then you look at the bets on this thing, and this I can't help but point out. And I can hear Chris Russell in his car screaming that Vegas doesn't know anything. Vegas knows something. It doesn't always play out their way. But if you look at the bets in this game, 62% of the bets are on Washington laying 1.5. 65% of the money is on Atlanta getting the points. And that line has moved down. It's been odd. I don't think the line moved based on Terry McLaurin. I think this is just a tricky spot where maybe Vegas thinks Atlanta's a little bit better than what we've seen. And what you never want to do in the NFL is make a judgment solely based on the previous week. If we're talking solely based on the previous week, then clearly Washington's significantly better than Atlanta, because Atlanta got their ass kicked by the Panthers and Washington beat up on the Raiders. Vegas ain't making a determination solely on last week, so I recommend you do the same. Landy, I'm curious for you, and I want to open these phone lines up. Your confidence level in Washington going down to Atlanta and what it is about Atlanta that scares you.
I feel confident in Atlanta. They've actually, I think, weirdly been pretty successful down in Atlanta the last couple of years. Wasn't there like one of the Taylor Heineke games where he threw like a ridiculous? Was that the game where the ref tackled the other team's DB when Heineke was playing?
Yeah, he did.
That was awesome.
No, I think that was a different game with Ritter. The Heineke game. Who was the running back that hurt his neck? I'm blanking on his name. J.D. McKissick.
Okay.
Heineke rolled way to his left, was basically on the left sideline, chucked it way up in the air, opposite side of the field, kind of into the middle of the field, which will freak coaches out. And McKissick grabbed it, made a hell of a run to the right corner of the end zone, and they won. It was one of those. Heineke had a touchdown throw to Terry in that game where I didn't even see Terry in like the field, and he just jumped and made a play out of nowhere. There have been some wild games against the Falcons. They've generally played well down there in this last 5 years or so, I would say, to your point.
Yeah, they've played well down there, and we've talked about my hot betting streak. One of my bets from a few weeks ago when the Vikings and the Falcons were playing was that both of those quarterbacks are terrible, and the score was going to be very low, winner. And then the Falcons scored 0 points this week and got blown out by the Panthers. I have way too much. I mean, it's absurd the levels of confidence I have in this team, regardless of whether Mariota's playing or Jaden Daniels or even the newly cleanly shaven Sam Hartman is playing. I think we'd win this game. I think that it is going to be an annihilation, and I'd like to see the defense get their first shutout in, 30 years or something?
I think it was 91 was their last shutout.
Yeah.
I think Beamish had a mustache and was returning punts. Yeah, you'd like to see a shutout. Let's open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How confident are you in Washington heading down to Atlanta? There's obviously real questions, right? You don't know who the quarterback's going to be. You don't know what's up with your best receiver in Terry McLaurin. But Atlanta also just got their ass kicked by the Panthers, who are terrible. And Washington looked really good last week, and they ran for over 200 yards. Not to mention, I think the Falcons have really suspect special teams, and Washington's special teams have looked great. Last week they had a punt return touchdown. I asked Jalen Lane about it yesterday. He felt like he almost got a second one. Debo had a great return. Like the return game's been strong. The coverage game has been strong. Do have questions at kicker. Matt Gay has not been automatic, to say the least. I don't know. I think I feel oddly confident about this one, recognizing that my biggest hesitation for this, seriously, is the way Vegas looks at it. And I know that people will tell me they don't know anything, but that's the only thing. The line on this seems so funky, it gives me a little bit of pause about what's going to shake out on Sunday. Jeffrey, where's your confidence level?
I'm confident we will win, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as everyone is predicting. To me, in my opinion, Terry would have been a big part of our offense. Now it's like that attention that he would take away when he would go out and all that is not going to be there. So we're going to have to come, with our T's crossed and our I's dotted and play a good game of football because they're fired up from last week. It's no way they got shut out and we think this is just going to be a game that we could just walk over them. Nah. So I think we're going to get the win, though. I'm calling it probably by like a touchdown or 10 points at the most.
Okay. Confident, but not too confident. I think that's a fair place to be. We'll open these phone lines up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. I think when you're looking specifically at Atlanta and what freaks you out, it is Bijan. I think that's where the list starts. The Falcons' defense has been good. If you dig into on third downs, they're about middle of the pack defensively, but against the run, they've been really good. They've been pretty good in the red zone. A big area where Atlanta falls apart is their red zone defense has been okay. They've given up 3 touchdowns on 5 attempts by opposing offenses in the red zone. Offensively, they're 2 of 7 in the red zone. They've scored 2 touchdowns on 7 red zone tries. That's 28%. That's 30th in the NFL. I'm guessing the only teams worse than them are like the Saints and the Dolphins, or maybe the Giants when Russ Wilson gets an intentional grounding at the goal line. Washington has been good in the red zone, I'll say. I'll actually pull up their numbers. Just top of my head, I feel like Washington's got to be good. They had 2 goal line stops against the Giants. Green Bay was out of the red zone when they forced that 1 fourth down try. Washington's 5th in the NFL in red zone defense. They've given up 5 touchdowns in 9 attempts for the opposition. So I think this really could come down to that. And as much as you say, as much as Bijan seems like a very serious threat, Penix is a complete and utter wild card. Let's start with Quentin in Bethesda. Quentin, how you feeling this week? What are you worried about with Atlanta?
What's up, JP? Well, obviously, I'm worried about just our Well, our run defense has actually really been surprising. I like Big Kinlaw, so I think we managed the run game. Penix, he made us worry last year a little in the pass game, but the main reason I called was just to say that Marcus Mariota really I feel like is going to put a fire under JD, because last year he came in as not like he was the starter, but he still had to work for it. This year he came in as the named starter. But I think Marcus playing at the level he did is going to make JD become more accurate, because he feels like the fan base will hold him accountable now, because we've seen that our offense can work. So now we need him to just be like last year and be like a missile and just get us to where we need to get to. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, dude. All right, phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How are you feeling about the Commanders going down to Atlanta this weekend? What scares you about the Atlanta Falcons? They just got their ass kicked by the Panthers, and yet Vegas seems to like them more than people realize. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Before we go, got to tell you about my friends over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I bought 4 cars from there. I bought 2 from Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC in Alexandria and another 2 from Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Whatever the car is you're looking for, they'll take care of you. Honestly, there's car dealerships everywhere. There's lots of good people everywhere. The difference with Oarsman has been how they treat me, how they treat my family, and it has stood out for years. B. Mitch has been buying cars from Billy and Chantilly for like 20 years. There's a reason we keep going back. The service people, the sales people, everybody just treats you the way you want to be treated. And that is vital when you're buying a car, man. You don't want to feel like you're getting nickel and dimed. You don't want to feel like you're getting shaken down, and that's not what they do. They've got 7 locations. Actually, they got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia with an unmatched selection, great deals, and financing, plus a ton quality certified used vehicles to choose from. You get the Oarsman Lifetime Edge when you buy with Oarsman, which includes $1,500 in extras and a lifetime engine guarantee. One more thing, if you're thinking about selling a car, hit up Oarsman, because they'll pay up to $125 of Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of the make, model, or year. It is simple at Oarsman. They want to keep the customers happy. That's why I keep going back. That's why B keeps going back. Take it from us. Go to Oarsman. Let's ride together.
Yesterday afternoon, the announcement was made that Paul Taboni would be head of baseball operations for the Nationals, ushering in a new era of baseball in the nation's capital. Taboni will in fact be taking the title of president of baseball operations, making him the chief overseer of all things baseball related within the club. This also means, though, that he will be hiring a general manager. The choice to have a separate president of baseball operations and a GM, rather than combining these roles as many organizations do, shows that the Lerner family understands the current state of the club, and they're passing off all decision-making to Taboni and his staff. This is a huge step forward for the progress of this organization. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Back in my indie days when I was a young man, I remember seeing Vampire Weekend at 930 Club. Hell, what year would that have been, Landfill? Like 2006? Something like that? 2008, maybe? That was like one of the buzziest shows I'd ever been to. Tickets were impossible. I happened to have a pair. It was awesome. That band's really, really good. Anywho, Commanders are playing the Falcons this week. All right? Washington's 2-1. Atlanta's 1-2. Atlanta just got smoked by the Panthers, who are terrible. So this is a really weird, confusing week. C-Dub on Twitter says, my biggest fear with Atlanta is the fact that they got their asses kicked. You're likely to get a team looking to rebound. I still think we get the dub. Can I borrow $1? Asks, it always seemed to me that teams that get shut out come out swinging the next week. They may not win, but we're in for a dogfight with Atlanta. Let's go to these phones, 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. Let's talk to Peyton in Lynchburg. Peyton, you feeling confident this week? What's got you worried about Atlanta?
I wouldn't necessarily sound worried about Atlanta. I think this game has a lot of emotion behind it just because Dan Quinn coached there. Obviously, everybody knows the biggest comeback in history against the greatest quarterback of all time. So I think also with Marcus Mariota used to play there. I think this game has a lot of emotion for not only Marcus, but Dan Quinn as well. Kind of just like, all right, I'm with a new team. Let's show up, show out, kick a little ass, and go back home.
So DQ got asked about that yesterday, about going back to Atlanta, and he kind of underplayed it. He's like, he's been back there a bunch at this point. This is not like his first time returning. I do, however, think if Mariota gets to start down there, I think that will be that's a very different thing. DQ yesterday asked about playing against Atlanta. He said, it's not like a return. We've played them last year and other times before in Dallas, but always have huge gratitude for Arthur Blank, his family, giving me the opportunity. But past that, it's it for the guys in between the white lines. Like, DQ's not here for the I'm going back to Atlanta stuff. Knowing Mariota, I won't be shocked if we get to talk to Mariota later in the week. The backup quarterback you can always go talk to, but, I wonder if he'll do an avail, especially if DQ names him starter. On a personal level, getting to know Marcus, the way he was portrayed in that Netflix quarterback documentary at the end of that season in Atlanta when Desmond Ridder got the start, I think that was just really, really handled incredibly poorly by a lot of people. And maybe Mariota didn't handle it great either in the moment. But the way things went in Atlanta, if I had to guess, actually sits with him in a bad way. And if there was kind of a revenge factor, the Mariota aspect of it might be part of it, more so than DQ, I think, at this point. Let's hit up Kurt in Ashburn. Kurt, you nervous about Atlanta?
Good morning, JP. No, I'm not nervous because as a real old guy who's been through all this, I learned a long time ago, worry has never affected the outcome of the game, so I don't engage in it. It ain't pleasant. And I'm always concerned about any team. As you know, anybody can beat anybody on a given day. But the thing I really want to address is this idea of the odds when people say, why'd it go down? I'm sure I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but those odds don't, the odds maker set them to begin with, and then a betting determines where they go. So it appears a lot of people around the country are not that confident the Commanders can beat Atlanta. Otherwise, the spread would be higher. But that's really what determines it.
Okay. I'd argue I might know a little something about the betting markets, but I hear what you're saying. Vegas isn't always looking for things to be 50-50. That's the myth that's out there. Sometimes they think they have a side that they think's going to win, and they try to make sure that side gets home. But clearly there is a lack of confidence in the Commanders, judging by this line, I would say. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. It's funny, dude, listening to the callers and honestly just listening to us, everybody's like, yeah, this is a tricky spot. Atlanta will probably respond after, what happened to them last week, but I still think Washington's going to win. Landville, don't you see a situation where we get to Sunday morning and whatever the show is, Fox, CBS, ESPN, like whatever pregame show you have on, and they put up the graphic of every person on the desk picking a team, and it's all going to be Washington? Do you see that happening? Because I always hate those situations.
I think there's a very realistic chance that it's, like 5 or 6-0 in favor of the Commanders, whatever it is. I just don't understand how anybody could pick the Falcons after what we saw out of them last week, just getting annihilated by the Panthers, who are terrible.
Yeah, dude. That's a very fair point. Especially with Penix. Like, honestly, Penix's performance against the Panthers was probably on par with Russ Wilson's performance for the Giants. Like, it was so bad, Russ Wilson got benched. Now, they're on different stages of their career. Russ is on the very clear downslope, maybe the end of his career. So you can't just keep giving him chance after chance. Whereas Penix is the beginning of his career. So you got to see what he's got. You got to let him play through the mistakes. The fact that Kirk is kind of lurking there does add a little more intrigue. And one of the biggest questions I have, man, I think Baldy said this morning on the Junks, but I know it just from being out here. When you're playing a young quarterback, at some point you got to be fair to the other 52 guys on the roster. I think Ron Rivera actually said that pretty well. Go back to 2020 when Ron was hired and they started the season with Dwayne Haskins. And then they benched him, I believe, after the Browns game. And Ron said, I got to be fair to the other guys on this team. The locker room always knows. The locker room knows who the best players are. And unfortunately, in the NFL, a lot of times draft status, contract status, there are reasons the best players don't always get on the field. And it's hard to judge because Kirk was bad last year. The Kirk we saw last year was not consistent with the Kirk we've seen throughout his career, where say what you want about Kirk and big moments and playoff games and stuff, but generally Kirk's a pretty damn accurate passer, and the offense moves well with Kirk on the field. Hopefully people aren't going to argue with that. Like, there's a baseline of pretty damn good from Kirk Cousins. And last year, it just wasn't the case. And if you watch that Netflix documentary from Kirk this past, whenever that came out, summertime, it seemed like they were making an effort to pin it on injuries. But when things were going well, it didn't seem like anybody was worried about the injuries. But who knows, right? But what you saw from Kirk was a guy turning it over a ton and not throwing a lot of touchdowns, and that's just not who he's been. So you wonder, with Kirk in there, what that locker room thinks as they see Penix struggle. And you wonder, could there be some divide there? And then you wonder, okay, they just fired a coach and they're moving around their OC. You wonder what the hell is going on in there. I just don't think, if you look at Kirk's last two seasons, it's just not consistent with the rest of his career. And he got hurt in 23 in Minnesota, but even before he got hurt, he was dealing. He had almost 2,500 yards passing in 8 games with 18 touchdowns against 5 picks. I think Kirk had really unlocked that offense, and then you add Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I think they traded for Hawkinson. Like, they just had some pieces, and Kirk was really running that Kevin O'Connell offense well. In the time since, we've seen Sam Darnold run it well. Carson Wentz, at least for a game, was able to run it well. But last year with Atlanta, dude, it did not look right for Kirk. The arm strength that he's had his whole career wasn't there. He couldn't throw the out, and then he started pressing. He seemed scared of the tight window stuff, and that's just not who he is. So I don't know what quarterback situation is in Atlanta, because I don't know. There have been times in his career where he's, oh man, just get it to, like, what are you doing starting this rookie over Kirk Cousins? I don't know that now is that time. I don't know how the players there feel. In very brief work last week, Kirk was 5 of 7 for 29 yards. So accurate, but I'm not going to make a conclusion about a quarterback getting some work in garbage time in the fourth quarter down 30-0. I would advise you don't either. Bijan is the biggest threat. Last week he went 13 for 72, good for 5.5 a game. Bijan has looked really pretty good for Atlanta. He's so athletic, so nimble. He's a heck of a player. They tend to run the ball fairly well if they can stick with it. On the season, he's got about 250 yards rushing, averaging about 80 a game. Bijan helps in a lot of different ways. Drake London, big, talented receiver. They just haven't gotten much going in the pass game, so the stats don't really pop. All right, little traffic report. We are out in Ashburn. Coordinators, offensive and defensive coordinators, will be talking soon, and we will bring that to you live here on the B. Mitch and Finley program. Plus, we're going to talk to Chase Hughes. Wizards' Will Dawkins had a press conference yesterday. Curious what they're trying to say for expectations for our Wizards this season. Before we go, though, got to tell you about these polo shirts from Collars & Company. You might have seen them on Shark Tank. Mark Cuban invested a ton of cash with them. These polo shirts are beyond dope. They look like I've got a dress shirt on because it has a real collar with collar stays in it, and it buttons down like 2 or 3 buttons, but it feels like you're wearing a T-shirt. I can wear one for TV. I could wear one going out to dinner with my wife. I could wear one to play golf. They're extremely versatile. And, dude, you don't have to iron them. You don't have to dry clean them. They got this crazy material that feels so great and does not get wrinkled. They're really good to travel with because you can put them in your suitcase and not pull them out, and they look like they were balled up overnight. Check them out at collarsandco.com. Better yet, they're opening a new store at Congressional Plaza on October 15th. I'll be there. Come check me out. Here's good news. If you want to check out the gear, it is dope. I'm telling you. Use promo code JPFinley20, Finley spelled with an A, JPFinley20, and you'll get 20% off orders over $99. So if you spend $100, you get 20% off. That's pretty damn good. Collars & Co., it's a game changer. P. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're vibing out in Ashburn. You know, Ashburn went from Ashburnistan to Ash Vegas, baby. That's how you got to operate. Excited to talk to Chase Hughes in a little while about the Wiz and Will Dawkins talking yesterday. Like, I heard one quote was like, yeah, you know, iron sharpens iron. How much iron they got over there? I'm curious. I want the Wizards to be good. I'm a Wizards fan. I'm a lifelong Wizards Bullets fan. And the most fun I had was those Gill teams that were quite good, or when Rod Strickland was playing in my youth. We haven't had much time to look at college football this weekend, but, dude, the slate is incredible. I'm sure everybody's seen the what this Saturday sports looks like. There's been like a viral post on Instagram, and it is crazy, dude. So if you're into golf, you can obviously watch the Ryder Cup, but the college football schedule is just nuts. I'll be kind of watching Florida State UVA tomorrow night, but you've got Notre Dame Arkansas at noon. USC Illinois is also at noon. In the 3:30 window in college football, you've got crazy games. Ohio State, Washington, which Ohio State's probably still favored by a ton. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'll circle back to the college football schedule because we do have Commanders defense coordinator Joe Whitt addressing the media now.
We'll start off with just a recap of last week's game, and then I'll talk about Atlanta, and then any questions that you guys have. Last week, I thought, a couple guys that really stood out were Payne. He graded the highs on the defense. I mean, he was just outstanding. I mean, the highs of the year. And along with him up front, you had DA and JK. They all graded really well in the midline. Bobby, he graded out really well. And then on the back end, it was Sean and Trey. And so I thought we did a nice job, and we've done a nice job all year on first down, stopping the run. So that's produced more 2nd and 7+, which gives us the ability to rush the passers. I think we produced the 4th most 2nd and 7+, and the 3rd most 3rd and 11+. So when saying that allows us to get after the quarterback a little bit more. But it all starts with stopping the run, especially in between the tackles. Green Bay game, they got outside of us some with some receiver runs. So I think the rushing coverage was good from that standpoint. Third down, I thought, was really good in the game. I think they were 3 of 14, somewhere around there. I think we're very high in the league in that. So some things that we have to make sure we shore up. They had 100 yards on 2 pass plays. And so you definitely don't want one, and those went for 10 points. You definitely don't want that to happen. We had opportunities at turnovers. We dropped the interception. 2 times we were sacking the quarterback. He had one hand on the ball, and we were close to getting the ball out, but close doesn't cut it. So we didn't have any turnovers. So, that was a recap of what, from the Vegas game. But I thought the guys, man, the play style was what we were looking for. We have what we call turnbacks, where either we tackle them behind the line of scrimmage or their head is pointing towards their end zone. And we had 26 of those plays. That's a lot, when you're hitting and turning people back the other way or hitting them behind their line of scrimmage. So I really like the run and hit. We just have to cut down the explosive plays. We have 9 for the year. That's 3 per game, and that's too many. Now, talking about Atlanta, man, really just a young, talented offense, okay? And it starts with the running back. We put up the key players each week, and, you put the strength and the weaknesses, and I didn't have any weaknesses for the guy, man. I was just like, man, he can do it all. He can run inside, outside. He can catch. He can block. He can run the screen game. He does it all very, very well. So, and then you have London, who's a really good, tough, when I say dirty, he gets in there and block, but he's a receiver, and he blocks like a tight end. And then you get to the tight end Pitts, he runs like a receiver, and he's very talented. I think he's having a good year. And the quarterback, really good arm talent. The ball pops out of his hand. He could throw it deep. He could throw, make any throw. And then the line, the veterans, Matthews is still there. The guards still, they're blocking as a unit. So I know people are going to say, what happened to them last week? Well, guess what? What happened to us in Green Bay? We did not want that to happen twice, so they're not going to want that to happen twice. So they're going to come out ready to play. Raheem's a hell of a coach. He knows both sides of the ball, and he's going to have those guys ready to rock and roll. So without any questions. There we go.
With Bijan, going back to him, and just what else makes him that special and hard to stop?
Like I said, he can do everything. Okay, he has the ability. If you start crashing the inside to stop the inside run, he can beat you to the perimeter, and he's fast enough to outrun people. He runs with power. He has a jump cut. He can run in between the tackles. The screen game, they haven't run a lot of screens, but he can catch the ball. You can put him out at receiver. He can run slants. He's just a complete football player, and I just really enjoy watching his film because he does it all.
And then you talk about the explosive plays in the past game. Like, what is there a theme, and what are you doing to help cut down on those?
It's really not a theme from this last game. We just didn't do our damn job. Cover the guy and send the ball where we're supposed to send it. So every coverage that we have, there's rules to it, and we want to send the ball. So in certain coverages, if they catch the ball on the out route, nothing's going to be said because we have other coverages for that. If they catch the ball here or there, we have, but if you're not defending where it's supposed to be defended, it's going to be an issue. And so we just got to, the players and they have to do their job there. So, and I got to make sure they do it.
Will Harris out, unfortunately, but you guys have a deep group back there. How do you kind of see it shaking out?
Yeah, first, I hate that Will, is out, but tough player, went back out there and played on it for another player too. So, Revo, we talked about Revo during training camp, not training camp, but even before then, during the spring. Man, he's deserved this time. And the thing that I said was, how do we pull him away from special teams? And that's going to be the challenge. And that's what we have to work at because he is our special teams ace. But you saw the play he made on 3rd and 1, just diving in there. He's a physical guy. He's a guy that I do feel like can produce the ball. He's smart. He communicates well. So, his role would definitely pick up. T.O. will have to pick up his role. And now that we have Savage here, Jason Simmons had Savage in Green Bay. And I remember when he first got him, he called me. He's like, man, this dude is the smartest rookie I've ever had. And so when he got here a couple of days ago, we have our concept teaching that we put on our iPad. He was popping off our defense because he had gone through our film already. And so, or the concept tapes. So he's an extremely smart guy. And so hopefully he can grasp it soon and so we can get him out there.
And then I think late in the game at one point, I think you had like 3 starters on the back end out. How did you feel the guys stepped up in their absence?
That made it a little bit difficult from a play call standpoint because we had people in spaces that they hadn't practiced. So the call sheet really shrunk down to really 3 calls, and especially the last drive, when they hit that long ball. And so but that's football, you know what I'm saying? It happens. Like I said, injuries are just like, catching and tackling. We have to fight through it. The game was, we had control of the game at the time, but we didn't want to put guys in harm's way and calling calls that they really weren't comfortable with. So we kept with, 3 calls at that time of the game.
I think Commanders defense coordinator Joe Whitt addressing the media. I loved his answer. What was the theme after last week? He said, "There's no damn theme. We just got to do our jobs." I enjoy Joe Whitt. I could listen to that dude read a menu at a steakhouse. When we return, you'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury, and we're talking a little Wizards. Chase Hughes joins us at 12:30.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with vodka. Week 4 is jam-packed with storylines ranging from Micah Parsons making his return to Dallas to face the Cowboys to the Ravens and Chiefs duking it out at Arrowhead Stadium. But we also have a doubleheader on Monday night to wrap up the week. Of course, those are the angles we're looking forward to seeing, but there's also an ugly side of the upcoming slate, and that's injuries, especially for the Commanders. Jaden Daniels was a limited participant at practice yesterday as he continues to deal with a knee injury. Dan Quinn said he's doing everything he possibly can to get out there. Now, Jaden Daniels also spoke to the media for the first time since week 2. When asked if he's going to play on Sunday, he said it's up to the doctors. It's not his decision, but he is feeling good. As for Terry McLaurin, Dan Quinn said that he is getting a second opinion on his quad injury, and that is a completely normal thing to do, and that he would have further updates on his status by Friday. And running back Bill Krosky-Merritt has a knee injury, and he was among the Commanders' players to miss practice. The Washington Post's Nikki Gianvallo reported later that Krosky-Merritt's knee injury is not considered to be serious and that he could return to practice as early as today. A lot of the other guys listed as do not practice, most of those were just veteran rest days. Fall is here and football is back. Nothing goes better with game day than a Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Now that's over. What's the name of this band? Is this Good Charlotte? Trapped is the name of the band? Wow. Shout out to Trapped. So I started doing this, and then Joe Whitt started talking, and this will probably, the same thing will happen with with Cliff Kingsbury. He's going to talk here any minute. But I've been seeing this meme about sports this weekend. Starting with the Ryder Cup at 7 a.m., then obviously college football starts. This Saturday could be like the most epic Saturday to watch sports. Like if you don't have plans, just plant on your couch. You're probably going to need multiple televisions. But there is so much. Think about this. You've got the Ryder Cup starting first thing in the morning. Bama plays Georgia at 7:30. Oregon plays Penn State, I think, at 8. You've also got LSU Ole Miss is a 3:30 game. Auburn Texas A&M is a 3:30 game. Indiana going to Iowa is a 3:30 game. The noon window is packed with games. Notre Dame Arkansas, hard for me not to love the Hogs in that game. I mean, and the Ryder Cup is on all day. You're going to need a bunch of TVs. Tennessee going down to Mississippi State at 4:15. You kind of get into that first big weekend in the SEC, and it's just so juicy. I frankly do worry a little bit about the amount I'm going to bet on Saturday, but that's what we're built for, Landfill. We are built for big moments and big Saturdays. And I might not bet much on the golf, but I can see 7 or 8 games I like on the college football card this weekend. And it is going to be a big Saturday. Landfill, what are your plans for Saturday? How will you lock in for a sports day like this?
I'll do lots of napping. I'm definitely not going to wake up for the early Ryder Cup matches because I think they start at 7, which is way too early for me.
They do. I think they start at 7 on the cock. You got to make sure you got Peacock up and working.
Yeah. I really wish, just kind of unrelated, I really wish golf would just figure out what channel their stuff is going to be on because there's just way too many of them that you have to go through.
I think that's all sports, dude. Like tonight,
no.
Everybody knows we're not staying at our house, right, because of the water damage. And I'm incredibly blessed to be staying at my buddy's house, but there's no multiple TV situation. So tonight, the NFL game's on Amazon. But, I'm going to be hanging out with my wife. I don't know that she's going to lock into Seahawks Cardinals the whole time. And you know how hard it is to switch from Amazon back to regular cable and back and forth?
Yeah, I don't
You
really
know
have
how hard that is, Landville?
I don't have a problem with that. The game is on Amazon. It's going to start and finish on Amazon. The problem with golf is that it'll start in one location and then move to another one, and I have issues with that. I don't know if that's going to affect the Ryder Cup specifically, but it does your normal golf events, and I'm no fan of that. But obviously, I won't be waking up for those early matches. I probably will watch to the late ones, and I'll have multiple college football games on. It's going to be excellent.
It's going to be excellent. Landy, I believe Cliff Kingsbury has sat down before I go through my Saturday plans, or I can. I have children that are 10 and 6 years old. So you know what happens on Saturday? A boatload of sports.
To purpose.
All right, we'll go to Cliff, and then we'll talk through Saturday after Cliff. Here is Commanders offense coordinator Cliff Kingsbury.
On him to Green Bay, not playing like we would have wanted. And like I said last week, you got to give them a lot of credit for how they played on defense. But we got back to the basics. DQ preached physicality and playing tough and coming downhill, and I thought our guys responded.
Noah, still kind of a question mark. Terry, a question mark. How much changes, without giving away secret stuff, how much changes when or if those guys are out?
Yeah, they're two really good players, so anytime you lose two of your top guys, if they're not able to go, then you got to be creative and find ways to get other guys touches. And we have some young guys that are ascending, and if they have to play, then I'm sure they'll step up. But you definitely, when you have two guys that have been reliable, made a lot of plays in this league, you got to find other ways to get guys touches and move the football any way you can.
You guys inserted Cliff over. You guys inserted two new starters at guard. What did you think about their performance in particular in helping you pave the way in the run game?
They did a nice job. Chris Paul has really elevated his level of play from last year to this year. Was really impressed with him all spring, and training camp came in at a good weight and has just continued to ascend in his play style. And then Wiley's a veteran who last year started to tackle the entire year. We asked him to come in and play some guard for us, and just responded in the way you'd expect a guy who's won a Super Bowl playing guard. So yeah, I was really glad that those guys got the opportunity to play and took advantage of it.
Hey, Cliff, you always hear about the next man up, but you have like next men up and a whole host of guys coming in. As a play caller, the challenge to create a coordinated group when there's that many new faces possibly or different faces in the lineup.
Yeah, it's just always about maximizing your personnel. It doesn't matter who's up, who's down. As a play caller, you got to be able to adjust and maximize the guys you have and what do they do best and put them in those positions to be successful. And I think our staff takes a lot of pride in that.
Different type question, so it's kind of big picture, but for ESPN, we're doing a story on like quarterbacks wearing wristbands and all that. Your guys don't. Like, what is your philosophy with the wristbands and having your quarterbacks not wear them?
Yeah, I just didn't like it as a player because I didn't like putting my eyes down, and so I just haven't done it. And we're no huddle, and you have the headset, and our verbiage is probably a little less than most people, and I think that allows us to not have one. But yeah, I think it was just something I prefer not looking down at it on the field, and so I've just kind of adopted that to my coaching style.
What do you think of the Falcons' pass rush?
It's been really good when they're able to pin their ears back and come after you. I think last week they were putting some tough situations based on how the game went, but if you look at the stats and how they played, they've been really, really good on defense and not giving up big plays. When they can pin their ears back, they're really, really good. And so it'll be quite a challenge to try to slow those guys down. The young guys have been impressive for young players to step in there and have the production they've had.
And then with Bates out last week, not sure of his status this week, but Benson and Trent Scott kind of helping out. How did you feel they did?
I thought, they were very physical, and that's what you asked them to do. Ben continues to come on, and his role continues to expand. And then Colson Yankoff as well got some time in there, and we want him to be physical in the run game, and they answered that call.
Hey, Coach. Looking at the offense and everything that you were able to do last week, the quick start, was that more of a complete game of what you're looking to see each week for the most part?
Yeah, we'd like to start fast, and I really thought Debo set the tone with that kickoff return and gave us all a lot of confidence, and then the O-line was able to I thought, move the line of scrimmage that first drive and really give us a lot of confidence as well. And so we want to be able to play downhill, play physical, play on our terms, and not play on our heels like I thought we did against Green Bay. And so I think that was more indicative of what we'd like to see week in and week out from our offense.
Hey, Coach, when you look at your running back room, can you share about Coach Anthony Lynn and what he's done to prepare those guys for game day? Yeah,
he's been tremendous. I mean, a guy who's been a head coach, been a great play caller in this league, so played in this league for a long time, went to one of the greatest universities in the world at Texas Tech. So there's a lot of positives that he brings with him. But I just think his wisdom, his belief in those guys, and they're all different styles, and he knows how to maximize and use them and get the most out of each guy and what they do well. It's been really cool to see and just be around him, learned a lot from him.
With receiver, because of the injuries, who knows what you're going to have to do this week. But with Jalen Lane, you may have to play him outside. But ideally, as a 5'10 guy, supposed to be guy, you see, ideally on the outside, or is it just, hey, we have to do something this week, or for these games, and we'll have to use him that way? Yeah, I think when we drafted him, I envisioned him more of a slot, but it's a guy who's, as camp went on, he showed he can do some things outside. And so with our receiver situation, how it's been, he's been out there some and having to play. But I think eventually I'd like to see him as a slot in our offense. I think he really fits what we do and can really excel inside there. You mentioned having to be, when you're missing some guys, maybe you have to be a little more creative to maximize a guy. Does that bring out the mad scientist in you, or do you ultimately find yourself being more conservative because you just got to, how do I make a play here? Yeah, I think it's a little of both. I think you have to walk that fine line of just making sure that whatever you're asking guys to do, they're comfortable with it and they can feel like they can excel in it and make that play. Last thing you want to do is get too far out of the box and guys aren't comfortable in their roles or they're not playing with confidence. And so we try to make sure whatever's going in, the guys know it, they can attack it, not think a lot, and play fast and physical.
I'm sure you guys love the competition at left guard, Brandon Coleman and Chris Paul. Ultimately, what do you need to see out of Brandon Coleman to get him back on the field? Is it more physical, mental? Where is he kind of lacking, I guess? Yeah, I just say the health. We preach competition, and he had some nagging type injuries that kept him from practicing, and he hadn't played a lot inside there to begin with. So just being consistent in your practice habits and being able to be healthy and be out there, I think that's something he's got to keep working to get those reps inside there. But he's done a great job. He's what we expected. It was just a situation where it was Chris's time, and he took advantage of it.
Coach, both Debo and Jalen have obviously shown great potential on special teams, but with Terry and Noah being, nicked up, is there any consideration there? I'm sure you're not calling special teams plays, but still, is there any consideration there as far as how much work they would get, if you need them out running routes? Yeah, if Terry and Noah aren't able to go, then I would assume that would be adjusted some. I think Debo's such an impact player in all phases that we're going to use him when we need him. But I'm sure if those guys can't go, that we'll be smart about the usage. Appreciate it, Coach. Thank y'all.
Wow. A couple different things stand out to me about Kingsbury, but one of them there was Tischler asked him about Brandon Coleman, and he kind of said he's got to stay on the field. Right? Like everybody was wondering with the inactive for Coleman last week and going to Chris Paul, kind of the why there. And I think Cliff, I don't think it's necessarily about Coleman, but it is about getting your body right and ready and your ability to stay on the field. And I think that's pretty interesting. And then Coleman missed a bunch of time in camp, didn't get a ton of work at guard. And I thought that was pretty interesting. I think with Cliff also stood out to me. Did it seem like, Lanville, I'm curious for you. We both just listened to it. Cliff Kingsbury, of injuries to Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, he said anytime you lose two of your top guys, if they're not able to go, you got to get creative. You got to find other ways to get touches and move the football. It sounded to you like Cliff is preparing to not have Brown and McLaurin.
Yeah, and couple that with the news that we heard about Dr. Williams-Myers with his 10 degrees yesterday that Terry's going to see. I don't think he's playing this week.
I find it really hard to think Terry's playing, and I don't think Noah Brown's playing. Like, when you look at that, and then you look at their roster, I mean, at the wide receiver position, you're talking Debo, Chris Moore, just of the wide receivers on the active roster is Debo, Chris Moore, Terry, Luke, Lane, and Noah. So if you're down Luke and Terry, that's 4 receivers on your active roster. Now,
Sounds like you need the tight ends to step up.
Sure does. What was that noise in the background there? Sounded like a dolphin.
Oh, we're having a retirement party here.
For who? Oh, for Stevie?
For Stevie, yeah.
Tell her I love her, and congratulations. I'm jealous she gets to retire. I hope one day I can retire. Stevie's put in more than 30 years with the station. I'm very, very fond of her. She's an awesome woman, and I know she's a big fan and will still be listening. Tell her congratulations.
I will let her know. She brought back the tutu for B. Mitch or Jeff.
Now, Stevie is our number 1 tutu supplier. Have we updated the tutu bet? Let's get Jeff in the tutu. Jeff, how many wins? How many wins for the tutu, Jeff?
Jeff is not here. It's me. Hey, JP.
Wait. So Jeff's not there either?
No, Jeff is right here. I have his headphones.
Yeah, Stevie took his mic. Thank God.
Yes.
Thank God, Stevie. Seriously, since we have you, how many years have you been with WJFK?
I have been with WJFK for 33 years. I've been in broadcasting for 34. And
wow. That's a heck of a run.
It's more than a run. I don't even know if I'm crazy for staying this long or if there was just that much more that needs to be done. And I think it's the latter.
If I may, to work, what I've learned about radio stations, and I've been involved at 106.7 The Fan probably 8 years coming in there. I mean, we're on our 5th football season doing our own show. Mm-hmm. To last 30 years at that place, you got to be a little crazy, Steve. that is I always thought TV stations were crazy until I really got involved in radio, and I learned that radio is the craziest place in the world.
Well, think about it this way. If I've been here for 33 years, what does that say about my age group? You know, loyalty was a thing. You didn't job hop.
Yeah.
And if you keep your head down, JP, and don't make a bunch of noise, people don't look.
Well, unfortunately, in my role, my job is to make a bunch of noise every day for 4 hours. So there's probably people looking. Seriously, congrats.
Thank you.
How many wins do they need to get for Jeff to wear the tutu and only the tutu?
Oh, my goodness. Boy, I'm going to need some help with that. How many wins? Okay, so last year, B. Mitch said if they made the playoffs, he would have put a tutu on. And
I
you
thought
said
for B it was 11.
No, 11, and then he would put it on. And you said if they made the Super Bowl, you would put it on with no shirt. If we didn't want to see that, so here we are for the next year.
So I got to be honest.
Wins?
I think I said the tutu and only the tutu if they made the Super Bowl. I got kind of nervous about that because they were in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't go their way. I will go tutu and only the tutu. At this point, it's for a Super Bowl win, but I stand by that.
Okay, you're going to hang with Super Bowl. We're going to give Jeff 11, just like B.
Okay.
Okay. Well, maybe 10, because I want to see him in the tutu.
I think Jeff for the tutu, we make it 9.
Okay, I'm in with that. Too bad he's not here to understand what we've decided for him. So that's a good move.
This is a binding contract.
Yeah,
Jeff
it
wears
is.
The tutu.
I'm in.
Landville, do you want to see Jeff in the tutu and only the tutu, or would you like to see him with some other clothing on?
I mean,
more clothing.
I think it would be a great bit, but I would also be horrified. I'd need to wash my eyes out.
How about Jeff can wear drawers with the tutu, like boxers or briefs, whatever he decides.
9 games, 10 games. Jeff is wearing the tutu this year. I don't care.
Yeah, Jeff, put the damn tutu on.
Yeah, put the tutu on. It's wet. It's in your studio. It's hanging up. It's ready to go for the season.
Why is it wet?
No, I said it's in the studio. It's hanging in the studio. It's ready. It's not wet.
Okay. I thought you said Wet.
Ew.
That just sounded weird. Stevie, congrats on a
Thank
hell of
you.
a run. I don't think.
Thank you.
Well, how long have you been there longer than the Junks, or about the
Yes,
same amount
I
of time?
have. In fact,
Wow.
CK was an intern.
Yeah, she's been here longer than everybody.
Yeah, I am the OG, and I'm leaving the building. It's almost time for peace out.
Did you know CK with hair?
Yes, he was an intern. He was a college student, roaming around the halls looking for somebody to talk to him. No, I'm just kidding.
Did you know Johnny Cakes Allville with hair?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. And
Did you know B. Mitch with hair?
no, B. Mitch was not at Infinity Broadcasting. I think he was actually on the field at that time. I'm not sure.
Of all the people in your 34 years, who is the craziest, and how close to Chris Russell's crazy level are they?
Ooh, that's a big question because there were so many personalities that have gone in and out of these doors, in and out of the studios. I think for me, I'm going to have to go with Chris Russell. He's the most entertaining, the most energized, crazy person. I'm going to have to stick with the old rooster there.
I think it is Chris.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, we're going to stick with that one. He's a good guy. And you guys, and I have to say, if you would allow me, never has a show on this station embraced me as much as you guys have. And it's been an absolute pleasure. It's made coming into the station a joy. Like I said, if you put your head down, nobody notices. And a lot of people had no idea who I was and what I did. I just show up and leave and show up and leave. So thank you for embracing me. Thank you for letting me add to the bits. And thank you for the tailgates, not telling me no. So thank you all very much.
We love you, Stevie. Congrats on a great run, and we got to stay in touch, okay?
You got it.
All right, that's our friend Stevie retiring after 33 years at WJFK. Wow, that's a run. When we come back, we're going to talk a little Wizards basketball. Maybe they get back to some winning ways. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable, business grows with PVI. The 49ers could desperately use another pass catcher, but they're going to have to wait a bit before Brandon Ayuk is ready to return. Ayuk, who's recovering from a torn MCL and ACL, has made progress, but is, quote, not close to return just yet. That's coming from team president John Lynch's remarks today. New York Jets quarterback Justin Fields is inching closer to his return. He will reportedly return to practice today after missing the Week 3 game due to a concussion. While Fields is expected to take the field today, he is reportedly still in concussion protocol. And the Buccaneers listed wide receiver Chris Godwin as a full participant in yesterday's practice. Godwin has yet to play in a game this season after recovering from an ankle injury that required season-ending surgery last year, but full participant in practice. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Landfill vibing right now. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. All right, Will Dawkins, Wizards general manager, spoke at length yesterday, and our guy Chase Hughes was there to cover it. Chase covers the Wizards for Monumental Sports Network. You can give him a follow at Chase DC Sports, I believe. Chase, what up, dude? How are you?
Doing great, man. Good to be on with you. Happy that the season's getting underway, getting started. It's been a long off season.
For sure. It's funny, dude, because you're in Wizards land and I'm primarily in Commanders land these days. People might not know how long we've known each other and worked together. We were both single when we met. Now we're married with children. It's been a long run, man. Chase does a great job covering the Wiz. Tell me what we need to know from Will Dawkins yesterday. What'd he say? How are you feeling about this Wiz season?
Yeah, well, it's funny. Someone was telling me about their honeymoon the other day. I was like, oh, JP, he went to South Africa for his honeymoon. And then I realized, man, that was a long time ago. Like, we have known each other a really long time. It's crazy. So Will Dawkins spoke yesterday. The two things that I think were most important were, one, some injury updates. Bilal Coulibaly is going to miss the start of the regular season, but it doesn't sound like he'll be out very long. He was hurt playing for Team France at Eurobasket, as was Alex Sarr. And Alex Sarr will miss the beginning of training camp, but it sounds like he's going to return very soon. A.J. Johnson's also a little banged up. And then my big takeaway was Will Dawkins sort of announced this as the season of competition, where I think this was inevitable we'd get here. They brought a lot of young players in, a lot of guys that they drafted, but now they've got some depth at certain positions, I think guard and wing in particular, and there's going to be some domino effects from that. They can't probably play everyone on a given night, so I think guys will win rotation roles, and then we also might see some players go down to the go-go to a degree that we haven't seen over the past 2 years. That's their G League affiliate.
Wow. All right, so this is this year 2 or year 3 of Winger and Dawkins and everybody?
This is going into year 3. So they've had 3 drafts. They've had 2 full seasons. This will be the 3rd year. I think they probably expect to have a similar season to last year with a lot of young guys playing a lot of minutes, getting a lot of shots, have pretty large offensive roles. And I think the hope is now that they have enough young players that inevitably some guys will emerge. To say there's 9, 10 young players who represent sort of the prospects list for them. If 2 or 3 guys could take big steps forward this year, I think that would be a successful season for them.
Who do you think are the most likely guys to take a big step forward?
I would definitely start with Keyshawn George, and there might be some fans who are surprised to hear that because he was the 24th overall pick last year, but I thought was impressive as a rookie. The only thing he didn't really do very well was shoot from three, but that's considered his biggest strength. If you look back at what he did in college at the University of Miami, he was their best player in the summer league. I think he's shaping up to have a good year. He's also healthy, unfortunately, unlike a few of their other young players. So I expect big things from him. Bub Carrington closed the season last year really strongly, so I think that set him up for a good second season. Didn't probably have the summer league he was hoping for, but he is certainly someone that I would watch. And then Cam Whitmore is going to be really interesting. He's definitely got a chip on his shoulder. Was drafted by Houston, didn't play as much as you would have hoped. Now he's coming home to a team that he grew up going to games for. He's a huge John Wall, Bradley Beal fan. Now he's playing for the Wizards. I think it's a really cool story, and he's a really talented guy who, if you look at the numbers, it suggests that he's worthy of a bigger role than he was getting in Houston that I think he'll find here.
I like Keyshawn a lot. Where do you think his game can go? I think Bub, we kind of know where his game can go, right? Like I think we kind of know who he is as a player. I love that he hit that floater to win the season finale down in Miami. Where do you think Keyshawn could go?
I think that is the question for Keyshawn. Like, what is the ceiling? Because I think he's proven that the floor is pretty high, and he came in a little bit older than the other prospects, even though he only played 1 year in college. He was 20 when he got drafted. So he had played sort of AmPro before that in France, so he was a little bit more experienced in that regard, a little bit older. But does he have the athleticism or the skill set to become a star? I think that's what we'll have to see over time. Last year, a friend of mine who's a scout said that he sees a lot of Joe Ingles in his game, and I kind of like that comparison. Joe Ingles at his peak was probably the fourth best player on the team that won 50 games in Utah, and had Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, really good defensive player, really good outside shooter. But could Keyshawn George become better than Joe Ingles? If he ends up becoming Joe Ingles, I think that's fine. That's a quality rotation player on a really good team. But certainly the Wizards would love to see him surpass what is ultimately a super role player that Joe Ingles was.
So with Keyshawn, not with Keyshawn, going back to Will Dawkins' comments about, this is the year we're really going to compete, and I heard some iron sharpening irons type stuff. It's year 3 of these guys. Year 1 was kind of them tearing the roster down, trading guys away, getting the salary cap how they liked it. They're clearly trying to build through the draft. Like, do you expect a jump in wins and losses? Is that still a year out? Are we still looking at like a 20-ish win team? Or do you think maybe we're fighting for a play-in spot here kind of thing?
I don't think they're fighting for a play-in spot this year. I think that could happen the following season. But, they won 15 games in the first year of the rebuild. Then it went to 18. I think a similar jump up into the 20s is probably a logical expectation. But there's a couple factors at play. One is that, this is the last year that their first-round pick is protected. It's the first-round pick that they attached to John Wall to trade for Russell Westbrook, and now that pick is owned by the New York Knicks, and it's top 8 protected. So if the Wizards got the 9th pick or worse, they forfeit their first-round pick to the New York Knicks. So ideally, they would show some progress, but also stay in the top 8. And basically, the way the lottery odds work is that they can ensure to stay in the top 8 if they finish with one of the 4 worst records in the league. And if you're 5th or 6th worst, it's a small percentage chance that you lose that pick. But that's a factor. And I think more important than wins and losses. Obviously, we've discussed the individual development, but they were 30th in offense last year and 27th in defense. If they could improve those numbers, regardless of what the win total is, I think that would be great because you look back at a lot of the rebuilds that have worked, and you don't go from 30th in offense to 5th in the league overnight. Usually these things happen more incrementally, and a team breaks out like the Thunder have over the last few years, but then you go back and look, even when they were losing, they were still improving year over year defensively and offensively. So I think those are some of the numbers I'll be checking at the end of the season for sure.
Trey, I'm all in on this kid. I just want to watch him shoot. Like the motion is so pure. Pause. But what is his role right away?
Yeah, he's. I think he's going to be instant offense. His role, I think, my guess is he comes off the bench to start, but is going to have a sizable role in the offense. And then, by the end of the season, maybe moves his way into the starting lineup. But I think the entertainment value is going to be helped by having Trey Johnson because he can light it up from three. I mean, he was as good of a three-point shooting prospect as you could find coming out of college. And he also kind of has an interesting personality split where off the court, he's like super laid back. I mean, I think he would describe himself as kind of boring. Like he went viral this offseason for this interview I did with him at the Combine where he said he's got no off-court hobbies at all. But then you watch him on the court, and he kind of wears his emotions on his sleeve. Like he's really like competitive, and he celebrates after just about every play that he makes. So I think he's going to be fun to watch because he's going to light it up from long range. I think he's going to score plenty of points, probably have a chance to win Rookie of the Year because it's usually an award that comes down to scoring. And I think it's just going to be fun to watch his joy sort of play out on the court because he plays with a lot of excitement. And I just think it's going to be fun, regardless of how good the Wizards are, to watch a young player like that.
Talking with our boy Chase Hughes. You can give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. Read all of his work. Watch all of his work on Monumental Sports Network. Do you have a new podcast, by the way?
We are not ready to.
Is that not ready to discuss on radio?
Yeah, but
sorry,
yeah, my colleague Bijan Todd and I, we started doing these videos over the summer on YouTube, and they did well. So we're going to be doing more of them in a more official capacity. But yes, Wizards YouTube show that will double the podcast.
Okay, sweet. Sorry if I wasn't supposed to say that.
I appreciate the plug. I'll take it, man.
All right, I heard this rumor, and maybe it's dumb, that Ace Bailey was trying to force his way to Washington in the draft, but they were just going to take Trey Johnson anyway. Has that all been reported to be accurate? Like, what was the deal with all that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been reported out pretty extensively that Ace Bailey and his people were trying to sort of maneuver their way in the draft to preferred destinations. And, he ended up getting selected by Utah, and there was speculation that, maybe that wasn't his first choice. I think it ended up working out well for both teams. I think Ace Bailey is going to be in good hands in Utah on a team that is ultimately overseen by Danny Ainge, who has a terrific track record of drafting players just like Ace Bailey, who play the same position. I'm talking Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, those types. And then the Wizards at 6, I was really surprised that Trey Johnson was even there. I thought he was going to be a top 5 pick. And for a team that was 30th in offense last year, I think they did well for themselves with Trey Johnson, who I think probably has a higher floor than Ace Bailey. You could argue Ace Bailey has the higher ceiling long term, and that's why he was picked 5th. But it doesn't mean it'll work out that way. So I think both players landed in good positions. The Wizards, they were picking 6th. They had to sort of be beholden to what happened in front of them. Yeah. And I think it was a good scenario for them to land with Trey Johnson. Whether they wanted Ace Bailey or not, I think it's going to work out.
Less than a month till Wiz basketball starts. Preseason starts in a couple weeks. Can't wait to watch. Chase, one-word answer. Do you want Jaden to play Sunday or not?
Not. I trust Marcus Mariota.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks for having me.
That's our boy Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network. Give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. Opening the phone lines up at 1 o'clock for Bleep You Thursday. There'll be soup. I don't know the words. There it is, Betty Lou. Shout out to Betty Lou who? Leadville, you know the Skynyrd song, Give Me Two Steps, when he talks about dancing with a woman named Linda Lou?
Yep.
My Aunt Linda, her name was Linda Lou. Shout out to Aunt Linda. R.I.P. I did want to talk briefly. We got football tonight. I always love when we have football tonight. If you want, I don't think a ton of people are going to be watching this game, but Army plays East Carolina at 7:30. Pat Wickstead's going to be watching his Pirates. I don't have a whole lot of a feel for the Army ECU game, but watch that if you want. The NFL game that I think more people will be focused on tonight, Seattle, Arizona. Both these teams come in 2-1. Seattle looked quite good last week. Sam Darnold versus Kyler Murray. One of those is an athletic freak. They're both top 5 picks. Kyler went 1-1. I think Darnold was, 4th overall? If I got to ask, the coach I trust more, it'd be the young coach that Seattle's got. I think Arizona's got more offensive talent. If you look at kind of where some of the props are for tonight, they've got Sam Darnold at 227 passing yards, Kyler Murray at 214. One really interesting thing to watch, the Cardinals' offense has been led by James Conner, its running back, for a few years now. Hell, kind of going back to when Kingsbury was out there. Conner, I think, broke his ankle last week and is out for the remainder of the year. It's now going to be the Trey Benson show in Arizona. Benson's a back that there's always been excitement about, but he's kind of been buried on the depth chart behind Conner. Interesting to see what happens now with Benson in that feature role. Seahawks run the ball pretty well, too. Kenneth Walker, the dude Charbonnet is Walker's backup. There's some injury questions surrounding Charbonnet, but Vegas has odds on both of them. They got Benson's rush yards at 56.5. Benson's also an effective receiver. Walker at 53. Charbonnet at 40. Kyler at 28.5. Landville, what way are you going on this? Sam Darnold, 8.5 rush yards. You're red hot in the betting department.
I kind of like the over there. I feel like I'm not a huge believer in Sam Darnold's passing ability.
Well documented.
But if they're going to need to move that ball, run, young man.
Rumble, young man, rumble. Jackson Smith-Njigba, the former Ohio State receiver, now out in Seattle, is off to a really good start to the season for the Seahawks. His receiving yards total tonight is 84.5. That is true wide receiver one territory there. The highest receiving total for the Cardinals is their gifted tight end Trey McBride at 65 yards. There's a lot of questions surrounding Marvin Harrison Jr., who was, I believe, the top receiver taken last year. People are talking about his drops, and it's an issue. Marvin Harrison tonight checks in with a 47 receiving yard over-under. Cooper Kupp is kind of a shell of what he once was. He's on the list. Trey Benson receiving yards, which could be an interesting number. If he's going to get more work, 21.5 receiving yards for Benson. Is it in that? If you go to anytime touchdowns, passing, let's see what passing TDs. So the total for both quarterbacks is 1.5. Landfill, you're the red hot bettor. Do you have a feel for tonight?
I'm kind of a Cardinals believer.
Really?
Last week was a little bit rough, but I think they played well over the first couple weeks at least.
Yeah, I think they've been a little bit better than most expected kind of along the way here. You know what I mean? Now, how long does that last? I guess we'll find out. But Landfill's a Cardinals believer. You'll hear from me when we get to Heard It Here first, what I'm expecting. Here's what I do know. When we come back, phone lines are going to be open. Jeff, press the button. It is Bleep You Thursday. Whoever's wronged you, whatever's made you mad, whether it could be driving in our city in the rain, whether it is something with your loaner car, whether it is something with cars in general, could be a street sign, could be an animal, could be something serious, could be injuries to your favorite football team, could be your football team having to travel to Atlanta than L.A. Whatever you're mad about, it's Bleep You Thursday. Phone number 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Let's do this. Bleep You Thursday time.
The 2025 Major League Baseball season has seen power numbers like never before. With Aaron Judge hitting his 50th and 51st home runs of the season last night, 4 players have now socked at least 50 homers this season, which ties an MLB record. Cal Raleigh leads the way with 60 home runs, and that's historic enough on its own merits. Like Judge, he also homered twice on Wednesday. He also helped the Mariners clinch the AL West for the first time since 2001. Kyle Schwarber also getting in on the party, 2 homers for him, bringing his total to 56, just 2 shy of the Phillies club record. Shohei Ohtani sits third in the majors with 53 home runs, and he's 1 shy of a career high, which is also a Dodgers team record. Having 4 50-plus home run players in the same season ties a Major League record, along with the 1998 and 2001 seasons. But 2025 has the chance to make it a 5th player with 50 home runs. Eugenio Suarez of the Mariners has 48, and he has 4 games left. Moving over to football, the 49ers star Nick Bosa will undergo reconstructive ACL surgery tomorrow, per team president of football operations, John Lynch. That surgery was expected after Bosa sustained that ACL injury during the team's Week 3 win over the Cardinals. Of course, he's out for the remainder of the season. From the Krupp MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's Bleep You Thursday, folks. Whatever you're mad about, whoever's wronged you, whoever's slightly perturbed you, listen, this is a judgment-free zone. You can call up here and be mad that somebody put too many hot peppers on your sandwich. Even though you asked for hot peppers, maybe they put too many on there. Whatever it is, this is your moment. Phone lines are open for you. 800-636-1067. I'm ready to go. Let's start with Tim in Manassas. What's up, Timmy?
What's up, JP? How you doing, man?
I'm good, bud. How are you?
I'm good. I got a collective bleep you to all of 106.7 shows for the lack of Capitals talk. They got a game tonight, and nobody has heard
They got a preseason game tonight.
It doesn't matter. You talked about the Wizards. Don't be stale, JP.
Did we not have a Caps guest last week, Landfill? I thought we did.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure we did. Listen, I love the Caps. They've been my hockey team my whole life. We will talk Caps. You can say bleep me all you want. I am sure Grant has talked to Caps, right? So you can't say all of us.
Plus, it's a preseason game, bro.
The Ovi thing is a little scary, but it's also Ovi and it's preseason. I have a feeling Ovi doesn't want to play much in the preseason. But you know what? Next week we'll get you some Caps talk. Thank you for saying bleep you to all of us, though. I appreciate that. Don't the Caps have, like, Carberry on every week? I'm sorry. Don't the Junks have Carberry on every week? I don't know. We'll get some Caps content going. But it's also preseason, dog. Preseason hockey doesn't exactly move me. Let's go to Gino in Alexandria. Gino, what's up, dude? Who you mad at?
What's going on, JP? How you doing, man? I'm a big fan of you and D. Mitch.
Thanks, dude.
Hey, man, I love you guys. Yeah, you guys won't believe it. So I'm working over here in Lansdowne at this golf resort. It's a resort. And
yeah, Lansdowne's beautiful, dude. Love that place.
Oh, awesome! I got a couple pictures with Lubu the day before yesterday. I could actually.
How's his golf game?
Whatever. Oh, I said, I said, Frank. He looked at me. He said, he said something that sounded like Hawaiian or Samoan or something. So I was like, hey, let me I had my vest on and doing construction. We're putting a skating rink over there. So when you see a skating rink there in the next couple of weeks, you know where it came from.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so I like to, I just want to say my bleep you moment is bleep you, Robbie, because you talk too much. You're too loud. The people called and they were like, hey, the people we're doing the work for, they're like, yeah, you guys are too loud. They're from Syracuse, New York. And so Robbie's screaming all day and every day, yelling. We got heavy equipment going on and stuff over there, Bobcats, and he's constantly. So that's, Beep you, Robbie.
Hey, Robbie, bleep you. Let the men do their work. All right, dude. Thanks for the call. I hope Robbie's not listening. I hope he's not offended because that was pretty specific. If you were a dude named Robbie that's doing work over at Lansdowne, that was pretty specific. Bleep You Thursday, 800-636-1067. Let's go to Rusty in Delaware. What's up, Rust?
Hey, fellas. How you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Not bad. So my Bleep You is for a local Hispanic restaurant here in my area. Yesterday we were working in a community, and a big job all day long. And at the end of the job, I don't drink a lot of soda, but man, I just had a Diet Coke craving. I was just like, man, I got to get a Diet Coke. I don't know why.
Love a good Diet
and,
Coke.
So there's a shopping center, a small one, in front of this community, and there's a Mexican restaurant, and then there's a national chain restaurant. So the Mexican restaurant is more of a local thing, and I like supporting that. So I walk in, and as soon as you walk in, there's a big bar there, and this bartender, and I was like, hey, man, I need a drink, but not alcohol. And he was like, what do you want? And I was like, I'd like to have a large Diet Coke from the fountain, just a tall Diet Coke. He says, no problem. So he goes back, makes me a Diet Coke, comes out, and he says, that'll be $8. And I said, excuse me. And he said, that'll be $8. I said, what comes with it? And he said, it's just for the soda. And I said, no, sir, there's a sucker born every day, but you're not talking to one. So I walked out, and I went to the national chain, and I got 4 mozzarella sticks and a large Diet Coke for $7.
Wow.
Thank you to the guy trying to charge me $8 for a soda, and there was no sporting event going on at the same time.
That is crazy. What a soda at a sit-down restaurant is probably $3, I would guess, $2.75, $3.50, something like that, which is probably still too much. But that sounds right, doesn't it? That's crazy, dude. That's just $8 for a soda. I don't blame you being pissed at that. Good for you for walking out. Let's get weird. Our friend Wildcard Scotty is on the line. Wildcard, who you mad at?
You know me. I'm mad at the world. What's happening, JP? How you been?
I'm good, buddy. You are mad at the world, so I'm quite curious.
Well, right now, this is going to be an early bleep you for Penn State, what they're going to do to me this week. I'm sure that I'm going to be let down immensely. Drew Aller, he's getting a bleep you early. I hope I'm wrong. And bleep you to a couple gentlemen who work for me who just like to take advantage of old wild card.
Can I ask something? I'm sorry about the employees. That sucks. You are the one that always calls in and tells me and B-Mitch how crazy we are, that this is the year Penn State's going to put it together and shut up all the questions about can they win a big game. You don't seem confident that they're going to win a big game this week.
I am trying a new approach. I hope they're holding a lot back or held a lot back the first several games, but Aller is he's not very good. He might have the mechanics and he might have an arm, but when it comes down to it, he just absolutely terrible reads. The rest of the team's unbelievable, but unfortunately we let the wrong one get away. And Bo Tribula, watch what he does at Missouri this season. But yeah, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm trying a new approach.
All right, good luck, buddy. Kind of rooting for you, I guess. Thank you for the call, man. I hope all's well. Lanville, do you think Penn State proves this is the week they can win the big one?
Nope.
I got an anonymous bleep you. A friend of mine owns a bar in Washington, D.C., and he just texted me, I got to bleep you. Bleep you to all the kids that can't start a tab at the bar. They go drink by drink with their credit cards, and it kills me. Folks, if you're going to have more than one drink, just start a tab. You know how much easier it is? Easier for you, easier for them. Don't be a nerd. Just start a tab. I know how to start a tab, damn it. I don't know much, but I know how to start a tab. We have an NFL owner on the line. Hello, Jera. Who are you mad at, sir? Your football team, it's not going great.
That's exactly my point. First of all, blank you to Jeff. That son of a bitch picked up the phone and called. Is this Dumb Clown? I don't even know who the hell Dumb Clown is. But listen, you're damn right I'm mad, Finley. First of all, blank you to my defensive coordinator. You know, my blood was boiling sitting up there watching that massacre on Sunday. And I looked at him, and you know what came to my mind? Some of you all know what I'm talking about, but you old schoolers will. He looked like the sailor from The Ghost of Mrs. Muir. That son of a bitch does not look like a football coach. I don't know what the hell. I need to fire the dumbass that hired him. But then I realized I gave myself a no-cut contract. Can you imagine the litigation, me trying to fire myself and sue myself at the same freaking time? Hey, listen, if I don't see some massive improvement on Sunday, somebody's head's going to go. Y'all have a great weekend and a great day. Bye.
Hey, Jera, I just appreciate you explaining what the glory hole was. I do appreciate that. You're a billionaire. You've probably hung up already. But at least, you made that thing clear. Not great times down in Dallas right now, Landfill. If you're on, just stay on the line. I got to get a bleep you off my chest. I love my vehicle. I drive a 4Runner. I'm driving a Loner right now, which is a very nice vehicle. But I have a bleep you for all of the – so my car, you don't put the key in the ignition anymore. It's like the touch start. I think most cars nowadays are touch starts. I don't think there's that many cars made anymore with keys. Do you agree with that, Landfill? I think most cars are touch starts.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
Well, I'm not either. But I am a fan, though, that as I get close to the car, it automatically unlocks, like it senses me, senses my aura, my riz. But I'll never understand if it senses me and will unlock the driver's door, just unlock all the damn doors. Right now, I'm juggling a lot of stuff. We're not staying at our house. I'm constantly carrying like dress clothes with me, and my hands are just full, and I want to put stuff in the back seat, and that won't open. But the front seat is open, so then I have to like maneuver everything to hold in one hand, open the door, press the unlock button, just open all the doors. Damn it. Do you agree with me, Landfill?
I think that's reasonable.
Thank you. That means a lot coming from you. PJ is in Reston. PJ, who you mad at, dude?
Hey, guys. I'm going to do some rapid-fire bleep views. One of them came to mind is, like, these weird dudes that get on the Facebook and stuff and complain about, like, WNBA players. If you look at their profiles, they're all, like, 40, 50, 6-year-olds, like, out-of-shape dudes, ragging on how this girl looks like a man and this and like that. That's terrible. Another bleep you is having to, like, pay extra just, like, to watch all of these games that really should be, like, no charge. Like, I want to watch the game tonight. I had to get Amazon Prime. I'm going to do it 30 days for free just to, like, to watch the games tonight. And they might even try to do the Super Bowl on pay-per-view at some point in time. I don't like the UFC overcharges for pay-per-views, $85. And the quality of the pay-per-views has gone down. Like, the fighters have gotten better. But the way they make these cards, it's like it's like boxing now. It's like one or two good fights at the top with like kind of like three filler fights. But the good news is that they're going to go to Paramount. I don't know how that's going to, like affect that. The last bleep you is I got food from I got ice cream from the ice cream truck a couple weeks ago because a really nice lady brought me some food, so sweet. So, her and her kid were there. I'm like, hey, let me get you guys like some ice cream because I live behind a pool and a tennis court. So I go out to the ice cream truck and I get like a shake for myself and some ice cream for the aunt and for her kid. How much do you think the 3 ice cream costs? I'll just tell you because time is of the essence. It was like $25 for 3 pieces of ice cream. How do these poor kids afford that?
Thank you. That was a thorough bleep you. I appreciate that. I have 2 daughters, and when we're at the beach, the snowball truck rolls up. For 2 little girls to get snowballs, and they get the marshmallow topping, it's $14. I'm always blown away by that. $14. It's ice. You're selling us water with sugar in it, and it's $14. Good God.
That's too much.
Leadville, it's my understanding you're upset about a number of things.
Yeah, I'm upset about a number of things. First off, there's a previous caller who was upset about people not starting tabs. I'm going to pay for things when I order them, and you're going to deal with it, or I'm not going to pay for things. So bleep you.
That was my friend that's a bartender.
Bleep you to him.
For the record.
I'm also going to say bleep you to anything that has an app where you can order ahead, and they allow you to order something, and then you get to the place to pick it up, and the thing's not available, and they won't just immediately give you the money back. I feel like that should be the standard. I ordered something. It's actually not available. You give me my money back. That's the way it should work. Not the way it works. Bleep you to these people. And then lastly, I got to say bleep you to people who show up an hour late for an event and are shocked when it's over. I don't understand how you could be that dumb.
That sounds specific. Can you give me specifics?
There are multiple people who showed up an hour late to a retirement party and are surprised that the food has been eaten. First off, you work at a radio station. If there's free food, it's gone in 4 minutes. And secondly, you're an hour late.
Can you name names for me?
Ryan Clary and Linnell Willingham.
And I'm sure Ryan Clary and Linnell Willingham have close personal relationships with Stevie and wanted to be at the retirement party for Stevie, not just to get free food.
And they just wanted free pizza.
I'm kind of glad they didn't get any, honestly. You were late. They're just showing up for work and hoping there was pizza. They weren't there for the retirement party.
Yeah,
don't you
of course
agree?
we didn't save you any. There were other people here.
Save you pizza at a radio station? Good.
That's just not how it works.
That is not how it works. Let's go to Isaac in Arlington. Isaac, who you mad at?
Hey, how we doing, fellas? A couple things. I won't waste y'all time. First of all, landfill facts on all the above. And if you're paying per drink and tipping per drink, hey, get your money, baby. Secondly, on the ice cream thing, JP, I know you got 2 kids. I do as well. I teach mine. You hear that ice cream truck? First one to the car gets ice cream when we get home. The next
I like
thing,
that.
my bleep you. Yes, sir. My bleep you. I'm first of all born and raised Arlingtonian, Southside, Drew, Gunston, Wakefield. But my bleep you is to Arlington. I was hit on the way to pick up my 2 beautiful kids from my future ex-wife at 6:30 in the morning, where they parked the buses, and I got my car totaled after we lost to the Eagles on Thursday night last year. By the way, big Washington fan all the way around, and my car was totaled, and it took them 4 months to give me my money for my whip. So bleep you to Arlington County, even though born and raised and love it, but yeah.
All right, that was thorough. Thank you, sir. It sounds like he's got more car trouble than Jeff. Who knew that was possible? Jeffrey, it's my understanding you're upset about some things. Get it off your chest, buddy.
Yes, bleep you to any company that pays their vendors with net 30 and net 60. I completely hate that system because I gave you the service. Why do I have to wait a month to 2 months to get paid?
Hey, pay the man. Fast pay makes fast friends. That's the rule. Last one, our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, who you mad at?
Hey, JP solo dolo today, my guy, big homie. I'm gonna give you that props. Hey, look, I got a couple bleep views. I'm gonna go in rapid fire fashion. Bleep you to anybody talking about Terry and his injury, saying that his contract situation, him getting their bags, weighing them down, got him injured. Bleep you. Talk about CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans. They all within training camp is injured right now. Bleep you to Madden. Why is my player looking at the stands and the coaching staff? If they're the only player in the vicinity the offensive player is, and I picked the right play, but they're looking at them like, what am I supposed to do? They got them acting like that DB from the Bears from last year in the Hail Mary game. Bleep you, Madden. Fix it. Bleep you to politics. If you got a difference in the opinion, it shouldn't be an issue. That's what the world is built on. You shouldn't get murked or killed or anything on that. Bleep you to all those people. Bleep you to, dang, I forgot the rest of my line. I'm going to let it go. I got y'all. I'll holler at y'all later.
See you, Jupe. Jupe, I got to give you a small bleep you for forgetting the grand finale there. Another spirited edition of Bleep You Thursday. Now, my buddy who texted me about the tabs, he's about my age, maybe a little older. In my day, we started tabs. A younger person responded in our text thread and said, people don't start tabs because you boomers are thieves. So maybe the era of starting tabs is over. Everybody's just going drink by drink. I don't support it. I will not stand for it. But at the same time, do whatever the hell you want. This is America. When we return, our good friend Peter Rosenberg will join the program. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. When the Cardinals take the field tonight, the team will be wearing a new desert-themed uniform that they've never worn before. The uniforms were unveiled back in August as part of the NFL's Rivalries program. The Cardinals were one of 8 teams to get a rivalry uniform for 2025, but they're the first this season to debut the new look. Speaking of Thursday Night Football, home teams are 3-0 thus far this season. So tonight we have the Cardinals hosting the Seahawks, but that doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed win because a point for Seattle. The Seahawks have won the past 7 games in this series going back to 2021. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
We got a lot of responses to Bleep You Thursday. A lot of people sent me. My complaint today was how my driver's side door automatically unlocks when I have my key in my pocket, but the rest of the doors don't automatically unlock. Apparently, I can fix that. I just have to reprogram it. I appreciate everybody sending me the information that I can fix it. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that I will. I'm not sure I'm capable of doing that. Even if it's simple, a lot of times I'm not capable of simple things, but I appreciate everybody giving me the feedback. Jeff also got personally attacked, and I think Jeff wanted to respond. Carl Greavy said, bleep Jeff for being so broke he can't wait on the net 30. Didn't he know the terms ahead of time? What is net 30? I don't even know what that is.
That did not even need to come over the air, especially by someone who be pandering for seats. I'm not even about to address that over air. I was talking about it on Twitter. But net 30 means you just
I thought you meant you. I'm sorry. I thought you meant you wanted to respond to him.
Oh, no. You don't get none of my time. But net 30 is you have to wait 30 days after your invoice is turned in.
Okay. I don't understand why either. Pay him. You did the work. You sent the invoice. Pay him.
Yeah, JP,
right?
You know how some people are. They just want to say something. But it's all good. Let's get back to the sports.
Joking around.
Nah,
I think he's just joking.
Nah, that's the same guy who lied on me at an event. Trust me, I know everything. Yeah.
Oh, Jeff knows everything.
Yeah, but let's get back to the sports.
All right. What sports would you like to get back to, Jeffrey? Gotcha. It's a interesting situation. I think we're going to get Peter Rosenberg on with us. I also got people telling me that I can easily fix my car. So we'll see if I actually do that. Joining us right now is our friend Peter Rosenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Peter, what's up, dude? How are you?
Oh, man, I'm hanging in there. How are you guys doing?
I am good. Always appreciate you making time for us. You are a busy, busy man between WWE, travel. How did the first ESPN WWE event go?
It was good, man. It was really cool. I mean, I'd say the actual premium live event got pretty good reviews. There were some people who didn't like certain things about it, including John Cena just getting destroyed by Brock Lesnar. But the actual thing, event weekend came off great. I hosted the preview show, which was great. It was cool, man. It was a weird colliding of worlds. It's odd to have two places. All of a sudden, JP, if your TV and radio all of a sudden decided they were all going to just be doing things together, it's sort of I got things I do over here. Do I want everybody to be friends? I don't know, but I think in the end it's going to turn out to be a cool thing.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, and that's in a much larger scale for you. So that is really cool. I think it'll only grow. You know what I mean? You put two huge products together, I think the growth is going to be massive. I'm curious because we've been texting about it this week. Jaden, I just tweeted out some video. Jaden is practicing and practicing. The guys are wearing pads today. Jaden has pads on. The media only gets to see portions of this stuff. But Jaden's moving his legs really well. He's going through real quarterback warm-ups. Do you have a landing spot on should Jaden play this week?
I think you got to apply the same thing you applied last week and not really see it very much differently, except obviously this week he seems closer. I played some audio of Dan Quinn on the show yesterday, and my co-host kind of thought that Dan Quinn was just saying the things you say. But I didn't feel that way. I felt like he actually does believe he's close. But I think truly, if you really feel good about how he looks, you go with him. I don't think you need to hold him out an extra week out of nothing but precaution. If he looks and feels good, then I don't have a problem playing him. If in any way it's still nagging him, and it's just a bit of that, I think you can wait one more week. Now, obviously, the Terry McLaurin thing sort of makes things a little bit murkier. But Atlanta is not a great football team, and I think they should be able to go out and win again, honestly.
How confident are you in a win this week? Are you spooked by the Falcons coming off the drubbing at the hands of the Panthers?
No, I'm not. I know the Falcons are not as bad as they looked against the Panthers, and common sense and research will tell you that usually teams come back off the mat pretty strong in situations like this, but I'm not overly worried about it. I am a little worried about remember last week when we talked, I said my concern about the lack of weapons. And is it a given that they'll go this week without Terry now?
Sure seems like it. He's not at practice today. Noah Brown's not at practice today. Another thing, talking about the weapons, Bill didn't practice yesterday, and the word kind of got out, he's just sore, no big deal. Well, he's not practicing again today. He's working off to the side. They use a real committee anyway, so I'm not sure that that's life or death, but I know a lot of people care about Bill. For me, Peter, if you ask me what I think will happen, I don't think you have Brown or McLaurin Sunday.
Well, the problem with that is if you don't have Brown or McLaurin and Jaden decides to play, I just don't want him taking on too much where he feels like he has to do absolutely everything. What's nice about Mariota is I feel like the way they scheme for Mariota really takes a lot off of him. It didn't feel like Mariota had to do a lot last week to be good. And I just don't know if naturally you're not going to scheme the same way if you have Jaden. And I just don't want it to be too much Jaden right away. You know what I mean? So that part makes it a little bit scary. I mean, I'll say this. If we have a long-term Terry problem, that would be a problem. That would be a real problem.
Well, dude, in that Packers game, I don't think we had seen it in a long time, but it seemed like Jaden was so uncomfortable at portions of that game that he was trying to create things on his own and not within the flow of the offense. And I think a lot of that was the pressure, but a lot of it was there just weren't open receivers. And I don't think Atlanta will present the same challenge Green Bay did, but
right
to that point, you don't want Jaden to have to feel like he has to create everything on his own again.
Exactly, but you make a good point, which is that Atlanta is not Green Bay, and probably even down Terry, if Jaden feels good, I think the offense will move smoothly. I think it'll move smoothly, though, with Mariota as well. I mean, that's really the silver lining, is how cool is it to watch this team down their starting quarterback, and in the fourth quarter, you could start flipping around and watching other games. This.
Totally, dude.
That we can't really blow past that. The amount of times in the last decade where you're just man, they're good. What else going on? And you really know they're good. We just don't have that many games like that. And to do that with your backup quarterback is a pretty satisfying feeling. Now, you just don't want to go to sleep on Atlanta because you could easily look at it like Raiders, Atlanta, both, whatever. We're winning those games, and we'll move on to the next one. What's after that? Chargers?
Yep.
So like
back-to-back roadies at Atlanta, at LA.
So you just don't want to start looking past Atlanta.
Sure.
But like it is a really satisfying thing to like we have a lot of things going on right now with the Jaden injury lingering and now the Terry thing, which feels like a bigger deal than the Jaden thing, but yet you still feel good about them going out on the field. That says so much about the operation in general, and that is just incredibly cool.
I very much agree with that. Talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg from ESPN, WWE, ESPN New York. Quickly, Peter, I'll let you go, but how excited are Giants fans that they're going to see Jackson Dart this weekend?
You know, they're pretty horny for Jackson Dart. These pathetic Giants fans. I legit, like, in both teams' cases, I have to talk about it this very delicate way because it just always sounds like I'm looking down my nose. Like, oh, I used to be one of you, and now I'm not. And, oh, is it great on the other side? But, you know, I think people are very excited to see him. There is a little bit of weird feeling about how they got there. Was it pressure? Is Dable feeling all the pressure? Was this something that everybody really wanted to do? And is the kid ready? Because my feeling was if they had any thought that he wasn't ready, then I would have went to Winston before I went to Dart. But at the same time, the last 3 weeks, Winston wasn't suited up. Dart was. So obviously they already felt okay with him being the backup. He could come in at any moment. So I guess they felt pretty good about him. But everyone seems to think this kid has like the it factor. You know, he better be good. He wears like a big ass Cuban link diamond chain under his visible under his jersey, which like for a white boy quarterback, that is a very aggressive fashion statement. You better back that up. So yeah, they seem to think he like has the swag and the charisma and can make all the throws, has all the things. So we'll see. We'll see. Frankly, dude, as much as I love seeing the Giants lose, dude, they're a combined 0-6 again. Like it's just not fun going to work on a football Monday when you're in a market with two football teams and neither team can win. And the Jets did it in such painful fashion last week.
Yeah. At least the Jets have been competitive. Jackson spelled with an X is a statement on its own, so I'm curious.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Yo, thank you for the time as always, dude. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Let's get a win. Talk to you next week.
All right, see you. That's our friend Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. I asked Peter this. I'll ask you. It's the B. Mitch of Finley AAA poll question of the day. Do you think Jaden Daniels will start this week? You can vote at B. Mitch and Finley. The AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Let it play, Landfill, because I just thought of something. Ruby Tuesday. So, Landfill, you've done a great job of always playing Tuesdays Gone at the end of Tuesday shows, the venerable classic Leonard Skinner song.
That is correct.
Probably my favorite Skinner song. Would this also work on Tuesdays to say goodbye, Ruby Tuesday?
I feel like it would.
I agree. So we got a backup plan. I think we stick with Skinner, but you never know. Got to mix it up every once in a while.
We could. We tried that with Nate. Didn't go over well.
He did not like that, but maybe we should keep doing it because he can be a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, we should troll Nate.
Yeah, yes. It's America's #1 troll. We got to point this out. Congratulations are in order to former Redskins legend running back Sean Alexander. Some may remember his time with Seattle, but certainly us on this program remember his time in the Burgundy and Gold. Sean Alexander and his wife Valerie just announced she is pregnant with their 14th child. 14 children.
That's a lot of children.
I have 2 children, and I'm stressed. 14 kids. Now, obviously, his financial station in life is a little different than mine.
Yeah, he has 2005 NFL MVP money.
How long did he play for the Skins?
3 weeks?
6 games? Was it a full year?
No.
Do we know how old his wife is? 14 kids is, like, you hear about people with 7 kids, you're like, wow, that's a lot. 14 kids is nuts. He played 4 games with the Redskins in 2008. 11 carries for 24 yards. He's clearly better at making babies than he was at playing for the Redskins. All right, we're getting towards the end of the program here. We do have football to wager on. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Saturday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Layville, let's make some bets. White Brian, what do you got? Sorry.
You and Landfill won yesterday. I lost. Happily.
Hell yeah. Why'd you have? Give me the latest. What's the Mets update? That's like the only real thing up.
Everybody
up for grabs
in that playoff race decided to lose last night, so the Mets are still in front by a game.
All right. 2 games left?
4.
Okay. I want to shout out my boy Skip Klasper and the Mortgage Bankers Association of Metro Washington. They've got a golf outing on Monday at Bretton Woods. Good people. Hope they have a lot of fun. I hope they raise some good money for some charities. There's football tonight. There's baseball tonight. Maybe there's WNBA tonight. I don't know. Yeah, there's WNBA tonight. We got options. Landini, where are you headed?
I'm taking the Cardinals. They're somehow home dogs. Cardinals plus 1.5.
Landfill is red hot taking the Cardinals.
JP system pick.
It is a system pick. Will you acknowledge that that's a system pick?
No, system picks are only for basketball or something.
Nope, not accurate. Started with football.
I'm taking the Seahawks money line.
Ooh, Jeff's on the Seahawks. What about you, Dub B?
Cubs and Reds.
Cubs and Reds. I will take the under in Seahawks Cardinals. You heard me right. Give me the under in Seahawks Cardinals. Packed show today, man. Thank you to everybody that joined the program, and no thank you to those that were supposed to and didn't. Thank you to Jason Epstein calling in from Bethpage. I can't wait to watch the Ryder Cup. Thank you to Chase Hughes for joining us from Monumental Sports Network. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg calling us. He's got a million jobs. WWE, ESPN, ESPN New York, Hot 97. Thank you to everybody that called in. That was the most fun Bleep You Thursday I think we've had in a while. There were some people sharing some real emotions, and that's what we're here for. We're all just trying to help each other get through the day. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Make sure you listen to those boys or check them out on the stream. If you made it this far, Landfill owes you some money.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Terry McLaurin is among a small group of commanders not practicing today. McLaurin is working back from a quad injury and is seeking a second opinion, which Dan Quinn said during a press conference yesterday, totally normal. Quinn said McLaurin's official game status will come by Friday. Noah Brown and John Bates are also not practicing today. That means Jaden Daniels is practicing, which is great news for his status on Sunday against the Falcons. New York Jets quarterback Justin Fields returned to practice today, raising some hope that he will clear NFL's concussion protocol in time to start Monday night against the Dolphins. Fields was permitted to participate in non-contact position-specific drills, say that 3 times fast, per the protocol. And tonight's Thursday night football matchup is between the Seahawks and the Cardinals. For the Seahawks, cornerback Devin Witherspoon and safety Julian Love, both of whom missed Sunday's game, have been cleared to play against the Cardinals. For Arizona, they need to find a way to replace James Conner, who's now out for the rest of the season, Trey Benson taking his spot. Wide receiver Zay Jones will miss Thursday's game with a concussion, and cornerback Will Johnson with a groin injury is doubtful. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on September 25th, 2025. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan all over the DMV. You are listening live on the Odyssey app, coast to coast, wherever you are. You can watch the show on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream in high definition as well. You will notice that I am not in the same location as Danny.
But Grant, why would you do that? What are you doing that could possibly be so important and so cool and so unique and neat that you wouldn't be sitting across from your pal?
Just one of the greatest days of my life. That's
hello
all.
there.
All it is one of the coolest things I'll ever do. I am emceeing an event tonight at Ripken's Uncorked. You may be familiar with the name Ripken.
Ripken. Childhood memories, joy, favorite athlete ever. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Who is it?
It's that Ripken. It's the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation's Ripken's Uncorked event tonight in beautiful Annapolis, Maryland. I am broadcasting live from out here today until 5 o'clock. Danny will take you up to 6:30. Then I've got to go run some stuff at a cocktail hour for Cal and Company. But I'll be with Mike Elias and Buck Showalter and Cal Ripken Jr. and Linda Carter and just a bunch of dignitaries tonight. I am steamed up. So if my lips sound like they're filled with smile, it's because they are filled with smile.
I like the casual Linda Carter drop, by the way. For people of my age and older, they're like, wait, Wonder Woman's going to be there?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman's going to be there.
The real-life Wonder Woman is in the house today. So, yeah, we'll have some guests along the way. Cal Ripken Jr. is going to join us on site, which will be very, very cool, coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, a little after 4:30. But I do have to say, I've got to admit something. Something of an apology to Darius and some of our listeners, maybe. You know how I've said I'll never live in Maryland? I think I have to walk that back just a tad.
Whoa!
I would move to Annapolis in an hour.
Dude, Annapolis is awesome.
I've never slept on anything more than I've slept on Annapolis. Why aren't we here all the time? Why don't I come here on overnights with my wife? Why don't I come here every weekend? It's not even that far.
No, we did that.
When I hear Annapolis, I think of like, I don't know why, but like, I don't know, some beach in Delaware.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It might as well be 3 hours away.
Like down the ocean.
It was like a 37-minute drive from the city. And then I was in one of the most gorgeous places ever. Everything Pete said was right. I'm right here by the Naval Academy. Hashtag Pete was right. I mean, this is amazing what's happening here.
Yeah, we did. It became something of a minor tradition, I would say. We didn't do it this time because everybody was too busy. But before each of our 2 older boys was born, we did a little Airbnb, the wife and I, in Annapolis. Just staying right there downtown, hanging out, walking around the restaurants. It is just quaint and gorgeous, and the food is awesome. Everything about it. I just, whatever it is, it's beautiful. But I love the speed. I love the fact that it's still big city enough where you can get things and it's open past like 8 p.m., but also that it's quiet enough. Very quaint. I'm a fan. I'm an Annapolis fan.
Yeah, quaint is a great word. I would like it's cute if I could say that. That's a weird thing for a 35-year-old to say. I texted with Nick Ashew, who lives somewhere out here, like 20 minutes away, and I was like, "This place is adorable." Again, weird thing that I would say, like that's not a word I use for a location. I love Annapolis. The Leesburg in me, it's like that, but on the water, but with like fancier looking, weirdly architecturally designed buildings. I don't know, man. I'm just all the way in. And I don't know what I've been doing, but I've been sleeping. So I have to apologize. I would actually live in Maryland. Very specifically, I would live in Annapolis.
You imagine just you up and move to Annapolis?
I texted my wife today. I said, we need to figure something out here. This is where we need to be. And she said, that's in Maryland, right? And I said...
Great response.
Exactly.
Great response.
I mean, she's born and raised in Virginia.
Yeah.
I was technically born in only Maryland and lived there for like 4 months. A little sneaky thing about me nobody knows. Cakes Allville style, James Wood style. But I'm a Virginia guy all the way. 6 months till right now, this moment. Will always be a Virginia guy until I met Annapolis. And now there's a little flirtation today. We hit it off a little bit. She was smiling at me. I was smiling at her. I just kind of like the cut of her jib. That's all.
It is beautiful. The one of my favorite spots there was on Man vs. Food. It's either Ruth and Chick's Deli or Chicken Ruth's Deli. I can never remember the order. But the point is, it's like...
I think it's called Chickie and Pete's.
Chickie and Pete's? I don't know who Ruth is. Anyway, the point of the dude's story is, this is the most Grant place possible. You sit down like at an old school lunch counter, and it's all grilled right there.
Did
and
you
it's
say
like,
lunch counter?
Yeah, and it's like top of the morning to you, sir. It's like, it's everything about it's old school. It's now, you don't care about milkshakes because you're from space or a pod. But it's like the biggest milkshakes human beings can ever consume, and it's all the like short order cooked type food, the burgers, the country fried steaks, and the great breakfast. It like you could go there every day and find something new.
Well, Annapolis is the best. That's where the show's coming to you live from. You'll hear from Cal Ripken Jr. today. Give you a little more of what I know about the event tonight as we go here. But basically, I'm emceeing. I'm bringing some folks up on stage. I didn't mention, but I should because I'm actually a fan of them as little as I know about music. This is one of the bands that crossed my desk during my time growing up. Good Charlotte in the house this evening.
You know my Good Charlotte story, or do you forget about this?
I don't know my Good Charlotte
story.
So
we are, I think it's my freshman year or maybe sophomore year as a collegian at the George Washington University.
Of course.
And we're on a road trip where we had to fly in an airplane, and we land, and we're waiting for the rental vans. It's one of the irritating processes of travel when you travel, not on the bus. So we're there waiting for a long time. Well, waiting right next to us is Waldorf origined DC area band Good Charlotte.
That's right.
Like they're sitting right there next to us. I recognized them immediately because I'd seen them at the Smith Center playing a concert that was free for students to go to. And I'm like, that is Good Charlotte right there. They're just sitting there waiting also. They're also waiting. They had just released their latest single, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous. Just very good Charlotte, right?
That's 2002, my friend.
Yeah. So here I am, standing right next to him for a long time. Just I should probably say something. I shouldn't, but whatever. I did. It came up like it was in my gut. I was like, just go for it. They'll laugh. We're all sitting there waiting for a long time. It's obvious and awkward. And I go, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous, huh? I mean, crickets.
Oh, that's tough.
Tumbleweed. They looked at me as if I'd just been like, hey, man, just give me your spleen real quick.
Right.
Reach into your still beating the chest, heart, and rip it out and stab it with a pencil. It was the worst bombing in the history of mankind.
Yeesh.
Like trying to do some live bits, and I went, let that be a lesson. Never talk to anyone. And I haven't since.
That was the last day that you talked to people?
That's the last time
That's what made you stop, now that you hate me for never interacting and trying to have pleasant encounters with strangers? This all comes back to this moment?
It was that moment. That was my trauma. That was the time. So I didn't know you at that point, but I went full Paulson, where I'm like, let me get on up there and sidle up right next to him. And
it's
do
called
some,
being pleasant.
And
You're
do some shucking and jiving. Yeah. So I went full Paulson, and I got smacked so hard by the awkwardness and pain that I said never again. And I haven't since. I've never backslid.
Well, Dad, if you don't come in with the anthem and little things in the next couple of rejoins. Are you even lifting, bro? I mean, those are jams. So let's do that. It's going to be a fun day on Grant and Danny. Lots to get into, including the Commanders and the Falcons on Sunday, which we'll get to in just a second. Quick look at the Thursday night football matchup tonight, Danny. Westwood One broadcast here on 106.7 The Fan with the Nats Idol. You've got the Seahawks and the Cardinals this evening. A little NFC West game between a couple of 2-1 clubs. Both have flaws for sure, but I've got to say, I'm starting to like this Seattle team.
You stole the words out of my mouth. I like this Seattle team.
I think this is a playoff football team. Their defense finished the final stretch of last year. The whole second half, they were top 10, but they were one of the best defenses in the league down the stretch after they hired Mike McDonald last year. It was a terrific DC, came over from Baltimore to be their head coach. They lose in week 1 to San Francisco before a bunch of the 49ers injuries, but it was a very winnable game. Sam Darnold turned the ball over a couple of times, but otherwise, you got a shot. Then they pummel the Steelers by 2 touchdowns. They blow out the Saints, so they come in with a lot of momentum, and they get a Cardinals team tonight that's not getting a productivity out of Kyler Murray. They're on the road. It's in the division. It's a tight spread, so it's going to be a close football game. But if Seattle could get to 3-1, I know they got the Bucs coming up, but on the other side of that, it's the Jags and the Texans. This feels like a possible 9-10 win wildcard team, and who knows? Matt Stafford's back gives. Niners keep suffering injuries. They could be a surprise division winner in the West.
Yeah, and that's my kind of pick to click right now, just given what keeps happening to San Francisco and the fact that the Rams, had missed a couple opportunities, most significantly in that Philly game. And
they're really good, though.
They are.
The Rams are really good.
I just don't trust the health for them. And it's Stafford. I feel like something's going to happen there. And Puka Nacua always seems to miss a handful of games, but they are well built. I think Seattle wins that division because of this part of it's that schedule you mentioned. But for Arizona, they are 2-1. But there's your but. Remember we did that earlier in the week. We're talking about Washington being 2-1. But there's a couple things you could poke some holes in. That is the biggest but team probably in the NFL. They are not good, and yet there they are at 2-1. They let Carolina back in the game when they were dominant in that one, barely kind of eked out a win in New Orleans in a coin toss kind of a game. The offense, as you said, hasn't gotten going. Just at a certain point, I'm no longer waiting for Kyler Murray to figure it out. This is it, man. Like I'm generally, I feel like pretty patient when it comes to quarterbacks and letting guys try to develop and figure out what they are and this, that, and the other. When you invest a first-round pick, it's worth finding out to the end of the earth. I think I pretty much figured it out. Like, the occasional gimmick play here and there, the occasional wow, he scrambled for 17 seconds and, completed an 8-yarder. That's fine. He ain't it. It just, at some point, you've got to start playing really, really well. Like, if you know what I mean? If we're going to count on you, they need to be looking in a different direction. But that's my only.
I do love the idea that you've kind of decided now to rule on Kyler Murray at 7 years in and age 29.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is it really 7 years?
Yeah, he's like deep into his second contract at this point. I mean, this is not a young developing player at all. He's been kind of the same guy throughout his entire career, so your point's well taken. Betting line tonight, by the way, the Cardinals at home are 1.5-point dogs. So it's one of those games where if you like the home team on the money line, you can actually get plus money on this. But I do like Seattle to win by a field goal or so. They're just a better team in a lot of spots, including right now, maybe at quarterback, oddly enough, the way Darnold's played the last couple of weeks. He's made some athletic plays. But let's get to the Falcons and the Commanders. Here's where I want to start on this with you, Danny. Have you noticed that out of Atlanta, and maybe this is just because I have a couple of buddies that do radio and work in the media down there that I've talked to, that I have this kind of feeling. They are talking about this game, not the team itself, but the media, the fan base, as a season definer. They are talking about this game in Atlanta as if the result is going to determine whether or not they're going to have a competitive season. Feels early for that. But that's what happens when you get blown out by 30 by a bad team last week. They get shut out by the Panthers, who came in 0-2. They lose 30-0 in their worst performance as a club in years. And Michael Penix looked like a guy that shouldn't start. Now, they need to keep starting him. They need to develop him. But that's how he played. He played like a guy that gave you absolutely no chance. It was a dreadful performance. And because of all of those things, that confluence of things, I think, now at 1-2, going into this game with Washington, their media is looking at this game and they're going, the Commanders are possibly without Jaden Daniels. They're likely without Terry McLaurin. They might also be without Noah Brown and John Bates. They've got 2 guards that have already been swapped out. That's all on the offensive side of the ball, mind you. Their secondary is The Walking Wounded. It's a TV show with a bunch of zombies just kind of arms in front of them wandering around at this point. Their narrative is, If we can't beat this Washington group at home this week, coming off of that dud in a show-me spot, then at 1-3, we're starting to talk about Raheem Morris in year 2 and his job security. They've already fired a coach, oh, by the way, this week. That's the narrative out of there.
Yeah.
That's scary if you're the Commanders with all those injuries going on the road when a team is that hungry and has its backs against the wall to that extent.
So if you're one of these teams, like if you're the Jets, or maybe that's not a great example, but a team that's got no shot this year, right? Just somebody that's 1-2 or 0-3 that everybody knows isn't very good, and you're talking about desperation. You can be as desperate as you want. I don't care if you're desperate. If you're desperate and you've got some talented playmakers, that makes you dangerous to me. So everybody's going to roll their eyes and laugh at that for a team that just lost 30-0 on the road against the Carolina Panthers. And they looked dreadful. They did not look NFL competitive. They looked like a team that's going to pick first or second in the draft. I'm very aware of that. There's still too much danger in Bijan Robinson and Drake London and some of these young pass rushers for me to just kind of gloss over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody in that building that's getting paid to figure out what to do actually figures out what to do, or you get Bijan Robinson ahead of steam, get him a running start on some of these little, dump down, early down passes to get him out in space. You just figure out that you've got really, really good weaponry and have maybe a different way to utilize them at all. If anybody's up in the lab figuring that out, this is a dangerous team still. And I know nobody wants to hear about that. They have not played well on offense yet. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's not the debate. The point is they're more capable than this. And I don't want to be the one where the musical chair stops them and we find out this week, hey, actually, they did find something on offense. Find it against Buffalo or San Francisco, some of their teams that they're playing later. I'm scared that they might find it this week against a beat-up secondary. And, defensively, again, if they get you into some bat down and distance, a la Washington, they can get after the pass for a little bit. See that Minnesota game as the example.
So I went into the Raiders game based on the rest disadvantage for Vegas coming cross-country after Monday night, with Washington having not played since Thursday, of the mindset that the Commanders were definitely going to win. I would have been very, very surprised if they didn't. It was the kind of game where I rarely ever look at a betting line and bet on Washington to cover a spread, but that would have been the week to do it. I don't feel the same way this week. Now, am I going to pick them to win? Yes. Do I think that they will? Absolutely. Would I be a little bit surprised if they didn't? I would. But I can also see it. I couldn't see it with the Raiders. Cross-country, short week, travel, the air and the defense, the way they were playing. I just thought it was a really, really good matchup for the Commanders. The Falcons is less that. And so I think our show and our discussions and discourse needs to kind of reflect that this week. But the underlying element of this matchup to me, and just kind of what makes this fun going in, is the desperation you can smell coming from Atlanta already. Makes it a little scarier going there. If Washington was fully healthy, I'd feel a lot better. But those two things together, the fact that they really need it, that the walls are caving in a little bit super early on them, probably earlier than should be the case, but also that you're so banged up might give the Falcons a chance. I want to play this audio from 680 The Fan in Atlanta, where a media that remembers Marcus Mariota starting for the Falcons had this to say about this game with Washington.
Telling you, I'm looking right in your eye. If Marcus Mariota is quarterbacking the Commanders, he is not coming in here to end the Falcons season. That cannot happen in the bins.
Be careful what you say.
We better
be careful.
Raheem Morris
what you say
needs to be careful.
If we lose
about
to Marcus Mariota next week,
I'm telling you,
I think Jaden Daniels is going to play, but if we lose to Marcus Mariota, you fire him right then. You fire him. Period. I don't want to hear it after that.
So there's a lot to chew on there. I mean, that is an incredible commentary about a guy who's 4 games into his second season. But, first off, they talk about if Marcus Mariota-led Washington comes in and beats them, their season ends. I think that's premature. Like, their demise will have been exaggerated, but you can kind of get the point. Tampa Bay's got a legit chance to go to 4-0 this week. You'd be 1-3, 3 games back. You'd need to sweep them moving forward and put a bunch of now birdies in the cup after a bunch of bogeys on Ryder Cup week. So I understand the urgency here, but I do think that's a little overstated to say that their season would end. I also love this idea. You can't come into the Benz and do that, as if they've got some amazing home field advantage. I mean, that stadium is like 40, 60 Washington fans when they play here. Can we not pretend like this is Lambeau Field in December. You're not coming into the Benz and disrespecting us. It's like the stadium that every college team ever uses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that. It's just not like I don't think of the Benz and
It's
go,
a regional airport. Settle down.
damn, that's the place. You just can't go beat the Falcons there. You better hope that Drake London and Michael Penix aren't on the field in the Benz on carpet.
I know Tampa did in week 1, but you don't come into the Benz and win.
Oh, that's true. They've already played Tampa.
Yeah,
so
they played
they're
once.
really effectively like 3 games behind them even at this point. So I get the aggressiveness of needing to get back into the race. But also, they have not updated any kind of file on Mariota, who, when he was in Atlanta on a bad outfit, bad offense, a worse version of himself, that if he comes there and beats you, it's a really bad sign.
So I understand that to a degree. You're forgiven for not seeing a couple backup, short samples of him coming in relief for Washington on, not national television regional casts. Their view of him is a much larger sample where he wasn't particularly good, got benched and walked out.
But it's such a dependent position. I mean, now you're coming in there in an elite offense run by a guy who's going to be a head coach again because he can scheme
really
everybody up, where Marcus Mariota fits like a glove.
Totally.
I mean, do we think Marcus Mariota suddenly got great at being a quarterback? I don't think so. I think he's a
he
really
found a
good fit
spot. Yeah.
in a good situation.
Same. Yeah, I think that's kind of my clear case for it. So, yeah, but to me, they're forgiven for not having their file totally updated. The same way that I wasn't ready to crown Sam Darnold after a couple of weeks last year before he finally just kept putting in great samples in Minnesota. Like, to me, it was he could have a nice quarter and a half, but he's going to turn it over a million times and melt down. And he was awesome for, 14, 15 weeks last year in Minnesota. So I understand not updating it yet, but you and I think differently about it. I'm going, he finally found a place, talking about Mariota, where this all makes sense. And he's kind of an extension of Kingsbury there, where there's always a good option for him. You're not asking him to do things that he's not really capable of doing or should be doing.
Yeah, I trust him to play well. I think in this offense, he's going to go out and he's never really going to beat you. He's not going to turn the football over 3 or 4 times. They have 1 turnover all season. It was kind of a fluky fumble by him, but there was never a ball in harm's way. They didn't really ask him to make throws that would have put the ball in harm's way. But I understand the logic. I can see myself being in that same spot where, our version of that would be like if Taylor Heineke was somewhere, now getting to play for an elite-level quarterback in a good offense, in a great scheme, and he had a couple of good games where I'm saying I can't go to 1-3 because Taylor Heineke comes into Northwest and beats me. Then DQ's on the hot seat. Then he needs to be fired. Then we could do the same thing this way.
Yeah, like if the Bears were starting Sam Howell in 2 weeks, I'd have that same sort of refrain.
So let's open up the phones on this then. At 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The Falcons, less the team, but more the media and the fan base, are defining this game this weekend as if it's going to make or break their season. There is a desperation they're going to play with, coming off of getting blanked 30-0 by one of the bad teams in this league. And you've got all the injuries with Washington. So for all the reasons you would think the Commanders go down there and beat them, a couple things working against them. What is your level of confidence in the Commanders getting a win? 800-636-1067 is the number. That's 800-636-1067. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their Week 4 matchup in Atlanta against the Falcons. Today's practice report not fully out yet, but we found out that Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and John Bates were not on the practice field for the portion open to the media. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was out there with a leg sleeve. Jalen Lane was named the Rookie of the Week for the NFL this week. Other injuries around the league, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is still recovering from an ACL injury, and he's, quote, not close to returning, according to general manager John Lynch. Jets quarterback Justin Fields is practicing today, but still in concussion protocol. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is listed as questionable for tonight's game, but he's expected to play. Foot injury for him. He missed last week's game. Tonight, you got the Seahawks and the Cardinals for Thursday Night Football. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin their final series of the season at home tomorrow, taking on the White Sox for the first of 3 in Nats Park. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Telling you, I'm looking right in your eye. If Marcus Mariota is quarterback in the Commanders, he is not coming in here to end the Falcons season. That cannot happen in the bins.
Be careful what you say.
We better
be careful.
Raheem Morris
what you say
needs to be careful.
If we lose
about
to Marcus Mariota next week,
I'm telling you,
I think Jaden Daniels is going to play, but if we lose to Marcus Mariota, you fire him right then. You fire him. Period. I don't want to hear it after that.
The knives are already out in Atlanta, it would appear. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. I mean, don't have a bad week in this league, right? Don't get blown out 30-0 by a bad football team.
Can't have it.
They'll be coming for you. 680 the Fan, the audio there. Welcome back. Grant and Danny with you. I'm in Annapolis getting ready for the Ripkins Uncorked event I'm emceeing tonight. Danny is in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard. The question for you guys is, what's your confidence in the Commanders handling their business at the Falcons on Sunday? I'm putting it well below how I felt about the Vegas game, but I still feel good on a 1 to 10 scale. I was probably like an 8 in their game against the Raiders. I think I'm probably a 6 in this game. I'm a little better than a 50-50 matchup, maybe 60% chance to win this thing, I think, going there. I certainly have some pause. I would have preferred that they play a close game with the Panthers, win or lose, last week. I think when you get eviscerated the way that they did, when you get annihilated, it's no different to me, Danny, than when you mess up in your marriage or you mess up at work or something. If you just have one of those days where you get to the office late and your boss is grilling you and you screw something up, the next day you are on your P's and Q's.
Yeah, your P's and Q's, yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm here early. Oh, everything's exactly how it's supposed to be. I'm just making calls and getting sales, and you've got that accomplished feeling about you. That next day after you screw something up, that's when you bring the flowers and you're the best husband ever and all those things. That's where the Falcons are going to be. Everybody's showing up all week. Everyone's very attentive. Everyone's writing the extra note. Everyone's spending the extra 5 minutes after practice. You almost never want to play the team that had the worst game in the league the week before.
Especially one that, again, I still think is capable. They have not shown it yet. But it doesn't matter when you play, again, pick your team that you think is going to pick in the top 3, right? I don't care if they got shellacked the week before. Like, you play Cleveland, play them anytime. Play them tomorrow, play them Thursday, play them Saturday. Good. Like, I can't believe, I'm so grateful they're on the schedule.
Just don't be the Packers.
Well, yeah, I suppose. So, again, I keep picking bad examples. But the point of the dude's story here is Atlanta has enough playmakers, has enough talented folks where I'm going, I'm not saying it's a sleeping giant, but they're capable of punching back, especially in a game with a beleaguered and beat-up team that Washington happens to be right now. So, for me, confidence level is a little bit lower. I was probably a 7.5 against the Raiders. I felt good about it, as good as you can feel, I would say, just generally with what happens in the NFL. Because, again, we saw samples where favorites don't cover. Cleveland beat Green Bay, something I never thought would happen in a million years. I would have staked my life on it. There you go. But I felt 7.5 pretty good. This week, it's a coin toss for me. I feel 50-50 just because of that desperation you mentioned. And somebody, after 3 games of not going very well, had to have done some introspection and some self-scouting to maybe make some adjustments. And I don't want to be the team they unveiled against.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067 to hop in. Of course, we're on social, at Grant H. Paulson and at Funny Danny. You want to hit us up there. Andre's in Upper Marlboro on G&D. What's up, Dre?
Hey, what's up, fellas? First, I'm going to say I believe we're going to win. I mean, I can't put a number on it, And what I keep hearing people talk about that you guys were just talking about is that Atlanta just came off of a butt whipping. I'm not worried about that because the Redskins lost to Green Bay, so they already had their loss and they woke up. But another reason why I'm confident and why I think they will win, and I've been saying this anytime I call in you guys or any show talking about the Commanders, it's something about having a good owner, a good front office, and a good coaching staff, because all that is trickled down to the athletes where these guys are playing, and this next man up mentality seems to work. And the reason why I'm confident is that all that is trickled down to the fans. So to me, I'm confident they'll win. Now, if they lose, I'm not going to be disappointed because they've given me confidence where we got a new product on the football field that's different from what we've been used to. So, I mean, that's my spiel on it.
Well, look no further than the fact that they've won 9 of their last 11 at home, Danny. When's the last time that happened?
A long time ago, probably when I was a child. But his point, I think, is a good one. And here's what I mean. Big picture, long term, I still feel very good.
Yeah.
This is a good process. This particular small sample we're talking about doesn't change that to me. When you're down Terry McLaurin, you're down JD5, you're down a number of members of your secondary, probably. You may be not have John Bates or some of the other injuries that they're dealing with, Noah Brown. Like, this individual sample going on the road and potentially, I'm just saying in this hypothetical, losing to Atlanta doesn't change the big picture where I'm going, I'm thrilled, I'm pleased, everything's heading in the right direction.
Well, this one also feels pretty big from a Washington standpoint, from the perspective of, so you come out, you handle your business, you beat a team you should in week 1. Then in week 2, you level up a little bit, and you get blown out on the road. Then you come back home, you get a team you should beat, you handle your business, you blow them out, just like in week 1. Now you go back on the road and you level up a little bit. And so you're riding the roller coaster some if you play poorly on the road again and you lose. You also now have this trend of going on the road 2 times and your game not being portable and it not being a situation where you could connect the dots. And then on top of that, you look ahead to next week in the Chargers, who may well, right now at this moment, be the best team in the NFL. I think that's probably hyperbolic, but they have the best record.
They're in the combo.
Tied for it, and they might have the MVP at quarterback through 3 games, and Justin Herbert, and they've kind of modified their offense to bring it into the 2020s now, so they're not playing Harbaugh Bowl. And if you're 2-2 going into a game with the Chargers cross-country at their place, not that it's a tough place to play, but the travel's a pain in the tuchus, now you're looking at possibly being 2-3 to start the season. Whereas it's almost like a playoff series in hockey for the Caps or something. You go into tonight's game 4. If you go up 3-1, you're probably going to be okay over the next few weeks. But if you lose tonight, it's 2-2, and then you're hitting the road to go to the tough building. Now you're kind of up against it here in the coming days. So this one feels like a little bit of a pendulum swinger for Washington in the early part of the season as well. Let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park. What's up, Carlos? How are you?
I'm doing great. Gentlemen, listen, in Marcus Mariota, we trust if he does play. I know exactly how those Falcons reporters feel. Doesn't it feel great that we're on the opposite side of that we have an organization that has a good product on the field? I think my confidence level is high. I think we're going to win the game. I'm not trying to be cocky about it, but yeah, my confidence level is high. And Grant and Danny, next year, you guys got to place a bar or put a bar in Annapolis to do your show, because I'm telling you, I love downtown Annapolis. I was a little hurt that you guys didn't put Annapolis on the chart of bars not to put a host in, but yes, Annapolis is beautiful. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, that's in a lot of ways. It's unfortunately like the old rules. That's Baltimore territory, which stinks because I think there's plenty of Washington folks out that way. Because Savannah Park's on the way to Annapolis.
I would not consider Annapolis part of the D.C. media market. Now, I will say our signal is so strong all over Virginia. You can go past Kings Dominion down toward Richmond, all over the place, and you can pick us up crystal clear. Maryland's odd because you get 15 minutes from Baltimore. There's areas where it can be tough. Even 15 minutes south of Baltimore, it can be hard. But I was in Annapolis, and there were some crackly spots, but I was listening to B. Mitch and Finley today, loud and clear as I was kind of driving around. So there's certainly the ability to listen out here. But I can't imagine this is like a home base for us or a strong spot to do a event and that come by the masses. If we build it, they will come. But yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Did you say Annapolis? I'll be there. Just tell me where to go. Appreciate the phone call, buddy. What is going on with Terry McLaurin, and is he going to play on Sunday? We'll give you his practice update from today and what it means for this weekend next on Grant and Danny.
receiver. I would say similarly murky status, so they'll probably more toward the negative side as it pertains to this week. McLaurin did not practice yesterday, dealing with a quad injury. It's an interesting one, described to me as more of a hip flexor injury. Doesn't matter, it's all the same thing. Still struggles to run. May not be able to play this week. Got another second opinion on his injury yesterday, so we'll see where that lands him. And then for tonight's game, a really fun one. Seattle gets a...
That was Ian Rapoport, as heard on NFL Network this morning on Good Morning Football, talking Terry McLaurin. So we've gone from quad to sports hernia to hip flexor.
And he goes, it's all the same thing. Most certainly is not.
I don't think it is. It's okay to just say you don't know, or that the information you're getting keeps changing. But we've heard three different things now. The bottom line is he keeps getting opinions, and he's still not practicing. He was not on the practice field today. So my first question is, because you guys have been tracking this closer, I'm up in Annapolis getting ready for the Ripken event. Did we see him today at all? I know he wasn't practicing, but did the media actually see him at the facility?
Not as far as I know, but I don't want to put my stamp on that. But
Get Dad to dig on that. Here's my point on this.
He didn't practice for sure. We know that.
They've seen everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
My radar always goes up, and my antenna always goes up when you're kind of hiding the player, or the player is hiding himself from being seen during an injury. Now, I'm not saying that's 100% what's going on. You might be outside of the area to go get an opinion. You might be seeing a specialist or what have you, but generally, when guys don't practice, they're around. You know, Ja'Cory Cross-Kemerritt yesterday didn't practice. The media saw him. Noah Brown, John Bates, that list goes on and on. Terry was not in the locker room by the time we got into the locker room after the game on Sunday. Like, his locker was cleaned up, and he was gone. Post-game. And to my knowledge, and I'll text a couple of the media guys to corroborate this because I have not been in Ashburn this week, but I heard JP say something along the lines of they didn't see him at the facility yesterday. Doesn't mean he wasn't there, but I bring this up to say it just adds to not knowing. You know, sometimes with a quarterback or with a player, you could be, you know, in a walking boot or on crutches, and so you don't want to be seen or what have you. I'm not saying that's the case with Terry, but my point is when you're not at the facility or on the practice field or around the media, it just leaves open the possibility of, well, what is really going on? And now we've heard three different things, so it's impossible to guess. Here's what I am willing to speculate on Thursday with him not being at practice. It's going to be really, really hard for him to play on Sunday.
I think there's no question about that, right? Again, the seeking of second opinions, you're not doing that because everything's okay. I don't know what opinion we're on, if it's 2 or 3
But
or
how about
or
that,
5.
by the way? Rap Sheet said he's getting another second opinion. Is that a thing? Like, that's not the definition.
Yeah.
The second means the second.
A second opinion is a third opinion. But again, I don't want to get semantics
And
about
if there's
number
been
of
two
opinions.
second opinions, that's 4 opinions.
Yeah. Wow. You squared if it's the fourth? Who knows? Point of the dude's story is he's out this weekend as far as I'm concerned. Like, if he plays, it's a miracle. And I'm now more when? I'm not talking about this week. Is it next week? Do you get miraculously better enough in a couple of days when, you know, you're not even jogging through stuff, doing individuals or working on the side with a trainer when people can see? So, yeah, to me, this is a little bit more longer term. So, yeah, I have my concern radar up.
Well, my concern radar's been up since he didn't come back into the game, and he's your most important player at the receiver position to try to get this thing going consistently on offense. But, yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. So if he doesn't play, how do you feel about the wide receiver group? Debo's been awesome. They can certainly utilize and tap into him as a receiver. But I don't know, man. I mean, I think you got to keep him in the role he's been in, where it's a lot of...
Because it's working, yeah.
100%. He's the focal point of the offense, but it's a lot of non-traditional receiver stuff. He got a direct snap in a Wildcat this week. He's getting carries. He's in the backfield. He's in motion. So that means it's a non-Debo question then. It's really about Chris Moore, who's been very good in the regular season. Luke McCaffrey got a limited chance this past week, caught 3 balls, was really, really good. Fourth quarter, scored a touchdown. And then maybe Jalen Lane being elevated, who's struggled a bit as a wide receiver, but he's coming off of a 90-yard punt return touchdown, and maybe his confidence is as high as it's been at any point.
So here's my hypothetical. I'm kind of wondering aloud. I don't think this is the case, by the way, but bear with me. Let's say you go, okay, this week, Jalen Lane, you're Debo Samuel. You're my slot guy, gadget guy, underneath guy, bubble screen guy, jet motion guy, line up in the backfield sometimes guy, using your speed. And Debo, you're now more kind of our outside guy, right? I'm not saying you're Terry McLaurin, but you're going to do some of that stuff. Again, I don't think he's got the downfield that McLaurin has, but I don't think anybody on their roster really does right now this minute. I wouldn't do that, for the record. I would turn up my Zach Ertz fader. I would turn up my JCM fader, assuming he's able to go. I think he will. I keep my Debo fader exactly where it's been, which is the role he's in, he's good at. I'm not going to ask I don't have a great analogy, but I'm not going to ask my small forward that's been drilling threes and hitting step backs and running kind of point forward to all of a sudden go down and play in the post. I'm not doing anything different. If he ain't broke, I ain't fixing it, right? I'm leaving Debo alone. It's the other guys that I'm going to have to ramp up the role for, and that's where my concern comes in. I hope Luke McCaffrey. I hope Jalen Lane. I hope Chris Moore. I got way more deposits in the bank with the other guys. I'm way more of a believe it when I see it in games, not just in shorts and a T-shirt. I don't believe in the Aldrich Robinson Award. I just need to make sure that it's real before I start casting my faith that way. And I don't feel great. I don't feel certain at all about the receiver position outside of Debo.
Yeah, I just wonder if maybe we need to recalibrate expectations. We're talking about confidence for the Commanders in this game. And if you would have said to me at the start of the year, like right before week 1, if you would have said, okay, they're going to play an early season game, and I'm using potential here because we just don't know who's in and who's out, but maybe without Daniels, McLaurin, Bates, Noah Brown, a couple guys in the secondary, you would say, oh, they're probably going to lose that game. And yet, based on how they played the Raiders, and maybe based on what we saw from Atlanta against Carolina, that's not the way we're all viewing this thing. It's like, oh, it doesn't matter. Look what they just did.
Yeah.
They can deal with injuries. It's week to week, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, against that Raiders team that had just played on a late Monday night game and flown across America, that isn't very good defensively, sure, you could get right and you can play through injuries, but that should not be the expectation. There's plenty of shows that'll just say, next man up, got to be just as good as the previous guy. I can't do that because I believe in next player up for sure. I don't believe in next men up. I don't believe in next depth chart group up. When you start
right.
dropping, you had 5 guys at the start of the year. If 2 of them aren't playing and you're down to 3, and a couple of them have combined for 20 career catches, it's a different conversation to start having.
Without a doubt. Again, for a week, you can get away with it, right? For 2 weeks, maybe even. In short samples, the backup. At some point where these guys are geniuses who are sitting up all night trying to figure out how to exploit your weaknesses, they will be exploited. You're like if you're on, member the secondary number 12, they're going to figure out where Tyler Owens is and run something that they don't think he can stop until you prove that you can. Maybe not this week, but at some point when you're playing a meaningful game, they're going to exploit your weakness. They know as good as you do, and you've got to constantly kind of be evolving there. There's a reason certain guys make more than other guys, right? There's a reason the junks get paid more than your pal, right? There's a reason. A lot of deposits in the bank, a lot of equity there has been built up. That's the deal, right? And it makes sense, and it should be that way. But it's to me, it's overly simplistic. I understand that's what players have to say, and because players say it, and because coaches say it, you're not going to go, well, if Terry McLaurin's out, we'll just punt. And of course not. You got to go play the football game and see what happens. But you could put your adult cap on and figure out that, yeah, you're a little bit more limited if you've got to have Chris Moore for 17 weeks than you would with Terry McLaurin. There's a reason one's going to make 30 and the other was available for anyone to sign for months and 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 is barely on this roster.
Well, speaking of McLaurin, it's 10 catches through 3 games, which is the lowest total he's had before. And now a game being missed by injury potentially, which would be the first time in about 75 Commanders tilts where that's happened. You're going back 4+ seasons for his last missed game. Let's get into just the start of his year and how he gets on track and when that'll happen now with this injury as well. We can do that next alongside Danny. I'm Grant. I'm in Annapolis. He is in our Half Street Studios in D.C., and this is The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel, by the way, an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. If you are new to FanDuel, you're going to enjoy this. This is a good time. Thursday Night Football, you pick a player. If they score the first or last touchdown, you share the $2 million with everyone else who wins. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token. Select market. Prize pool to be split equally among participants. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their Week 4 matchup with the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta on Sunday, kickoff at 1 o'clock. Today, Jalen Lane was named the Rookie of the Week after his punt return touchdown in Week 3. Practice report hasn't been released yet, but Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and John Bates weren't on the practice field for the media portion earlier today, as well as Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt was on the field, but with a leg sleeve. Injuries around the league. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is, quote, not close to returning, according to their general manager, John Lynch. Jets quarterback Justin Fields is practicing today, but he is still in concussion protocol. Tonight, Seahawks and Cardinals. For the Seahawks, Zach Charbonnet is listed as questionable, but he's expected to play, dealing with a foot injury where he missed last week. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin was a full participant yesterday in practice for the first time. He could make his season debut for the Buccaneers on Sunday. In baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin a 3-game series, their final series of the year at home tomorrow against the White Sox. You can hear all 3 games with Charlie and Dave right here on The Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Mariota throwing in. Open is Terry McLaurin. They wanted the deep shot. They got it. And touchdown, Washington.
More on Terry McLaurin in just a minute. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. Our exclusive sponsor will take care of all of your needs. Last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, whatever you got. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today. You can do that at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, I dropped into Glory Days last night to pick up a salad.
Good
I know.
for you, buddy.
There's been a lot of talk about salads on the show lately.
Yeah. Again, proud of you. It ain't fun because you're at Glory Days. You know what they offer there at Glory Days?
Wings.
Yeah. They got. Remember, we were going to do chicken tendies and tutties for Sam Howell when he played well?
I can tell you more stuff they offer.
Yeah.
Cheese fries.
Cheese fries. It's right on the fries.
Meatloaf.
Yep.
Ribs.
Ribs.
You want any other options, or is that good?
No, that's if you got more, say more.
I got. We can keep going. Chocolate lava cake. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I have.
You ever heard of Luke McCaffrey touchdowns and chocolate lava cake? Anyway, I stop in, I scoop a salad, I'm bringing it home. But while I go in last night, at the bar, there were these 2 Detroit Tigers fans.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to say, well, Grant, you weren't in Detroit. You were in Virginia, and you'd be right about that. But they live here, and they were in their Tigers gear, and they were watching the Tigers-Guardians game. For those of you that don't follow Major League Baseball that closely, when the Nats aren't in the mix, just know that the Cleveland baseball outfit is on the precipice of the greatest comeback in the history of Major League Baseball in terms of deficits to win a division. It's crazy what's happening in the AL Central. Cleveland was 15.5 games back of Detroit this summer. The Tigers have collapsed. The Guardians have lost 2 games in the last 3 weeks, and they're playing right now. Cleveland swept them within the last week and is now playing them and beating them in 2 straight nights. So they're just hard charging. So anyways, these 2 Tigers fans last night, early in this game, which their team would eventually lose, are watching this game, and they're living and dying with every pitch as I'm standing at the bar waiting for my takeout order. And I mean, every single pitch, it's just excruciating. It looks like me for a Nats Game 5 in the division series against the Dodgers or something.
Yeah.
And I am reminded of just how unbelievable postseason baseball can be, how electric and fun this week can be. You know, last night the Mets, who I'm rooting very, very hard against to miss the playoffs, they lose their game. But they get the help that 1 game back Cincinnati also lost. 1 game back Arizona also lost. But just think about being a fan of one of those teams where the Mets, the Diamondbacks, the Reds are all vying for the same wild card spot. We had Will Fleming on yesterday. If you missed the interview, you can go grab it when we're done today, wherever you get your audio. But he's the voice of the Boston Red Sox on the radio. Paul Taboni, the new Nats president of baseball operations, is coming over from Boston. So we had him on to talk about their new executive and this rocket ship superstar trajectory that he's on. And at 35, how in the heck he's running a baseball operation. But He was talking about how cool it was. He was getting ready to watch Scherzer and
Crochet, I think.
Garrett Crochet threw last night for Boston, yeah. And they were going to go head-to-head, and Boston could still win the division, or they could finish the number 2 wild card or the number 1 wild card, or they could miss the playoffs altogether, basically, in the last 5 days. And there's 6 or 7 markets around the country where this is happening, and I was just reminded last night, it has been so many years since 2019 and so long, but never forget how fun it can be.
Yep.
Important end-of-season baseball. There's not much like it. Night in and night out, there's no other sport that does that. Like every night for 2 weeks at the end of the year in a playoff push, your game and someone else's game matters. It's just so different, man.
So I will fully admit this, and I think it's part of its human nature, and I think I'm subject to it as well. When you're in the throes of this, like, queasy stomach, this is taking years off my life, every close pitch that's ruled against you is an apocalypse, or every time the puck is in, the Capitals' defensive end in the middle of the second round, I am losing my mind and again, like, freaking out, and I'm miserable to be around. I'm miserable. And then they lose, both, which happened to both franchises a whole bunch. I'm sitting there going, I just can't do that. Now that I've been far enough removed from it, especially in the baseball case, it's strange how much I miss it. You're 100% right. Like, when you're in it, you don't understand, Ed Helms style, that these are the good old days, so to speak. Like, having something meaningful to play for at all times is such a privilege. But, so I guess I'm saying I've taken it for granted at times that, like, that agony is actually amazing because it means it matters, right? There's no agony for a Paul DeYoung at bat with 2 games to go. There's not. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, that's where we are. I miss that so damn
Well, just
much.
turn on the TV and watch one of these environments if you don't know what I'm talking about. In Seattle, where the Mariners clinched a division, another team that came from behind with a hard stretch, just hard-charging finish. Cal Raleigh last night hit his 60th.
Just a casual 60 bolts for a catcher,
60th home run as they clinched the division. And check out the environment in the ballpark. Yeah. Or Kyle Schwarber last night hit 2 homers in Philly. 55 and 56 for him on the year. Former Nats great, Kyle Schwarber.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
By the way, he gives the Nats credit for saving his career. I talked to him at the All-Star game, and he's such a good dude. We were chilling for like 5 minutes right in the dugout, and he's like, when I went to Washington, if you remember, he got like a small deal.
It wasn't a huge contract, no.
Absolutely. He's like, the whole reason I went there was I thought if I could get with Kevin Long. He's like, I could save my career and start hitting the ball in the air and hit more home runs. And, that was the plan. Sure enough, it happened. Certainly did. He's still with Kevin Long now in Philly, hitting 56 home runs, by the way.
Seems to have worked out. That's a good match. Yeah, for sure.
But he hit 2, so now you've got Raleigh with 60. You've got Schwarbs with 56. Shohei's got 53 bombs. And Judge, back-to-back, first time since Babe Ruth, I think, 50 homer seasons. He hit 51 last night. We may end up with Eugenio Suarez getting to 50 as well. We would have 5 different guys do that. Cal Ripken Jr. is joining the show next hour. I want to ask him about that. But, just the power display in baseball this year is insanity. But Raleigh might hit 62 bolts as a catcher.
At the risk of everybody, listen, eat your salad real quick. Just Grant and I are talking about meaningful baseball for 1 second. Everyone is going to be fine. I promise you we have Washington football talk in like 7 seconds. Is it crazy to you that only 4 guys ever have 4 50-homer seasons? Is that nuts to you? The Judge became the 4th?
How many?
Only 4 guys have 4 50-homer seasons, 50-homer-plus seasons. McGuire, Sosa, Ruth, and Judge.
I was going to say, I don't even have good. So, okay, Ruth would have been the 3rd. No, that doesn't surprise. I mean, 50.
That blew me away.
So many home runs.
I'm very aware, but dude, if you had 50 home runs a year for 10 years, you got 500, and you're hundreds shy of the record.
I understand, but 50 in a season 4 times.
Totally.
Nobody hits 50. That's like saying, is it surprising to you there's only a couple people in the world that have $800 billion? Like, that's so much money, man.
I understand that, but like Greg Vaughn hit 50 bombs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
4 times, though?
But I know 4 times is a lot. I'm not saying it's a few times.
Yeah.
I'm saying he became the 4th. There were 3 until last night.
Yeah.
Only 3 guys have ever done that. I would have thought it would have been like 6.
Okay. Has CK come in to yell at us yet, or can I bring up one more thing?
I haven't seen him.
Okay.
I haven't seen him. The first non-Yankee to hit 60 in the AL. First non-Yankee to hit 60 in the AL in that stupid ball. It's not stupid. It's actually a gorgeous ballpark. But in a pitcher-friendly ballpark, the large Tookus, the big dumper, It's an incredible story. Back to you, Greg. That's it. That's all I have. That's it.
No, I have two more things.
For me, that's it.
The stones on this guy. Okay, now, Darius, if CK comes running down the hall, you just tell me. Number one, I want to bring up that the dude that caught Cal Raleigh's home run last night gave it to a kid right after catching it. Did he know what he had just done? Did he know what he had gotten?
I have to say no.
He was bestowed? The 60th home run, the record home run for a catcher. It's the most ever by a Mariners player. I mean, at the minimum, you're parlaying that into pictures and autographs and a hang with Cal Raleigh and maybe some season tickets next year or something. You're just taking that ball and whipping around and going, here, kid. Now, if you catch a ball and you're not that lady in Philadelphia who chases a guy down to steal a ball from a kid because you're a terrible person, the normal thing to do is to give it to your kid. That is a very common normal thing. But when you catch a historical home run, a home run with great value monetarily, I think it's very reasonable if you're escorted out of there, you just go, bro, this is Cal Raleigh's 60th. I'm going to hang. This is a keeper here.
I'm going to hang on to this one until someone gives me money for it.
So I just have to imagine he got caught up in the moment. He caught the ball. He's giddy. He's going crazy. The kid's right there, and he gives the kid the ball and immediately goes, whoopsie. You can't ask for it back at that point.
No, they'll give you backsies.
I don't know if the Mariners do something for him. They probably should. Generally, we're in the business now where publicly when someone does the right thing, you kind of take care of them for doing it. So maybe it's a picture with and a signed bat from Cal Raleigh and like tickets to a Division Series game or something. But I promise you he'd have done a little better in the transaction if he didn't hand that ball out.
Yeah, you know what I want is the thousands of dollars. I would do that. I know a lot of people are like, the memorabilia, the memory. I already have the memory. I caught it. I got my picture taken with whoever. Auction. Let's have an auction. And what I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, that sometimes when you don't give the ball back, I'm not talking about to a kid, but they're like, hey, it's a significant home run for name that guy. Like,
this is Danny Ruiz 500th.
Yeah. If you don't give it back, and they're like, well, how about a bat? How about a signed bat? How about a picture with old Randy Duye? If you don't do it, they won't authenticate it or some kind of. I've heard there's pressure to do that, and I'm like, that's the only thing I'd be nervous about because I want my money. Like,
what did you do for the guy that caught your 30th home run at GW?
I said thanks for fetching the ball, pitcher who's not pitching that day.
Right. I didn't know if you had to, do like a meet and greet or take him to CC's Pizza or something like that.
I didn't get to keep any of them. Even my first one, I never got to keep them.
That's tough.
It's like, there's a ball budget.
So here will be my last one then. This was the other thing.
Okay.
You ever have a take where you know you're wrong? You just know it in your core that you're wrong.
Grant, can I pause for 1 second? Who are you talking to?
But you can't shake it.
Yeah.
Here's my thing that I'm wrong about that I can't shake. I think I'd vote for Cal Raleigh for MVP. It should be Aaron Judge. I believe that. Aaron Judge has had a better season than Cal Raleigh. And the MVP award is basically most outstanding offensive player, with value for a winner worked into the equation.
Mm-hmm.
And if you compare the two seasons of Judge and Raleigh, it's not particularly close. Raleigh's hit more home runs for sure, but like Judge, it's a 325 average. It's an all-time season. It's a ridiculous year. He missed a week and a half or so he's played in a handful fewer games. But my logic is Raleigh's an outstanding catcher, really tough defensive position, did something that no one's done at the spot, and without him, the Mariners don't win the division. And I think that you can kind of vacuum seal that, and I don't have to feel bad about voting him MVP if I have a vote. I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But I can also acknowledge that Judge is probably more deserving, having had a better year. But it's one of those things where, like someone said to me last night, I was jokingly, I went MVP on Twitter after Raleigh's home run. Someone's like, Judge is the MVP. And I started to respond to them, and I was like, actually, they're so right. Like, what am I supposed to say to this?
Yeah.
I'm just going to stick with my incorrect thing and do it because it's also right. It's just a little bit less right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not egregious. I mean, I've got a million egregious takes. A million that I know objectively I'm the alien, I'm the weird one, I'm shaking my fist at the ocean. But yeah, I totally relate to that. It's not as crazy as you think either. It's not as if it's like you're voting, I don't know, Julio Rodriguez, his teammate, the MVP. You know what I mean? Like that's a reasonable MVP, a catcher hitting 60 bombs. Now, ignore what he's done since the middle of July, where he's fallen off in a lot of areas, not in home run division. You have to ignore certain things. We love the new thing.
Whoa. I mean, his power and the way he's driven in runs and hit home runs down the stretch is why they've overtaken the Astros in the division.
It's a big part of it.
So I would say the stretch run is a plus, not a minus for him. Like, sure, there are areas where his average and some things have come down, but they quite literally this month don't overtake their opponent without his month to win the division. That's why I kind of put him in there. The Yankees probably aren't going to win their division. Now, I'm not going to hold that against Judge per se, but I think he can be a nice bonus for Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, his September, which we're in right now, has been awesome. His July and August, sub 200 hitter, mid sevens OPS. If we're doing wire to wire. But again, I'm not criticizing you. My point is, he would not get my vote for MVP. But we learned this in football. We learned it in basketball. There were years that Michael Jordan didn't win the MVP. Absurd. Patently absurd. Ridiculous. Yep. We just don't like giving it to the same guy who's a machine. The machine is Aaron Judge. Or to me, it should be between him and Ohtani every year. Did Ohtani hit? Did Ohtani pitch? Then he starts at number one, and someone's got to do something remarkable to overtake him, and Judge did.
Well, then you're really going to hate my NL take, right? Although I guess Ohtani didn't pitch a ton this year, so maybe you're okay with it. Kyle Schwarber should win the MVP award in the National League, not Ohtani.
Man, here we go.
Now, Ohtani pitched some, but this was not your two-way unbelievable. Like last year, he didn't pitch at all, but he still should have run away with MVP because he went 50-50. I mean, he was just like, who is this robot and why is he choosing to play baseball? This year, Kyle Schwarber's home runs and runs batted in for a Phillies team that's run away with the East. I'm sorry. Kyle Schwarber is going to be my MVP in the NL. Again, it's going to be a little bit hot because his name's not Shohei Ohtani and he's the only guy allowed to win the award anymore. But if Shohei was a two-wayer all year long, if he piled up innings, if he was a dynamite pitcher, then sure, I'm with you. No one should ever have a chance. But this is not one of those years.
47 innings is enough for me. Again, it's so beyond remarkable that 47 innings of a sub-3 ERA to go with a juggernaut offensive season as he always had, that's the MVP. It's too remarkable not to appreciate it. Like, if that dude does both, and if he takes the mound in a non-position player pitching situation, more than like one cursory pitch, he's the MVP as far as I'm concerned. I understand your point, but like I need everyone to I need when he's done, everyone to go, okay, that's never happened before, and probably will never happen in our great grandkids' lifetimes. Someone that is that remarkable at this. It's like being the quarterback and also a linebacker. And racking up, being one of the league leaders in tackles and like forced fumbles while being one of the best throwers of the football there is.
He's going to win it. I got no problem with that. It'll be his fourth MVP. We're just now in a world where every year he's going to win it until he's not doing both things. And by the way, the year he didn't do either both things, he also won the award. He was that good of a hitter. But I'm just saying that while it's more right than Schwarber in a world where maybe it's fatigue or whatever, I think Kyle Schwarber was so valuable to the Phillies this year.
There's no doubt about it.
That one's also right. It might just be a little bit less right. All right, that was our Terry McLaurin discussion.
Ryan, label it as Terry McLaurin discussion in the podcast.
If anyone asks, we just talked about Terry McLaurin. We swear we did. Next, though, I do want to talk football, if that's okay with everyone. All you baseball marks out there are going to be salty. We're going to go around the horn ahead of Week 4 in the NFL. Our first look at matchups, hit the headlines, what is on the line, and what coaches and quarterbacks are feeling the heat. We'll get to that next on G&D on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their Week 4 matchup with Atlanta on Sunday. It'll kick off at 1 o'clock today. Jalen Lane was named as the Rookie of the Week after his 90-yard punt return touchdown against the Raiders on Sunday. Taking a look at the practice report, we haven't officially gotten the practice report. That should come out around 4 o'clock today, but Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and John Bates were not on the practice field earlier today. Other injuries around the league. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is, quote, not close to returning, according to general manager John Lynch, as he looks to come back from an ACL injury he suffered last year. Jets quarterback Justin Fields is practicing today, but he is still in concussion protocol. Tonight, Seahawks and Cardinals. For the Seahawks, running back Zach Charbonnet is listed as questionable for the matchup. He's expected to play, though, with a foot injury that forced him to miss last week. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin was a full participant yesterday. He could make his season debut on Sunday. In baseball, Nats have the day off today. They begin a 3-game set, their final series of the year, tomorrow at Nationals Park against the White Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Football discussion on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a nice Week 4 matchup between the Commanders and the Falcons. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I just FaceTimed the fam during the break and was talking with the kids, and I was showing them the beautiful facility where I am here in Annapolis, water all around me. I've got a little balcony here where I'm doing the show. And my son goes, "You have a pool in your backyard?" He thinks I'm like at some hotel with a pool.
Right, in your backyard. It's like,
my backyard at my pool. Yeah, come on out. Throw your trunks on. Let's have a good old time.
Yeah, I think you know where where Dad's backyard is, buddy.
I got the sense that they thought I was on a trip.
Yeah.
They think I'm out of town, which technically I am. Annapolis is, it's not in Springfield or Lorton. But yeah, so I think they think I'm like they came to West Palm Beach for a few days and we got a Airbnb that had a pool and stuff. So maybe they think when you go out of town, you get a pool in your backyard.
You just get one. Yeah. I mean, every time they see Dad not at home, there's a body of water next to you. By association. I get it.
That's what they're doing. All right, let's get ready for Week 4 around the NFL. Who's feeling the heat is where we can start. I'll tell you that the first coach to be fired odds are tightening here. They're Tennessee tightening.
They're tightening.
Literally and figuratively. So you got Mike McDaniel minus 150 offshore, and then Brian Callahan plus 150 of the Titans. And then Dable. Brian Dable at 3-1, Raheem Morris at 9-1. So I can't see Raheem getting fired anytime really at all this season, but certainly in the weeks ahead. Same with Dave Canales, Carolina, D'Amico Ryans, Houston, the guys that are next on this list. To me, McDaniel in Miami makes some sense. Callahan in Tennessee, I still think is an aggressive timeline in year 2, but I guess it's possible if they go like 0-5, 0-6 or something like that. But those two guys being the top 2 over Brian Dable is interesting because Dable's already benched a quarterback. There are at least reports that maybe he's feeling the heat from ownership, and that's why he didn't wait a week to make the quarterback change. Otherwise, Danny, why are you starting Dart this week against undefeated L.A., a really good Chargers defense? You could have just waited one more week, one more loss, and then started them at home against the Saints, or I guess in the Superdome, wherever they are.
Yeah, that says to me that the heat is on. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, the pressure is already mounting. Like 3 bad showings. I mean, 1 decent one, I guess, where they played competitive. But for the most part, you're going, they don't belong. And what's going on here? Hey, look, we got a new toy. Everyone get excited. Isn't this interesting? It's Jackson Dart time. That tells me that they couldn't afford to wait for a soft landing spot. They had to do it right now.
So I don't even know if this is fair or not because it's one terrible game. It's a couple of not ideal games. But the quarterback feeling the most heat this week, fair or not, is Michael Penix of the Falcons.
Yeah.
Because they got shut out 30-0 and because he has the less than ideal situation of having a quality backup behind him, a veteran who at one point last year before injury, Kirk Cousins was putting up some pretty gaudy numbers. I think they will and should, for the record, stick with Michael Penix. You got to give him a lengthy leash here. He's very, very young. It would probably be a detriment to his development if you sat him down early this season. But Penix is the guy of all the quarterbacks in the league that might need the biggest week just to fend off some of the wolves at the door here.
That's a good one. I got Bo Nix in there as well, but it's a similar sort of State of the Union, right? You look at Denver; they're 1-2 in a really, really tough division. Had a game in hand that they probably should have been able to close out and win against the Chargers, but they got Herberted. But he hasn't played particularly well just yet. That was part of the calculus, I guess, talking about Denver maybe being the team to overtake Kansas City, or at least give them a threat, or at least bother them. And it hasn't happened just yet. Defensively, they're still very good, and Nix hasn't clicked in year two with Sean Payton and company. But I think Penix is the leader in the clubhouse there. Because, you have a $40 million guy you benched to go to you, and it hasn't gone very well to this point this season. And I thought it would, frankly. I saw enough last year to go, hey, I think they got something here. Because maybe I was a fan of him already, and it's a little bit of confirmation bias. But I thought they would hit the ground running a little bit better than they have to start the season, and they have not.
You know what my favorite thing about Ryan is, the most adorable thing is, every single time my computer dies, which is at least once a show because I have a bad wire, a bad computer, or both, I'm not sure.
Yep.
He immediately texts me within within 1 second to tell me my camera's off, never ever considering the possibility that my computer died and I've got to, recorrect or do some other. He's like, your computer died. I'm like, remember the problem yesterday and the day before? It's still that, man. It's still that.
I feel bad. I actually was trying to help, and I told him that your camera went away.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, so he's catching a little schrappy there. But that's the only time he talks to us is basically when our camera's not on.
I got a text from him for the first time in 3 days. And so I was like, oh, what is this? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, what was the last text, camera?
It says your camera's off. Yeah, 4 days ago. He says, can you turn your camera on, please?
Camera, please, yeah. Can you hop in the stream?
Corporate clarity.
Corporate clarity, man. Single note.
All right, so we talked about Thursday Night Football a little bit already. We got NFC West action tonight. Seahawks, Cardinals, both 2-1. Someone's going to be sitting pretty going into Week 5. Getting into the Sunday slate, I'm very interested in this Vikings-Steelers game. Here's why. If Carson Wentz plays well, he did this past week, but it couldn't have been an easier 72 and sunny situation. 2 defensive touchdowns, blowing a team out.
Yep.
Game script is on your side. They score 48 points, and some of those are on defense and special teams, as I mentioned. So it was an easy day for Carson Wentz. But if you could play the Steelers, it's not like their defense has been a juggernaut early this year. You get a quality win on the road in Pittsburgh, playing well. Now we're talking about him leading Minnesota to 2-0. The numbers are going to be on his side. There's going to be a groundswell to have him start even when J.J. McCarthy's back.
And the other side of the ball, for Pittsburgh, if they go 3-1 with the benefit of getting Carson Wentz, if you can't just run the ball down some team's throat. Cincinnati was hapless last week. Jordan Mason ran for $116. You and I could have run for 100 yards against that defense, which is woeful. If Pittsburgh wins, just a Pittsburgh-style thing, you look up through a quarter of the season, roughly, now that there's 17 games, they'll be 3-1 without having much good on offense, with their defense having given up a bleep ton of points to the Jets and having looked mediocre at times. Here they will be in position to be a threat in the AFC North for the millionth straight year.
Yeah, I don't know how much people are up on what's going on with Pittsburgh's offense in yardage so far this season, but they are bottom 3 in the NFL in what is called yard margin. So like how many yards you gain and your opponents gain. I mean, games are being dictated to them. They are getting outgained massively. There are 29 teams in the NFL better than them in that area right now. So it's not like it's been pretty. I mean, they've been able to win 2 games. I give Rodgers credit for that, but they need to get a lot more consistent really, really quickly. And they're going to have a struggle running the football all year, too, it would appear, based on the first 3 games of the season. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Bills should have no problems with the Saints. This could be your most lopsided game of the early part of the year. 3-0 Buffalo hosting 0-3 New Orleans. It's kind of a matter of how long until they go to Shuck and they bench Rattler at this point.
Buffalo's excellent. New Orleans is not. I think one team is a potential Super Bowl champ. The other is probably picking first, in my view. I think New Orleans, is just sort of waiting as long as they can to pull that lever that you just mentioned. There's not much exciting there. I think they should already be exploring trades for shipping Alvin Kamara out of town to a contender. He could really help somebody as a do everything Swiss Army knife back that's great out of the backfield, great at catching passes. Having a guy like that on a team that's going to win 2 or 3 games doesn't really help you. They're the largest dog of the week. I think it's 15.5, depends on your book. But my goodness gracious, Buffalo just catching a break there after having a couple of tough games in a row.
Browns are 2-1 at home, trying to get to 3-1 against the Browns. It's hard to imagine Cleveland would knock off Green Bay and Detroit in consecutive weeks. This is one of those survivor spots where I think you roll with Detroit because the Browns just had their gasp, so to speak. They just stole the game they weren't supposed to. They did it at home a little easier than doing it on the road, oh, by the way. But I will say, I'm back on the Lions in a big way. Week 1, they got blown out by the Packers. Their offense looked like just terrible, I guess, to say a word I'm allowed to say.
Yep.
And then, you start asking questions. Okay, Ben Johnson's gone. What's it going to look like? Their O-line's not quite on the same level personnel-wise. Well, 2 wins and 2 strong performances since. I thought Goff was really fantastic in primetime this past week. Made a big-time money throw to win that football game on 4th down to Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I'm in on Detroit. It looks like they are offensively in a very, very good spot, even without Ben Johnson alert.
470 yards of offense average over the past couple of weeks as they've scored 90 points. Yeah, they're doing something right there for sure. Against pretty decent opponents defensively, too. I mean, I don't think Chicago's good, and, the Ravens have certainly leaked here early on, but still, the way they move the football, the way they've run it, since that Week 1 aberration, again, we always do this, right? We see a Week 1 result and we go, oh, my God, look at X. That's the way it is. And now we slowly have deposits in a counter direction. I think Detroit will be just fine and dandy. Cleveland's defense is good. Now, you wouldn't know it all the time. They just shoved it on Green Bay, but because their offense does them no favors and they've been on the field a whole bunch of times and just hasn't looked great through a handful of weeks. But that's the only way they're going to stay in the game is if they muck it up somehow. But I think Detroit is too good.
What if the Texans lose to the Titans? 1:00 game in Houston. They're both 0-3. The Texans correctly are favored in this game, but they lose 14-9 to the Rams, can't move the ball. They lose 20-19 to the Bucs, last-minute drive by Tampa. Then they drop a 17-10 game to Jacksonville. They absolutely should have won. They should be 2-1 right now. They could be 3-0. Instead, they are 0-3. The C.J. Stroud sophomore slump has gone into his junior season, so I don't know what we call that. D'Amico Ryans has fired coordinators, and they still can't get this thing figured out. You get a gift-wrapped matchup here with the Titans, but you got to take advantage.
Yeah, they're minus 43 through 3 weeks. Tells you everything you need to know talking about Tennessee, right? They are not competitive at this stage, and there's not much going right. It's a bummer because I still like Cam Ward an awful lot, but what's he supposed to do? He's treading water as best he can, trying to survive. Only completing 54% of his passes. Nothing prolific happening there. They've got a couple things that are interesting. Okonkwo and Tony Pollard in the backfield. Again, that's not exciting to people, but they're just pedestrian. They're bad. Houston, if they don't get off the schneid this week, when is it ever going to happen for them? They are probably the most disappointing team in the NFL, I would say, at 0-3.
Panthers are in New England to take on the Patriots. So if New England is going to be the surprise AFC team that everybody kind of liked coming into the season after they spent a lot of money, if Mike Vrabel's going to be a Coach of the Year candidate who changes the culture in year 1, this is a game you got to win. You got to get to 2-2. You can't be 1-3 with losses to teams like the Raiders and the Panthers and get to 9 or so wins or something. But if they're 2-2 through 4 games, you're positioned okay with a really easy schedule moving forward. For Carolina, they got right against Atlanta, 30-0 win. Pitched a shutout. This is a competitive defense. We talked earlier about the Chargers and the Giants. The Meadowlands is the site of 0-3 New York, turning the reins over to Jackson Dart. I cannot wait to watch him. He was brilliant in the preseason. Danny, I think the insertion of Dart on offense just opens up their playbook. Dable in Buffalo with Josh Allen, a lot of design quarterback runs, especially down near the goal line in the red area, low red zone. I could see Jackson Dart having 7, 8, 9 carries in this game, 5 or 6 by design, and them really trying to open their offense up that way.
I don't know what you do to this Chargers defense. That's a tough landing spot for anybody making their first start, let alone a pretty inept Giants offense. I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. You've got to find a way, even though the other team is going to be focused on him, to get Malik Neighbors the football. If you got to pop pass it, put him in motion, put him in the backfield, do something besides just have him line up on the left side and hope that he breaks and gets free of the double coverage or hand it to Tyrone Tracy or Cam Scattaboo, whoever the hell you got. I guess Tracy's injured. But this is a tough landing spot for anybody. It tells me that they couldn't wait for a good landing spot, that they had to do this now because I think the pressure's mounting. For the Chargers, they've been so unbelievably impressive to me. Offensively, we know it's the Justin Herbert story. He's been outstanding through 3 weeks. To me, though, the story is the defense, where they have been outstanding back-to-back weeks, less than 270 yards, total yards allowed on that defense as they've haven't forced a ton of turnovers, only 3 in that one game against the Raiders. But they are just so sound, and they are flying around making plays on the football.
3-0 against 3-0. The only game this week of undefeated clubs Eagles, Bucks. And if you look at it, Tampa Bay historically over the last decade
Have done well. Yep.
They have beat up on the Eagles at times. I mean, they definitely wear the pants in the relationship. Now, I'm not picking them this week, but if it happens, remember that Tampa Bay over the years has just brought their A game against Philly. The game is at Raymond James in Florida. Somebody's getting to 4-0. Someone's fallen to 3-1. That's your best game in terms of records on the slate. I think the overall most intriguing, maybe a matchup of the weekend, is the Ravens and the Chiefs. That's a 4:25 window game on Sunday. Kansas City could put together a signature effort and get their first quality win of the season. If they don't, though, man, the story is going to be they're 1-3. They can't beat the top teams in the AFC that they're playing. They've only beaten the Giants. The bloom is off the rose a little bit here with Mahomes and Reed and company, and an offense that's just a tough watch.
The similar story Baltimore loses, right? They're 1-3. People thought before the season Super Bowl contender with a lone win over the Browns. So how's everything going for you guys as well? A lot on the line there. Real quick on that Eagles-Bucks game. That's two teams with similar pathologies where they haven't been great for 60 minutes in any of their 3 wins, but they have found a way to come back and win some of these one-score games with a little bit of magic. No Mike Evans, but I think Chris Godwin is coming back in that game. Something to monitor for the Bucks.
Tampa Bay is one of 3 teams in the NFL that has not turned the ball over yet. They've scored 23, 20, and 29 points in their win. And as you said, they have gone down the field for game-winning scores on their last 2 games against the Texans and the Jets. So it's not like they're pummeling bad teams, but they are doing enough. Baker Mayfield is playing his butt off. I mean, he's on a short list right now of the quarterbacks that are seeing the field the best, making the best decisions in the NFL early this season. Double play comes your way next. We're blitzing at the top of the hour. Danny is in D.C. I'm in Annapolis today. Grant and Danny with you live on The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for listening to the show on this Thursday. Coming your way on your flagship home for the Nats as they wind their season down in the Caps as they get ready to get going. Another preseason game for them today. The double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. So, Danny, as you know, I'm sitting in Annapolis. I'm emceeing the Ripken charity event tonight for the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. So Cal Ripken Jr. is going to join us coming up within the next hour right here on The Fan. But, yeah, it's going to be cool. I got a script that I'm going to read. I think I'm going to skip, basically stick directly to it is what I should say. I don't think I'm going to get cute. I don't think I'm going to try to pop the room or go off schedule. I think I'm going to play this very straight. If it's on the paper, I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
If it's not on the paper, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to get up and get down from the dais, and that'll be my role here tonight. This is not about your boy.
I think that's a smart way to do it. I remember we did I hosted the yearly athletic awards at the George Washington University at the end of sometime in the spring, and they gave me a very lengthy script. And I'm going, oh, okay, no problem. I'm happy to do it. And it was made pretty clear to me after a couple of minutes, like, yeah, the script. You know what I mean? This isn't a Will Ferrell movie. We're just going to leave the cameras going.
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? We're not improv. We're not going to try to remember what line we said. We're not doing Eddie Murphy, Nutty Professor type bit. The script. Let's make sure we read the words on the script. I'm like happy to do it. Obviously, as you said, not about me.
Yeah. So I have no nerves of doing things like this generally. I will say, because I don't mind being on mic or being in front of people or whatever. That comes with the territory of the job that we have. But what I'll say is, when you host events or do things, you want to do a good job. Especially because they're important for a lot of people. And so there's some anxiety that comes along with that, I would say. Nervousness, if you want to call it that.
Yep.
But here is what I've experienced today is when you do something that is so buttoned up and just so well put together, and everything is aligned in the way that makes it really easy for you to know what's going on to the minute. Okay, then this is going to happen. Then we're going to draw this. And the rundown is set up. Every little thing has been taken care of out here. I mean, you've done these things like I have where we go do these broadcasts somewhere. They've got the Ethernet set up. The IT person's waiting for me when I get in to get me on the computer. They got me a steak salad for lunch. Like stuff I didn't ask for. Do you need this? Okay, we'll run to Walgreens and get that. When you deal with the Ripken Foundation, they do everything first class, and so it's been a really, really cool experience. But tonight's going to be awesome. For the young Orioles fan in me growing up, man, Mike Elias and so many of the dignitaries, BJ Suroff and people are going to be out here. I'm steamed. This is going to be a really good time.
That's awesome that BJ Suroff's going to be there, by the way. You sleep that he was a catcher at North Carolina.
You sleep that he went 1-1
You
as a catcher.
sleep as a catcher at North Carolina.
Who drafted him?
Milwaukee Brewers?
That's a pull.
Yeah, there you go.
Attaboy.
It is fantastic. But you're right about that. When it's organized, like that's where my anxiety comes from. And you guys have seen it and made fun of me about stuff when events are happening, which is totally fine. But to me, if the logistical details, whatever they happen to be, are thought of and taken care of, walking up there and being like, reading the words on the script or being on the mic, that's the easy part, which I know freaks a lot of people out. I think you have to be wired a little differently, where you have to love the sound of your own voice and not be bothered by that kind of attention.
Right.
But as long as the logistics are sorted out, thought of, it makes the whole thing a lot less stressful and easy to do. I'm with you.
This is a confidence is preparation thing. Like I don't have anything I can really prepare, but when everything's prepared for you, you're confident. And nobody is more about the laying out of rundown and run of show and having everything prepared just so than you are, which is always surprising to me. But like when we do these events, I think it's because you've just done very professional things in the past. But like right beforehand, still at this point of your career, you're like worried about 18 things, and you're just going to go up there and say funny things and people are going to laugh. But you care so much about these little details every time.
Because I've
something
seen it go awry. I've seen, when nobody thinks about it. For example, at a stand-up show, right, where who's introducing the first comic? And someone's like, oh, I thought you could do it. Well, if I'm headlining the show, that's actually a bad look. It taints the show because now they're all sitting there doing is waiting for me again, presumably, or something else like. Is there a house MC? Does that person bring the person up, or does the guy have to walk up and go, "Hi, everybody," and then start the show? That's harder for the comic. I've seen shows are like delicate little butterflies, right? A stiff breeze knocks it over. The wrong lighting, the wrong anything can ruin this very fickle, difficult thing to do anyway, right? And so, yeah, I freak out about that kind of stuff. I tell you where it comes from, honestly, is having run my own open mic like 20 years ago or whatever at Sapphire Cafe in Bethesda, which I don't think exists anymore. But I ran this weekly show. My buddy Rory Scovel and I ran this weekly show at Sapphire Cafe. And worrying about the order, booking the show, all the logistics and everything, like just makes you realize when you're responsible for it, how much actually goes into it besides just talking into the microphone for your 8 minutes.
Well, I haven't asked about the God mic tonight or the flashlight in the back of the room. So I haven't gone through my Danny Houtier checklist yet.
You got to do it.
But maybe at some point I'll bring that up. Just make sure who's on the God mic, who's starting this thing, and when are they going to flash the flashlight? What is that, normally like 30 seconds left, or how do they do that?
Yeah, it depends. It depends on who you are. So for me, my jokes are a little bit longer than most. So I usually like a 3 to 5 minute light, meaning, hey, it's time to wrap up with 3 to 5 minutes remaining. Some people just want like just a minute left to go. Then it's like they'll finish whatever joke they're doing and get off. Just depends for me. I like usually like 3 to 5 minutes. Let me squeeze in a double play super quick, Dares. I've talked about this before, but when I'm left to my own devices, I made a quesadilla for myself a couple of weeks ago, and that was in my brain last night when it was, again, left to my own devices. The wife's putting the baby down. Other kids have already eaten. I made a buffalo chicken quesadilla. A buffalo chicken quesadilla. Where are you at? I know you don't do quesadillas, but where are you at on kind of the buffalo chicken as part of an ensemble that's not just like a chicken wing?
I have nothing but good things to say about buffalo chicken in all capacities.
It's not your normal Mexican-style quesadilla, right, where you got your cheese and your sour cream and everything going. I got to tell you, I used the buffalo sauce because we had like a quarter of that bottle left. I used that, heated up the chicken that was already previously used for something totally different.
Look at you cooking.
I'm a cook guy.
Your son was in studio the 2 weeks ago, and I asked him, he was like opening up his lunch box because for some reason he was off school. I know that's weird.
It was a weekday.
Yeah, and so he was in studio and he had his lunch box and he like took out a homemade sandwich. And I was like, did Dad make that or Mom? He's like, Dad's never cooked in his life.
Dad sucks at it.
Right in front of you.
Well, yeah, but it's totally correct. But here's the thing. My wife gets anxiety when I'm in the kitchen because she knows that like I don't see the mess or don't do it right or don't do it the way that she does it. And so that stress ruins everybody's time, including hers. And then when she's stressed out, it ruins my time. So like that's not good for anybody. So I generally don't do it. But so what I ended up doing, GP, and this is the point of the dude's story, is I put butter on both sides of the quesadilla. So that's what's going to go into the pan. But I cooked it in the same sort of buffalo chicken remnants, kind of that using the sauce, because for chicken that had already been cooked, so there's no salmonella type risk. But using that remnants of some butter and the wing sauce, that now coats my tortilla. I got to tell you, that was unbelievable. And I'm going, if I ate this at a restaurant, I would go, weird, but I loved it.
Wow.
It was that good.
Would you have ordered it again?
Yes. I would get that again.
So you're going to make it again. You've stumbled onto something.
I probably won't because of the size that my wife did when she saw that I hadn't cleaned up the pots and pans correctly.
Okay.
So I'll probably never step foot in the kitchen again because what I'm doing is wrong.
But what if you just made it again but then cleaned up the pots and pans correctly?
I'll try, but I think we both know that I can't do it right.
That's true. Whatever you do won't be right.
Yeah.
Next time it'll be a different expectation for the pots and the pans altogether.
That's not where they go.
The Beltway Blitz on the Nats hiring a new executive. The Commanders getting ready for football is coming your way right at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons in Week 4. Jalen Lane today was named Rookie of the Week. Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and John Bates were not on the practice field today. Other injuries around the NFL. 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is, quote, not close to returning, according to general manager John Lynch. Jets quarterback Justin Fields is practicing today, but he's still in concussion protocol. Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin was able to return to practice yesterday for the first time in full. He could make his season debut on Sunday. Also, Patriots cornerback Christian Gonzalez is making good progress from his hamstring injury, likely could make his season debut on Sunday as well. Tonight, Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 4. Seahawks and Cardinals will kick off at 8:15. Can hear the game right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 7:30. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is listed as questionable for the matchup tonight. He is expected to play with a foot injury that caused him to miss last week. In the NBA, 76ers guard Jared McCain suffered a UCL tear in his right thumb. McCain and the team are still consulting with specialists on the next steps. And the Nationals getting set to take on the White Sox tomorrow for their final season series of the year. Day off today before they take on the White Sox for 3 at Nationals Park starting tomorrow night. This September only, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Beltway Blitz time on Grant and Danny. We'll get to the Nats and the Commanders in this segment. When we talk Commanders, we're going to have to talk about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt missing practice again today. He was listed as not practicing for a second straight day. So that's Wednesday, Thursday. If he's limited tomorrow, maybe he's got a shot. Could be a game-time decision, but that is not ideal unless they list him as partially resting. But he's got a knee problem, and now he's missed 2 days of practice. So the young running back's status very much in question. Obviously, no Terry McLaurin for the Commanders at practice as well. His status currently in doubt. Let's kick off the Beltway Blitz, though. Britt Giroli of The Athletic joins us now. Does a great job covering Major League Baseball. Britt, it's good to have you back on the Blitz. What do you make of the Nationals' huge hiring of Paul Taboni to run their baseball operation, just 35 years old, coming over as a rising star in Boston's organization?
Yeah, I think a couple things, guys. I think it's certainly a big swing by the Nats. I think to get a guy like that to come from Boston, I mean, obviously they basically had to skip a level with him. He's an assistant GM, or he was in Boston, very well thought of, has really been a climber and has gone quickly up the ranks there. I've heard he's a very nice guy, a little bit light, obviously, on leading a team experience, right? Usually the progression is you go from AGM to GM to president. Obviously, he felt like he wasn't going to take the job unless he was going to be a true number one. He was probably going to be Breslow's number 2 in Boston this winter had he stayed there, guys. So I think it surprises me, really, I think in a good way, that the Lerners were able to land someone like this, that they trust him enough to, as I reported last night, let him hire a GM under him. So it looks like they're going to do what they should have done a long time ago, fill out that front office and kind of get with the times and hopefully kind of get up to speed in analytics and data and just build out your team the way almost every organization is right now. So I think it is a good move. I am a little bit shocked in a good way.
Yeah, I think that sentiment speaks for a lot of Nats fans, myself included, Brett. What do you think this means for the Lerners, their involvement, lack thereof, however you want to quantify that? This is a good first step, but if it exists in a vacuum, then so what, right?
Right. I think, I'm curious. I would imagine the press conference is probably Monday. Otherwise, they have to wait until Friday. I'm curious what he says about this job to Taboni, like why he wanted to come here. Because, you look at this, and this is certainly a rebuild situation, but they've been marred in a rebuild for a while. So, did the Lerner family say we're going to commit to payrolls again? Did he sell them on the fact that they don't need to spend this kind of money to win, that they could beat Tampa Bay or Cleveland? And, did he, I'm kind of really curious as to how that all came together, because if we think, and there is a school of thought here, that the learners are not in it for the long term, that they may revisit selling the team after the next CBA, which negotiations would be after the 2026 season. What sold them on this, and how far in are they willing to go? You know, what sold him on DC? Because certainly he could have stayed in Boston, been the GM, and probably would have been on the short list next winter to lead several baseball operations as well. So, you know, the learners had to do a good job here of selling what they were going to do as owners. And I'm curious if their style changes at all versus what we saw the last 2 years of Mike Rizzo.
Yeah, Britt, it's a good point. I want to dive deeper into the GM search and maybe the marriage of outside voices and inside knowledge of the operation. How do you think things land for guys like Mike DiBartolo, the acting GM, his assistant Mark Shalaba, Eddie Longos, who runs player development, and some of the high-ranking officials within the Nats?
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. And you look at it, and you look at the guys that Taboni worked under, and Chaim Bloom is a good example. Like, Taboni came in, he was with 3 different, I think, leadership changes in Boston, and when Chaim Bloom came in, he didn't fire anyone. He kind of moved some people around, and he got his guys in place, but he didn't just come in and start saying, everything that went on before was wrong. And I'd be surprised if that's the case here in D.C. I think as it relates to Mike DiBartolo, which is what people have been asking me, I think he's open to staying. I think having the ability to have a GM under him, makes him either a candidate for the GM job, or perhaps they say, listen, we're going to have you be an AGM, but you're going to be in charge of this department over here. I don't necessarily think it's the end of the road for all of the longtime execs. I think there's going to be a lot of changes. I think often in these cases, too, guys could be working on multi-year contracts, and it could be really that next year is an audition, not just for the players on the field with the Nationals, but for executives, and to kind of evaluate the systems and the processes that are in place as well. I mean, smart executives don't go in and fire everybody, right? You don't burn it to the ground. You have to go in and see what's going on and see who is good and see where you can improve. And I think that's going to be the case here. I think there is a world where Mike DiBartolo does stay, and he does add to this organization. So I wouldn't rule that out.
What do you see as Taboni's biggest challenge coming here?
I think there's a lot of challenges, guys. I think the biggest challenge is going to be player development. And you look at what he's done, and he obviously did a great job in helping rebuild Boston's minor league system. He oversaw the draft when they drafted a lot of their stars, Marcelo Meyer and Roman Anthony, right? But the Nationals' problem has not been drafting studs. It has been developing these guys. It's been guys getting better in the National system. And I think to have a healthy, functioning pipeline, you have to have that. You have to have a 7th rounder. You have to find the Stephen Kwans of the world, right? The Tarek Skubals, the guys who aren't hyped prospects and who aren't super touted coming out of college. You have to find those guys, and you have to develop them. So I think that's going to be the real marker of whether or not they can do this. You look at Baltimore, and yes, they've struggled to do certain things, but what they did really well was they drafted and developed well, and they turned around that team so quickly because of what they were able to do there. And I think for the Nationals, that's what you have to look at. Now, you certainly would like, when the time comes for the Nationals to be more aggressive in free agency than the team up the road. But I think when you look at what's going to turn them around quicker and what the biggest challenge is for someone running that department, it's going to be fixing the drafting and developing that's going on, fixing the pipeline, having the Nationals rank in the top 5, top 10, again, of Major League Baseball is going to set them up for the future more than any kind of free agencies. And I understand people want stars, people want the learners to open up the checkbooks and this, that, and the other. But if they don't fix this, they're never going to be a contending, consistent big league team.
Rich Early, well said and great insight. Thank you. We'll be reading your work in The Athletic.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
you
Britt.
got it. There's Britt on the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk football. And looky who was wandering around in the Navy Yard today. Apparently,
wet, yeah.
I'm not even in studio, but it was raining outside. The boys looked outside, and Reenie was all wet. They brought him in to dry him off, and here he is in studio with us to talk football. It's Chris Russell. Slashy, how are you, pal?
Hello, boys. I just thought I heard there was a retirement party here, so I thought I'd show up for free pizza and cake, and I missed the pizza.
You didn't get any pizza at the retirement party?
No.
Shout out to friend of the program, Stevie Bridgewater.
Stevie is awesome. Congratulations to the great Stevie. Yes,
That's
absolutely.
right.
33-year career.
33, and she was telling me, yes, she started right around the early 90s doing this she's been through different formats, right? But at that time, Opie and Anthony and different people were in the Fairfax studio, so pretty cool.
Radio was a little bit different back then, boys. We used to actually use a razor blade to cut audio tape.
That's before my time.
It is way before your time.
I learned carts before they became obsolete.
Rini.
Yes, boys.
Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, a knee, missed practice for a second straight day. DNP with that knee. How worried should we be about Bill?
I should be, of course, worried. Now, he was dressed according to standing at the beginning, so I didn't know in the transition from things and whatever that they officially ruled him that he did not practice. So I don't know exactly what happened there. Maybe he felt something at the last second, maybe just cautious. They all said to the reporters privately yesterday, nothing to see here, nothing to worry about. I'll be worried. I'll be worried. And by the way, again, not to sound any alarm bells, but he was banged up a couple of times throughout training camp, right? And after preseason games. And we know this kind of position is physical. The question that I have is this going to be a constant theme, a constant thing where you're always worried if he's going to be, because when he's on the field, he's great. I mean, I don't know if you got the jump cut that he had on one of those runs. Yeah, I talked to him about it after the game on Sunday. I know you guys had him on Tuesday. I mean, the jump cut is insane what he can do when he's right.
Yeah, you wonder if that's the reason they haven't fed him a whole bunch of carries. Terry McLaurin looks like no-go this week. That receiver position is really thin. How does that affect him this week? And then maybe if it's a longer-term thing going forward?
Well, so, I mean, obviously all these guys can play outside, right? Even though they're more probably apt at playing inside. So I guess you can get by. Chris Moore, I would assume, would have a bigger role. We saw McCaffrey finally get the touchdown. It was wide open off the line of scrimmage. I don't know if Atlanta's going to do the same thing there. We know Jalen Lane's got speed, but we know he's raw. And obviously you can't count on Noah Brown at all. And Debo is Debo. I'm surprised. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you guys have discussed it. I'm very surprised that at this point they haven't brought back KJ Osborne. They haven't brought back Michael Gallup. They haven't brought back Jamison Crowder. 3 guys that are still available that have familiarity in the building with the scheme, with the terminology, with the system, with the quarterbacks. I'm very surprised that they haven't brought. I know they have Ja'Cory Brooks on the training camp roster. He'll get game day elevated. I'm just surprised they haven't brought in any of those guys just to have a warm body count, because unless they're thinking that this is really like a hip flexor, which I guess Rap Sheet said this morning, and it's really only a 1-week thing, and even then I'm still surprised.
They like their guys, it would appear, though, right?
Well, okay, great. How many guys do you have?
Not a lot, but that's what the practice squad's for. But are you saying bring those guys back for the P squad?
Yeah, where maybe you could game day elevate one of them?
Right, just have them in the building.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Because I would say Ja'Cory Brooks is obviously, and I'm forgetting the rest of the practice squad roster. You guys are going to have to help me out. But he's going to get a game day elevation. Okay, fine. And you have 5 guys that you can roll out there, right? Am I counting that right? Debo, Jalen, McCaffrey, maybe Noah, but and Chris Moore, right?
Moore, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you have at least 4 guys you can count on, maybe 5. But my point is how anybody could count on Noah Brown at all? Period. Ever again. And I've been saying this since he got here last year. I don't know how anybody can count on him. You cannot count on him. He gets hurt getting off the trainer's table. Okay, and then now with Terry being so kind of weird, where he's seeing 14 different specialists. I don't know, man. I'm just surprised that they've been this laissez-faire, if you will, with the roster.
Doesn't seem to be a ton of urgency in that regard. This week, though, looking at the Falcons, coming off that drubbing, one of the worst games you're going to see any team play against a very pedestrian Carolina Panthers team. Just sort of give me your prognosis here. This might be a Russell-type game where everybody's trying to outrun the other. Like, this feels a little smash mouth. Like if Nebraska played itself in a red-white game in the spring of 1990 with Tommy Frazier on the wishbone. But that's my recipe this week, is to try to do what you did to the Raiders and bully ball them.
I love it. No, absolutely. And it's exactly what I said when I was walking around in the rain without an umbrella in the Navy Yard.
Who were you talking to?
I was just talking to myself. I was yelling to myself and anybody that would potentially
You're going to scare people.
The alley pod.
I know. But, you got to
Are you the guy over by the Metro that's always talking to himself that I always see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although today, I guess I didn't see you because you weren't here. Right?
Today I didn't see you for sure.
So anyway, Yeah, we know Bijan is going to be the main principle of their offense, right? It's just not like 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We know he can run to the perimeter. We know he can catch the ball out of the backfield. So tackling, covering him, wheel routes are scary, out of my mind. Of course, that's the number one concern. But from a Commander's perspective, I said the same thing, again, out loud earlier, is they have to take the same attitude that they did to Vegas with a different idea. Atlanta's going to want to come out and fly all over the place, use their speed, use their athleticism. Pierce and that weird guy that I can't pronounce the name of, who had a sack in the game last December and had a sack last week, and get after it and get the crowd going and get their defense fired up. And they're going to say, we have to win this game. We have to do it by ourselves. Forget the offense. Forget any help. We have to come out strong and get everybody whipped into a lather. That's what they're going to do. I think they're going to try and stunt. I think they're going to try and play all sorts of weird twist games and all that stuff to try and stuff the run. And Washington has to be patient with it. They have to do what you guys hate them doing, which is being patient. And even if you take a negative 1 run yard loss or a 0 gain or whatever, you can't give up if you're Cliff Kingsbury after 3 carries. You can't give up, because even if Jaden's back, with Terry, without Terry, and I believe it'll be without Terry, they have to be able to run the ball for this offense to operate with any sort of peak efficiency, period.
When you say that weird guy, you mean weird name? Is it David Onyemata?
Yeah, that.
I was going to say, is it Leonard Floyd?
No, not Leonard Floyd. David Onyemata. I think he had a sack in the Sunday night game last year. I think he had a sack last week, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to hear you give a try to Rook.
I can't do this one.
Rook
Arororo.
I mean, that's a wacky one.
Wait, are you doing a Scooby-Doo bit?
Rook Arororo. Yeah, that's a second-round pick, by the way. That was a high draft pick.
Yeah,
hey, Slashy, yay or nay on Jaden Daniels? What's your guess?
My guess is yes at this point, but I, of course, would love to see a full practice designation tomorrow. I wouldn't, but my guess is...
If he's limited tomorrow, will you still say he plays?
So limited all 3 days, right?
Yeah.
I would not play him. I think they'll play him, but I don't like that.
All right, I want to dive into that with you next, Danny. If Jaden Daniels is limited for a 3rd straight day, doesn't get through a full workload in any one practice, would you be okay with them playing him? Chris Russell, Britt Giroli on the Blitz. We appreciate their efforts. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. Football season's here, you knew that. Hyde Social in Clarendon is your game day headquarters. You can catch every big college and pro football moment on the big screen TVs while you savor their fantastic menu. I've been out there, it's amazing. 20 beers on tap, handcrafted burgers, award-winning wings, such good wings. Great cocktails, plus unbeatable game day specials all weekend long. Located at 3100 Clarendon Boulevard, right in that thorough area of Clarendon where all the business takes place, just steps from the Clarendon Metro. Make a reservation today. Visit HydeSocial.com. Be sure to tell them Grant sent you.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. Week 4 of the NFL season is here. Thursday night football tonight. Seahawks and Cardinals kicking off at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 7:30. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is listed as questionable for the matchup tonight, but he's expected to play, dealing with a foot injury that forced him to miss last Sunday's game. For the Commanders, they're getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Jalen Lane was named Rookie of the Week today. Taking a look at the practice report for the Commanders, 5 players did not practice. Tight end John Bates, wide receiver Noah Brown, safety Percy Butler, running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt dealing with a knee injury, and wide receiver Terry McLaurin dealing with the quad injury. Jaden Daniels was limited today with his knee injury. Trey Amos practiced in full today after he was limited yesterday with a calf injury. Some notables for the Falcons. Cornerback A.J. Terrell did not practice for a second straight day with a hamstring injury. Linebacker James Pierce was limited for a second straight day with a groin injury. In baseball, off day for the Nationals. They'll begin their final series of the year against the White Sox at Nats Park tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Jaden Daniels limited in today's practice. It's Thursday, which means we are now just 3 workout days away from a Sunday tilt in Atlanta with the Falcons. And the question becomes, if Jaden Daniels is not full go in tomorrow's practice, would you be okay with clearing him if you were Dan Quinn and Adam Peters? We just asked Chris Russell that question. He said if he can't go through a full practice, he wouldn't feel good about letting him go out and play. That's my thought, too. I just think that feels like common sense and that's intuitive. I actually retweeted a video that John Kime posted from inside the bubble today of Jaden Daniels going through a bag drill. And to me, what it appears like is, first off, he's moving very, very well when he's just kind of jogging along. Much better than I thought as he's kind of throwing on the run. He looks pretty good. He looks pretty normal. He then does this drill where he's like going through bags, and I don't have anything to compare it to in terms of like when he's not wearing a brace, but it just seems to me like when he's backpedaling through there with a brace on, which he's never worn before, that's pretty big and hulking, I'd imagine, that he's a little stiffer than he typically would be, that there's some less mobility. But he's actually, for what it's worth on the videos, and we're not doctors who just play it on the radio, he's moving pretty well, I mean, at practice, which is positive. I did not think when we saw videos it would look like it is. I mean, he looks semi-normal, I would say.
Which is, as you said, a very good sign. It tells me that we're trending, we're closer, that's good. If we're still, oh my God, he looks like, knee brace and it's stiff and he's, sort of not really moving around, or if it's ginger, or if his gait is different, etc., then I'm going, oh my God, what are we talking about? But yeah, this tells me that if this was NFC title game on Sunday, maybe you could wrap it up the right way, and you could heat it, and the right painkillers and the right injections and whatever, and you could give it a go. That's not what this is. So for me, it's a non-starter. Like if he's limited still, again, this isn't a bruise, this isn't a jammed finger on his non-throwing hand where it's a pain tolerance issue, and you've got to do a workaround. There's no working around the knee. There are a couple spots in the body where it's a non-negotiable for me, and this is one of them where. This is, again, it's not just a discomfort thing. It's not about comfort, right? There's no toughness question here. He played with a broken rib last year. That's not the, you know what I mean? Like, I got no questions about that guy's willingness to stick it on the line in adverse conditions. I saw him do that against some of the best teams they played, getting clocked by T.J. Watt and company when his rib was already broken. I got no questions about that. This isn't a toughness thing for me. This is a long-term, viable health protection thing for me.
Well, seeing the videos today that came out of the bubble of what the media got to see, which is the most they've seen at any point, which is probably also telling that he's just doing more at these practices because it's harder to hide his activity from them. But you add that to his confidence at the mic yesterday. He's himself. He's not compromised. He feels normal. He wants to play. All the things he was saying very succinctly. Very confident about his ability if he was going to go out there and play on this knee right now. It does seem like it's trending toward there is a real possibility that he goes. I'm erring on the side of caution still and assuming that maybe he does not play, and I'm still going to say I think I was like at 70% he doesn't play. I'm down to 60% he doesn't play. But I'm just assuming after the win, the way Mariota played, you give him one more week, maybe he gets to come back without a brace on or something like that a week from now. But I'm fascinated by the idea of whether or not he has to get through a full practice for them. Because this was a question asked to Dan Quinn, and it was one of the few things he's actually truly answered over the last 2 weeks or so. It was Nikki Jabala, I think, who asked the question. This was last week about whether Jaden needed to get through a full workout.
Do you need to see him back on the field with the rest of the team
Yes.
before you feel okay?
Yeah, I would. It's important, timing, reps, the movements, but it was a good first step to it, Nikki. But yeah, we'd have to get some reps for sure.
So here's what we don't know from that answer, though. Back on the field, he's back on the field. Like, you're seeing him jog, you're seeing him run. I'm sure he's cutting and sprinting, and you're going through bags, you're doing some of those things. Did he mean he needs to get through a full practice with no issues? He didn't say that. I'm putting those words in his mouth. Or is he just saying, yeah, if you could get through whatever benchmarks we give you over a few days of practice while limited, and like, what is limited? Why is he still limited? What don't they want him to do today? Right. What didn't they let him do today? Is it just the 11-on-11 part, whatever that looks like against scout team, where you don't love him having to change directions for the stuff that's not predictable when a defender comes free and now he breaks down? I mean, if you can't do that, obviously you can't play, but we just don't know where he's limited other than the distinction that we see on the injury report.
I think it's a good distinction. So to me, like, it's again, that limited designation leaves so much mystery to it, right? Is it, hey, we don't want him in 11-on-11 because their body's flying everywhere, he might get stepped on or something, and then next thing you know, where the grass is wet. I mean, who knows, right? What the obviously they go in the bubble, but you know what I'm trying to say. We're just holding him out of this one part of it, or he's literally trotting out to the field, riding the stationary bike for, if we're there for 2 hours, for 95 minutes, and then he flips a couple balls into a net, and then he goes back inside limited. We don't know the distinction there. I think it's important. Seeing him go through those workouts, though, was a bit reassuring that the arrow is trending in the right direction. But I guess to me it's that you're holding him back for a reason. There's a difference between Laremy Tunsil, who gets more vet days than anybody in the history of mankind, just because he's banged up. Same with Zach Ertz, bumps and bruises, normal stuff. Hey, man, you're a pro. You know everything in the system already. You're good to go. Take Wednesday off just because you need the extra day to re-heal your body. If it's that, okay, but it's not. We know that, right? There's an injury reason why he's being held out. So to me, this would have to be you can do everything. Not only can you do everything, but the next day is good too. Think of a pitcher coming back from injury. Hear Mackenzie Gore talk about it, right? Where he's going, I'll throw today, and if tomorrow we'll see how the body feels. That's as important as being able to throw that time. Because if you throw and next day you come in, it's like, oh my God, my elbow's barking, or my back hurts, or whatever, then the recovery isn't all the way there. You're still breaking up some scar tissue. We're doing this, that, and the other. If you don't recover the right way, then you're, again, potentially risking something. So it, to me, is being able to complete that full cycle of regular, normal behavior at a practice where you wouldn't, if you just were dropped in from outer space, you would never know that he was injured. And the next day, he's fine. Again, this is all relative to football terms where nobody's really ever 100% fine because you're getting 70 car wrecks a week.
Speaking of Mackenzie Gore, he will be on the show today here on Grant and Danny, the Ace of the Nationals weekly appointment on the Fan. That is coming up a little bit later on. You'll also hear from Cal Ripken Jr. in just a few minutes. I'm actually in Annapolis emceeing an event for Cal's charity, the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation, tonight, so he's going to be joining us on site here in the room where I'm hanging out broadcasting ahead of his event this evening on the water in Annapolis. The injury report, because it dropped in the last half hour, just to give you the deets, we told you that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt did not practice. Neither did Terry McLaurin with the ongoing quad problem. Limited for Jaden Daniels. The other guys that didn't practice, Percy Butler with the hip, now back-to-back days. So if you don't have him, I don't know if Darnell Savage would be ready to go. Remember, Preston Smith did not play last week after being signed in week, so maybe that's an indicator of how they would operate. But it would certainly mean more Tyler Owens, maybe more Jeremy Reeves. Both of those guys have done okay with their added opportunities. And then the other players that didn't practice were the two guys that got injured against the Packers, John Bates with a calf and a groin, and Noah Brown with a groin and a knee. Bates, who's such a good blocking tight end, they didn't miss him at all for the one game. 200 rushing yards, 170.5 against the Raiders, and the strength for him is moving people around in the run game. But there's only a matter of time before the clock strikes midnight on trying to be a really good running team without your best blocking tight end. He is one of the best in the league at that. And then Noah Brown. If you're moving on without Brown for a week, see the Raiders game. It's not the end of the world until you also don't have McLaurin. So since we have a pretty good idea that McLaurin's not playing, and now you're getting into Friday before Brown would be able to test or do anything on the field, not having either of those receivers at a position where you only had 5 guys after cutdown day, 6 total now after elevating a practice squad member. I mean, it's just a very, very thin position group. So how do you get around a thin position room at receiver? Generally go deeper at tight end. Well, one of your top tight ends is unavailable as well. So if you're going in 12 personnel, heavy personnel, I would think they'd have to go back to their plan from the Vegas game, which means putting a tackle at tight end in run looks. You're not really having routes run by any means, but that might be the way they go about it. We will be joined next by Cal Ripken Jr. on site here in Annapolis. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. Go see them. Go see them. Right now is a great time to score some unbelievable deals over at Ted Britt. How about this? Listen to this. $26,000 off a new 2024 Ford F-150 XLT from Ted Britt. Your F-150 HQ, no payments for 90 days. Or 2024 Mustang Mach-E up to $14,500 off the MSRP. And again, no payments for 90 days. How about $7,000 off the new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco Raptor, or over over $4,000 off the Bronco Sport. And again, no payments for 90 days. And in case you didn't know this, your current ride is worth more now than ever. My pals at Ted Britt Ford want to show you just how much. Bring it in, get yourself a top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new. When you buy from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Anything less than 100,000 miles, you get treated like the Princess Amunda. Just flower petals at your feet, except not that part. But you get Ted Britt for life. It's the best. Go see my pals at Ted Britt Ford, and please do me a favor. Tell them Danny sent you.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, live from Annapolis, and we are joined now by the Hall of Famer, the multi-time MVP, Cal Ripken Jr. is with us. And Danny, this is going to be Cal's highest tech broadcast he's ever done. I've got him with one earbud in.
Oh man,
I've got the other earbud. We're just kind of shoulder to shoulder here. He's done TBS and he's been all over the world doing this. I said this will be your highest tech broadcast.
It reminds me when Billy and I had a show with XM Sirius in the early days, and we had to carry that on the road with us. We're going back in time. We're plugging back in.
That's right. So Cal and I both one ear in, but this way at least, Danny, you'll get to participate. I didn't want to hog Cal, and it's too rare that we get the Hall of Famer on the show.
I know.
So I wanted you to be able to be part of the broadcast,
which
here.
I certainly appreciate. But Cal, when you and Billy were doing the show, did Billy have to hold the mic too? Is it the same?
No. we had two inputs for the mic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very high tech. I told him, I said I came here for a broadcast for one, but the two of us will make it work. But we appreciate you, Cal, joining us. I know it's a big night. I'm honored to be a very, very small part of this and to get to introduce some of the dignitaries this evening. But tell people, we're out in Annapolis. It's the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. This event, just reading up about it the last couple of days, is really incredible. How long have you been doing it, and what are we in store for this evening?
Well, I mean, our foundation started when just shortly after Dad died, and that was he died in '98, I believe. I guess our foundation has celebrated over 20 years in general, but this event here probably around 12 or 13 years. Started out as a smaller fundraiser, trying to tap into the Annapolis area and some of the D.C. area. And it's just grown each and every year. People look forward to it. So it's going to be a wonderful night. David Rubenstein's going to play your role. He's going to take the mic and entertain us all, I think. But it's just everyone comes together. We have a good time. Brady Anderson usually comes back for this one. Eddie usually comes back. So we'll be well represented from the Orioles standpoint, that's for sure.
How many people said no before you asked Grant?
How many people said?
I heard that was number 8.
John Maroon was tasked with that, and I think he came up with Grant's name pretty fast.
That's awesome.
I think he was up on the high list.
Well, I'm fired up. It's going to be very, very fun. Cal Ripken Jr. is with us. A lot of things to cover with you, but I wanted to ask you about the news in Major League Baseball this week. They were going to get the challenge system implemented next year. 2 challenges per team for balls and strikes. Where do you come down on electronic strike zone?
When we first started our youth baseball academies and our tournaments, if we would have had the money, I would have made it all ABS. The only complaints we get from the experience, the Ripken experience from the parents, is that the umpires do a good job, overall. And I think I'm for the system, and I guess the choice was to either do it in a challenge system sort of way or actually do it all the time or use the technology where it corrects things. Because I really believe that a whole game can swing on one pitch. It's a 2-1 count, bases loaded, and the slider is going to be down and away, and they get the call. It's 2-2 as opposed to 3-1 with the hottest hitter at the plate. It changes the opportunity, and I think tennis does a good job. Football does a good job with the technology, and we have that here. I guess the question is 2 challenges enough? How's that going to work? So there's going to be a little bit of a learning period and a tweaking period, and who knows? Maybe it goes to all ABS at some point. But I like the idea.
What have you made just generally of the changes to baseball really over the last half decade, where it's I don't want to say it's a different game now because it's still 60 feet 6 inches, et cetera, but it feels different certainly. Everything from wild card to some of the rule changes.
Well, I mean, I like the addition of the playoff teams. It seems 162 you play really hard. And in the old days, you had to win the division to actually make the playoffs. Then the wild cards came, and then now there's a few more opportunities, which makes the month of September really interesting. And many times it comes down to one game, and which I think is really, really exciting. The other rule changes, I told the commissioner that I think the clock belonged in basketball, and then I had to tell him that I was wrong, because the clock has really shaped the behavior and the pace of the game. And it's really interesting. You didn't realize that it had gotten so slow, and that's what was going on. It just needed to be enforced, because there was always a rule that you had to throw a pitch within a certain amount of time. But now with the clock up there, they can enforce it. And I think Harold Reynolds told me he actually took out the stopwatch in the '83 World Series, and see if we complied to the rules right now. And he said we were all within that time frame all the time. So I think the pace of play was that way years ago, and then it got out of hand. So I think the clock has done a good job. I didn't like the the bigger bases or the two step-offs or disengagements, but I think there's a strategy involved in that, and that's kind of got the running game going a little bit more now, which I think is pretty interesting. I still don't like the putting a runner on second base, because, again, with the playoffs go down to one game, you didn't earn your way to second base in the extra innings, and you could get a broken bat, jam job to second base, move the runner over, medium fly ball to center field, close play at the plate, runner scores, you bring the closer in, they close out the game, and somebody wins without earning that run. So I still don't like that one.
Cal Ripken Jr., the Hall of Famer, with us on Grant and Danny. So I've said this many times on the air, and I'm not just saying this because we're shoulder to shoulder sharing earbuds right now, Cal. But
I got my arm around you too.
We're getting close. I appreciate you grinning and bearing it. But the reason I am the baseball fan I am to this day is your streak in 96, 95 in that era, and then the 98 home run chase. Those two things in my childhood made me the Major League Baseball fan that I am. And we just celebrated, like, I now feel really old. Yeah. But we just celebrated 30 years at Camden Yards, was able to go out during those final couple of days as we're counting down and see everybody getting ready to throw the party for you. But 30 years ago, it was 21-31 with the big numbers on the warehouse. Can you believe, that it's already been 30 years? And then what was that celebration like for you getting to go back to Camden to look back at those days?
So I can't believe it's 30 years. In many ways, it seems like it was yesterday. Your memory is pretty clear on what happened that night. And it's kind of interesting all together. I've never really been one, to celebrate the anniversaries or because the accomplishment happened at a certain time. Nothing's changed. It's just time has gone by. And so, although this time the Orioles were really gung-ho about doing it, I was unsure how that was going to come off. Even the Bobby Bowe and Rafael Palmeiro pushing me down the line a little bit, which was a good idea. But it was really well received. A lot of energy in the ballpark that night. It was the Dodgers. We had a sellout crowd. It really was a nice trip down memory lane. I think once you reach a certain age, you look back and you cherish those sort of moments. But I think what I realized is when all the guys came back, that you really cherish those moments with those guys. It's there's an accomplishment, but there's a journey that you take with those guys, and I really thought that was pretty special. It showed. And then we almost got no hit that night, 8 2/3 of no hit ball. Jackson Holiday hits a home run. They come from behind to get a walk off. So somebody was looking out for us that night.
The way the game is now, it's such a power game. There's no Maddox, there's no Tom Glavine, there's no Dennis Martinez with like 17 different pitches. It feels like if you don't throw 100, you can't even get noticed. And then at home plate, it's can you move a runner? No one cares about that. Your true outcomes. What have you made kind of that evolution, and how would some of the greats like you fit in today?
Well, how do I answer this question? I see signs of that being valued again. I see signs of the small ball and moving a runner over and getting a productive out and not striking out with a guy on third and less than 2 out. You see signs of the old type play coming back because in the end, in order to execute against the very best pitchers in the league, and usually it comes out in the playoffs, then you'll start to see a bunt. But it's still valuable during the course of the season. So I like the idea of putting, hit and run. I saw a delayed steal this year. I saw a hit and run attempt, one or two in the season, and you haven't seen that.
Like seeing old friends.
And as far as the power pitching, the analytics favor the swing and the miss.
Right.
And then there's a lot of people that throw hard. Now people are training to throw hard, but then the injury factor is coming into play. The Orioles got killed with the injuries, and that really hurt our season early this year. So I see in the future, a value of a pitcher being able to get somebody out multiple times, and not just go, all out for 100 pitches and then let's bring in the next live arm. You want to see somebody extended in the game, and you want to see somebody, have the craft of pitching. I was talking to Mike Messina about that the other day. Mike had a pretty good power arm himself at times. He could throw the ball past you. But the beauty of Mike Messina, like Maddox and Glavine and those guys, when they didn't have their super stuff, they could figure out how to get the hitters out. And all of a sudden they're in the 8th inning of a game and you got a lead. So I see that coming back, and I see some signs around the league where some teams are valuing that. And I wouldn't be surprised the next couple of years you start to see, the control type pitcher or the pitcher that has 16 pitches come back into the game a little bit more.
You know what no one ever mentions about Cal Ripken Jr.'s 26-32 games played in a row is the game you actually missed when Ryan Miner, was just kind of without fanfare, he just kind of takes third base and plays, was actually a day of a doubleheader, if memory serves. So you played in a game that day. Isn't that right?
That's not how I remember it.
No?
I think it was a night game. It was the last game of the season at home against the Yankees. So ESPN had the game. I believe Chris Berman had it. It was just one game. So I came in at 5 till 7 or 10 till 7.
How did it go? Did you make the call?
I told the manager, I said, tonight's the night. Because I didn't want to have to deal with all the hoopla before the game and not put that on the team. I thought we can do it after the game. And I didn't want it to be announced. I wanted it just to play out sort of naturally. So when Ryan Miner was supposed to take the field, they went to him and said, "You're playing third tonight." First of all, he didn't believe it. He thought it was some sort of
what
prank.
a prank, yeah.
And I had to go up to
very
him.
funny.
And I had to go up to him and say, "Ryan, you're playing. Go. You want to take the field." And then the cool part about that was, I looked at the Yankee dugout and they realized, what was happening. And then all of them got on the top step of the dugout and gave me sort of a standing ovation. And I was wondering, why did they get it so quickly? But then I remember that Joe Torre, or whoever got the lineup card, they must have seen the lineup card at that time. So they went back before we took the field, and probably said, "Hey, this is." They probably planned for it a little bit, but the whole stadium then started to unfold, and then it became a positive memory, a positive interaction. I didn't know what to do. I was in the dugout. I went to the clubhouse one time. Eric Davis told me he'd come sit next to him and put some, turf shoes on, because he knows how to sit on the bench. I went out to the bullpen because I wondered, what do those guys do out there for the whole game? And I went out there and sat out there for a while. But it turned out to be a celebration of the 26-32 as opposed to ending for some other reason.
Yeah, and it was hilarious on the telecast. I remember watching in my dorm room. They were gently, and it was all in good fun, but making fun of you because you clearly didn't know what to do.
No, when you're in something for so long, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're on the outside looking in, and I didn't like that feeling at all.
Yeah,
I'd much rather be in the game.
You are busy now. We were just talking about it before you came on, but yeah, the wedding within the family. You went to the Ravens game a couple nights ago in prime time. You were at Northwest Stadium for the opener. Seems like you have a lot on the calendar. You're not really doing the retirement thing very much.
Oh, I thought I was moving towards retirement. We sold our last minor league team, and we sold the majority interest in our kids' business. Now we're expanding. We have a smaller piece of a much bigger pie. We're expanding really quickly, but I don't have the day-to-day responsibility for that. And so I thought, this is kind of cool. I'll edge towards retirement. Then the Orioles opportunity came up. David Rubenstein called me and asked me to join the group, and I, was ecstatic about that. And I'm starting to get pulled back in baseball-wise, which I want to be able to help, but I tell them I'm not looking for a job. But I enjoy being around this group of players, very talented players, young, and I can help them in some ways, and I'm enjoying that too. So. It seems like in our social calendar's filling up quite a bit. So it seems like there's a lot of stuff going on.
Well, tonight is quite a cool thing. Again, here in Annapolis, Ripken's Uncorked for the Cal Ripken Senior Foundation. I'll be lucky enough to MC this event. And I got to say, Danny, one of the first people I ever got to interview when I was a young guy, when I was 10 years old, one of the first things I was ever credentialed for, I don't know why, but the Orioles inexplicably allowed me to come as a little 10-year-old on opening day and to interview my hero, Cal Ripken Jr. And that day, my first couple interviews were like Will Clark, who was not very nice, by the way. He is a good guy, but he did not enjoy the fact that a 10-year-old was interviewing him on opening day. And then I talked to Albert Bell. So those were my first two people.
And then
Cal Ripken Jr., and he could not have been more awesome and great. And I was like, all right, this is going to be okay. But yeah, you were like hitting third in that order. And right in front of the dugout there, I've still got the picture. You couldn't have been better.
You made me think of a few things. So Will must not have been hitting very well because he usually was a pretty jovial, outspoken guy. Albert, everybody thought Albert was a bad teammate, they were talking about him, but I thought he was a great teammate. But he didn't have much patience for the media, so I could see him, especially if you sat in his chair in the locker room, you might have been scared away from.
He was not a small guy either.
No, he's a big guy, intimidating guy. But that was a good time. I had a chance to play with those guys and get a chance to feel who they were as people. and I really enjoyed that. So I feel for you a little bit where you dealt with rejection or unkindness, maybe.
No, I wouldn't even say that. It was just, as I now look back as an actual professional 37-year-old doing this, like, when a kid's in the clubhouse, people are kind of like, what is going on? And I didn't know the difference. I'm just walking up trying to, like, I'm Tim Kirkjian, trying to break down baseball, and they're like, this is really weird.
Well, I mean, it worked because look where you are.
I guess if you act as if, right? If you pretend enough.
It's
but no, this
mantra, yeah.
That's right. If we get a chance to chop it up with Cal Ripken Jr. in Annapolis, we do that. Thank you again for joining us on our video chat here, and I'm looking forward to tonight. Should be a blast.
Appreciate you, Cal.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Have a good
Grant
one.
and Danny coming back with you on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set for their Week 4 matchup with the Falcons on Sunday, which will kick off at 1 o'clock today. Jalen Lane was named the Rookie of the Week after he returned a 90-yard punt for a touchdown. And taking a look at today's practice report for the team, 5 players didn't practice. John Bates dealing with a calf and a groin injury. Noah Brown with a groin and a knee injury. Percy Butler with a hip injury. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt with a knee injury. And Terry McLaurin with the quad injury. Quarterback Jaden Daniels was limited for a second straight day with the knee injury. And cornerback Trey Amos was limited yesterday, but he was able to practice in full today dealing with the calf injury coming out of Sunday's matchup. Notable players on the injury report for Atlanta. Cornerback A.J. Terrell did not practice for a second straight day today with a hamstring injury. Linebacker James Pierce was limited for a second straight day with a groin injury. Injuries around the league. Wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is not close to returning, according to general manager John Lynch. Justin Fields for the Jets was practicing today in full, but still in concussion protocol. And Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin was a full participant yesterday, could make his season debut on Sunday. Tonight, Seahawks and Cardinals at 8:15. Can hear the game right here on the Fan coverage at 7:30. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet is questionable, but he's expected to play tonight with a foot injury he suffered a couple weeks ago. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Terry McLaurin, his star receiver, I would say similarly murky status, although probably more toward the negative side as it pertains to this week. McLaurin did not practice yesterday dealing with a quad injury. It's an interesting one, described to me as more of a hip flexor injury. Doesn't matter, it's all the same thing. Still struggles to run. May not be able to play this week. Got another second opinion on his injury yesterday, so we'll see where that lands him.
That's Ian Rapoport. This is Grant and Danny. No more GP. He's off gallivanting with Cal Ripken, and I'm not jealous at all. Now, I'll tell you this. And welcome back. We're going to talk some Terry McLaurin. We'll talk about what you feel good about, what you're nervous about with regards to the Washington Foosball Boys playing the Atlanta Falcons in every rapper's 7th favorite city this weekend. Also got to do some confidence points picks where I am getting my hind parts whooped. Darius is like, hey, man, go out behind the woodshed and wait for me. I'll be right there. Toby's like, hey, don't look at any light. Don't see any light of day. Just bury your head in the sand, you loser. Killing me. Clary's like, give me the Lions, and they always win. Anyway, point of the dude's story is that I think I was actually thinking about this, Darius. I think that's the 4th time, maybe 5th. I think it's 4, though, that Cal Ripken Jr. has been on. I've been on the radio with him over the course of my career. Had him on talking about, now this may be foreign to some of you guys, the Nationals playoffs. To talk about the Nationals in the playoffs. That's something that you may not remember, but it did happen.
They could do that?
Yes.
What?
What happened, and this is fascinating, is they'd all play the allotment of games, 162 if you recall. They would have more wins and what's called a better record than the majority of the teams in their in their league. So it's 2 leagues. So in football, it's conferences. In baseball, it's 2 leagues, National League, American League. They're in the National League. And they would have one of the 2 or 3, even 4 best records in the National League, and they would get to play more baseball. And that was fun when that would happen. But we had Cal on multiple times over the years to talk about stuff. I just said this to you guys during the break, and this is true. Just forgive me for a moment for waxing nostalgic. If you'd have told little bowl-cutted 6-year-old Fannie Mouye, who went to Memorial Stadium, where you just park in a neighborhood and put your life in your hands just to go sitting on these, 10,000-degree metal hot bleachers so that I could watch Mike Devereaux go 1 for 6, but track a fly ball real well. Man, oh man, that I would have a radio program on 106.7 where I spoke to Cal Ripken and it was like a normal, reasonable thing. I don't know. That's one of those. That's one of those kind of things where you go, you know what? You've done something with yourself, you pudgy idiot. You self-centered, self-absorbed, myopic loser. You've actually accomplished a little bit here. Cal Ripken Jr. was on my radio show just now. That's pretty great, man. He and Art Monk are that's kind of my basis for sports. So Grant was talking about this with Cal, like his the 21-31 chase and the home run chase, etc., were the reason he's a baseball fan. Well, I went as a little kid. I played t-ball, I played soccer, I did whatever, and I saw Cal Ripken go like 2 for 4, make a couple backhand stops, throw the ball on the run, hustle on off the field. And I went, him, number 8. That's who I'm a fan of. I love him. And that was kind of the sort of deal ever since. And then, of course, Art Monk would just catch a pass every game, and he always got first downs. So the key thing was if you needed 5, Art Monk got you 7. And I value dependability. You'll notice my 2 athletes, my favorite athletes, had a common trait. They played all the time, and they were always good. That's what I care about. I care about that consistency. And so that kind of formulated me as both an athlete, nowhere near to those guys' level, obviously, and then as someone that cared about sports and lived and loved and ate and breathed sports. Those 2 guys are what shaped my worldview when it came to athletics. Then, of course, I had coaches and mentors and everybody else on the way where you pick up certain things. But that's what got me in. Those 2 guys are my gateway drug. And always really awesome to have Cal on the show. So that is my own me talking about me, disguised as talking about Cal, but it was really me talking about me. All right, we're good? You heard the clip for Ian Rapoport, who, again, was like, it's a hip flexor, maybe it's a quad. I don't know, he can't run great. Not my favorite Ian Rapoport report. I'll say that. Any hoodles. Terry McLaurin's status in doubt this weekend. So I've gone back and I have looked over the last few years, and I've noted something that Terry McLaurin doesn't generally get off to good starts. So that's my, as they said in Ocean's 11, I offer you an olive basket and you spit in my face. It's supposed to be an olive branch. That's the point of why it's funny. Any hoodles. My olive basket, to those of you that are going to yell at me in a second, he has not gotten off to fast starts over the last couple of seasons. You go back 2 years ago, 2 for 31, 5 for 54, look out, 6 for 41 in a 37-3 loss to the Buffalo Bills. This is all before doing the Terry McLaurin thing where he puts together more yards, more catches, not that many touchdowns because that's, sort of been bad luck over the course of his career. But that's 2 years ago. Last year, you know the story, 2 for 17, 6 for 22, wasn't until week 4 against Cincinnati. He had a couple big plays, finally goes 4 for 100, following it up with 7 for 52 and a touchdown. This year, same kind of a deal. Off to a very slow start and now injured in some way. So I understand he has gotten off to slow starts in his career. Okay, everybody's with me on that so far? We've established that. However, does this feel different to anybody else? This year had the only time we've had this backdrop. The holdout, the hold in, the holding. There's so much holding. He waited a very, very long time. Let's put our chips on the table here to sign a team-friendly deal. He basically got himself a 1-year extension. It's not the deal that his agent was leaking out that they were looking for or that they wanted to talk about. We didn't get quote north of the DK Metcalf or all that other kind of stuff, right? It was basically, hey, all right, we'll give you a little bit more money for another season, but we don't want to be long-term in the Terry McLaurin business. That's kind of how this went. And that stinks, but that's also the NFL. It is a cruel, mean, miserable place that is unforgiving. The instant you no longer can live up to your contract, teams are looking for a way out of it. So I have sympathy for players that want to get more. I had sympathy all the way up until we're now missing too much preseason for me, where I don't think you can get off to a good start. And he hasn't gotten off to good starts traditionally anyway. So here is my question for you guys. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You talk to Toby, then you talk to me. Talk to Toby, then you talk to me. You worried about McLaurin's season at all? Last year, he had a typical Terry McLaurin year in terms of yards, in terms of catches. The atypical thing was all the touchdowns, right? The atypical spike was the touchdown spike. But if I told you in general, right around 80 catches, less than 1,100 yards, you could pick 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years where that fit 100%. The touchdown spike was the, oh my God, the career year. And those can be fickle. Just ask Calvin Johnson or ask Terry McLaurin for that matter. This is the most touchdowns he had since his rookie year when the team was terrible. So touchdowns come and go. You can see how fleeting they are, by the way. He should have a touchdown already. He got to take it off the board because they made the incorrect call, in my view. I thought he scored on that long pass from Mariota where he caught and run, where he actually got hurt on. So my question for you guys, I'll open it up to the room here in a moment with Toby, Ryan, Darius, and me. Are you worried about his season at all? Given the backdrop, given the injury now, or is this going to be, he misses 1 week and he'll just be back to doing Terry McLaurin stuff where it's mid-70s now because you're slowed down a little bit, maybe missed a game. Mid-70s catches, over 1,000 yards, call it 6 to 8 touchdowns. Or are you worried about it? Darius, start with you. Are you worried about his year?
I'm absolutely worried about his year. As you mentioned before, it's definitely not been easy for him early in seasons. This now bringing in this injury and the uncertainty behind this injury, it's just too cloudy. It's way too hard to understand whether or not he'll be able to come back from this anytime soon, first of all. And once he does come back from it, if he does come back from it, will he still be effective? Quad injuries are no thing to joke about.
Nope.
And it's going to affect his ability to run. This is already a guy that doesn't really, he's not really off the charts when it comes to separation.
That's right.
So you're asking him to put a lot more, strain on his body to make catches in traffic against these top defenders that he goes up against. I'm very worried about his season. I think it's not looking very good.
So what does that look like to you? Because I'm actually with you. I'll give you my full view in a second. But what does it look like when you say you're worried? What does that mean?
I'm worried that we're talking about missing upwards of a month worth of games. And then when he comes back, we're looking at another slow start again, where we're looking at him basically ramping up and getting back into game shape, which he's already been doing these first couple of weeks, considering that he missed so much of training camp. You're asking him to go through that same process again if he does come back from this quad injury, if he misses a few games.
You've made my exact case. And I'm not predicting that, by the way. I'm saying I'm not worried about it. I hope you can understand the distinction. Rhino, where are you at? Are you worried at all?
Yeah, I'm absolutely worried at this point. I mean, because number one, as you mentioned, Terry McLaurin has always gotten off the slow starts, but now you mix in an injury, and you also mix in the fact that he basically missed the first month of training camp, or even more at that point. I'm worried. How can you not be worried? This is someone who is 29, 30 years old. He's on the back end of his career at this point. Terry McLaurin is a great receiver, but also he's getting older. He has an injury. He did not ramp up completely to where you would like him to be this preseason. So at this point, I am worried about a slow start and even a slow season overall for Terry McLaurin because, again, we need number 17 to win, and if he's not there, what's the purpose of this?
Toby, you are I'm trying to use the right terms here. See if I get this right. You're a Terry stan?
Yeah. That'd be correct.
If you were the premier or like the president in like a faux democracy, even though it's like a dictatorship, the country would be Terry stan.
Yes.
Are you worried at all?
Yeah, 100%. I'm very worried, and I don't even know if I'm as worried about Terry. I think he'll come back and be fine. I'm very worried about the offense as a whole without Terry, and if Terry's not able to get back to his form. That's what worries me. It's just Jaden's not 100%. I don't know when he'll be 100%. Maybe it's something that's not that big a deal, and next week, if he's on the field and he's 100%, we're good to go, fine. But it's just too many injuries piling up, and the two guys that you felt like you could rely on the offensive side of the ball, with the exception of the holdout and all that stuff, were 17-5. And both those dudes are banged up in the first couple of weeks of the season.
We're in week 4. Yeah, I think you're right on that. I mean, that's kind of this. You guys all kind of said. I'm actually surprised we have a consensus on this. Again, I don't know that I'm predicting it, but my point all along, going through the hold in, hold out, whatever, was do what you got to do. I got no problem. You want to hold a presser at Eastern Motors where your job's your credit? By all means, do your thing. You want to do the weird dance at practice where you go down there and sign autographs after the fact to draw attention to yourself? Godspeed. Do whatever you possibly can to earn the most you can. But once the clock struck midnight, a.k.a. it's football season time now, I'm going, you're now messing with my thing. It's no longer a you and it's a we. It's now for all of us to pull the rope in the same direction. And I know that absolves the team to a degree, and I understand that. The team has the backing of the CBA and the league where a player has precious little leverage, and you saw it. After all that, I keep saying it, he signed a team-friendly deal. Right? You could rattle your saber all you want, but he basically got an extra year and some cash. And that's nice. Good for you, but That's not what you were saying, not what your agent was saying. That's not what everybody was saying that you were holding out for. You were trying to do something. You couldn't come close to that because the team played hardball. Once you get into the business of the season, now it's our business. And that was kind of my point. Again, you'll notice I'm not angry with Terry McLaurin. I simply was saying at the time, this is the risk. The scenario where we talked about a risk is happening now. I will also offer, you had a whole mess of guys that did the normal offseason at receiver, everyone from Tet McMillan to Mike Evans to CeeDee Lamb, who had, I think it had nothing to do with like a soft tissue injury, but a number of guys are banged up. Some are going to miss time. It's not one-to-one. The point is, it's a process, right? This is a process situation. You do certain things, you give yourself the best chance. It's all blackjack. If you've ever played blackjack, you know the deal. If the dealer is showing a 6 and you've got a 10, you double down on the next card. You just do. That's what you do, right? You might lose that hand. Doesn't mean it was the wrong play. Everybody follow that? So this was not the best process for McLaurin. And again, I have no idea. Anybody who tells you definitively they know that he wouldn't have gotten hurt based on that play had he been in training camp on time is full of it. And anybody that says it the other way definitively is full of it. No one will ever have a clue. It's impossible to know. But you open yourself up to those questions. And I think those questions, by the way, are very fair. Some people don't. Godspeed. To me, we're now in the scenario that I was quite literally worried about. Those of us that saw this coming then, for someone that's already a notoriously slow starter, kind of went, hey, you kind of can't afford to do this because of these slow starts. Now you got an injury to add on to it. So, yeah, I'm worried. To answer my own question, I want you guys to answer too, 800-636-1067. You worried about McLaurin's year. What does it look like? It's what Darius laid out, but most specifically, you're missing a couple of weeks now, for the sake of argument, maybe 3, call it 2. Then we're still not, quote-unquote, ramped up. This isn't a guy that gets hurt and goes on the 15-day injured list in Major League Baseball because he pulled his hammy in July. This is still spring training time, where his time on the grass is nowhere near equal to some of his teammates, who are also banged up, mind you. So I'm talking about numbers-wise. How much does that set you back? He's usually right around 77 to 81, 82 catches. So here is his catch log. 77, 77, 79, 82. That's the last 4 years. Pretty consistent there, right? Talking about right around, 77 to 82, 81 catches, give or take. You're knocking that total down, aren't you? By what, 10, 12? Yardage totals. Again, look at consistency. 1,053, outlier 1,191, 1,002, 1,096. That's the last 4 years. What are you talking? 750, 800 yards? At best? I'm worried about this year, man. I don't know that I'm predicting it, but my point is we're checking some boxes when we start doing let's summarize the fears. Let's summarize the things that you're worried about potentially for McLaurin. And I've checked a few. And there's some that haven't been checked yet, but the first ones have. 800-636-1067. Got some confidence points we're going to do. We'll also talk about things you feel good about this weekend and things that you're a little bit nervous about. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Let's talk Thursday Night Football. Zach Charbonnet, second-string running back for Seattle, is limited, but looks like he's going to be good to go tonight for the Seahawks. And for the Arizona Cardinals, no James Conner. He's out. The Trey Benson show begins. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So this season, where else would you bet other than my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? It's the home of fair play. It protects all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays all season long from any first-half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on every bet, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, even defensive backs. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So why stick with a book that leaves you empty-handed when you could bet with the one that has your back for the whole first half. Fanatic Sportsbook, I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Week 4 of the NFL season is here. Tonight, Thursday Night Football kicks it off. Seahawks and Cardinals in Arizona. 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Coverage beginning at 7:30. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet was listed as questionable coming into the matchup. He is expected to play, though, with a foot injury, although he missed last week's game. Commanders getting set to take on the Falcons on Sunday. Jalen Lane was named the Rookie of the Week this week after his punt return touchdown. Practice report for the Commanders. 5 players didn't practice. John Bates, Noah Brown, Percy Butler, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, and Terry McLaurin. Jaden Daniels was limited with his knee injury. Trey Amos practiced in full after he was limited yesterday with a calf injury. Notables for the Falcons on their injury report. Cornerback A.J. Terrell didn't practice for a second straight day dealing with a hamstring injury. Linebacker James Pierce was limited with a groin injury. Baseball, Nats have the day off today. They'll take on the White Sox for the final series of the year starting tomorrow night at Nationals Park. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You can tweet me at Funny Danny. Gentleman just did that and said, quote, Terry will come back and break records. Book this tweet. He will end up with 1,400 yards and 18 TDs. Bet your life savings on it. It's happening. And no, that gentleman was not Toby Altizer. Great Danny here on The Fan. Welcome back to the radio program. Confidence Points picks. Mackenzie Gore will join the program in the 6 o'clock hour. What you feel confident in, what you're nervous about for this weekend's game against the Atlanta Falcons. But right now at 800-636-1067, you worried about McLaurin's year at all? Producers are in total unanimity. I feel that way. I'm a little concerned. What say you? 800-636-1067. Elijah, D.C., first up on this, man. You worried about McLaurin's year at all?
Appreciate you taking my call. I'm not overly concerned, and I think the reason being, for starters, is the run game. And if the run game was anemic right now, I think my concern level would be further up. I think I want McLaurin. I know last time I came on the show, I know y'all like, all right, let's not talk about this playoffs. We just want to talk about the game. But for my mindset, I want him available. I want him running around with screens. I want him available doing that in the playoffs. And if we can get to the running the ball, so be it. I think it just takes less pressure off of everybody. I don't want Jaden Daniels back there or whoever's back there like, I don't have enough options and my running game's not there. That's going to pose serious problems. For me, I would have liked them to feature him. It seems like they try to hide him a bit, but I would like them to feature him on shorter situations, just slants, maybe a quick run, not a screen, but almost like a jet sweep.
Yeah.
Even though I know Debo is taking that chunk of the offense, but I still think early having him run all the way down the field, it's just a different ask. And I just thought they could have maybe featured him a little bit sooner and a little bit easier targets earlier. And so I'm kind of, it's there. You can't pretend that it's not there, but I'm not overly concerned. And I think the run game is going to help, as it has done in the past. I think even in other regimes, we was like, we can't do nothing, but we was able to hold on to the ball, eat the clock. There's certain things that Washington has always been able to kind of lay some hay and kind of being like, we're kind of cool here. And I think this is a good season and a good opportunity to feature more running at this juncture of the year.
Appreciate you, dudes. Good phone call. Thanks for making it. So here, that to me is more an answer to, are you worried about the offense without McLaurin? Right? And if running backs keep dropping like flies, maybe that's another conversation too. But that kind of, it depends on, you're looking at a glass of water, and I'm going, hey man, there's some space in that glass. You're going, yeah, there's water in the glass, right? Little half full, half empty type analogy. What I just heard from Elijah, it's a really good phone call, but it was, even if McLaurin's not great, or even if he's not himself, no big deal because we can run the ball. You see what I'm saying? Listen, Cliff Kingsbury is really good. I think Jaden Daniels is really good. I hope he's fine and dandy, whether it's this week or next week he comes back and he's himself, and we'll go from there. But I'm talking about McLaurin's offensive year most specifically. And yeah, I'm with you, Elijah. I want McLaurin healthy and ready to go. If there's a time of year I could pick, it wouldn't be right now. It would be playoff time. If I had to choose one, of course, I'll choose playoffs. But I guess that's not necessarily the point or really the question. It is, he's been the pinnacle of consistency. Right? You heard me read off the totals. Around 77 catches, around 1,100 yards, just under, just over, whatever. Last year, the touchdown spiked. But everything else, it's him. That's who Terry McLaurin has been. It's really, really important, and it's good. Nobody else in this offense is doing that. I don't think he gets there. And it sounded like you're going, I think I'm not putting words in your mouth. I think it was a good call. But it sounds like you're going, yeah, even if he doesn't, we'll be able to run the ball. We'll lean on that. Interesting, that's all. John in Ashburn. What's up, man? You worried about McLaurin's season at all?
I'm not really worried about his seasons. I know his numbers are going to be down. And my first point I want to make is, of course, he started off the slow starts every year because he had a different quarterback every year. Yep. So this is the first year that's not a thing. So that's contributed to his slow starts. Now, as far as his numbers, they were going to be down this year anyway because you actually have some other weapons on that could spread the ball out. Debo's going to cut into his numbers. So if you're asking me, am I worried that his numbers will be less? Yes, they are going to be less, but I'm not worried about it.
So for you, real quick, John, you're saying the numbers were going to go down because Debo Samuel's presence.
Yep.
So, and I appreciate the phone call. Here's my counter to your counter. I didn't see it that way. Some people do, and again, I'm not ripping John, but I don't see it that way. To me, Debo Samuel's touches, those were Jamison Crowder's touches. Those are Lamine Zaccheaus' touches. Those are, early season Luke McCaffrey touches that were happening last year. I didn't see that as taken away from McLaurin. That's two totally different roles. And yeah, Debo's going to get more because he's going to run the ball. He's going to, a lot of the jet action, the short stuff. You basically turn him into a punt returner by flipping the ball in space, etc. But I don't know that was going to cut into McLaurin's totals. Philosophically, maybe it does, right? If one guy is going to eat up so many targets and so many different looks that there's not room at the table for 125, 130 Terry McLaurin targets. Okay. But that's not how I saw it. And I wonder what they would say, honestly. If you do give Cliff Kingsbury and his really nice haircut and really deep voice some truth serum, did you see Debo Samuel eating into McLaurin's targets, or did you see it as an amalgam of De'Ami Brown's looks, right, from last year? Because McLaurin is not someone that I would ever turn the fader down on if I was Washington in this offense. Unless you tomorrow somehow do a Madden trade where you end up with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, then I'll turn McLaurin's fader down. But here, what he does when he's right is too valuable, even with the presence of Debo Samuel, who I was thrilled with. Reese, St. Mary's, you worried about McLaurin's year at all?
Yeah, the reason why I'm worried about it, because when you hold out like that, it's things injury. So that's why I'm worried. And only reason why he's not going to get his numbers because he wasn't working out with Jaden in the preseason, and you become a little more worried, like Debo my number one now. Even though you don't want to say it, it is, because that's who having the repetitions right now when it means so much. So Terry McLaurin numbers gonna go down just because of that. And the only thing bad about it is and then they're gonna go down because now I wouldn't even play him this game, because by you getting an injury like that, you gotta wait, you gotta hold them off, because hopefully you can beat Atlanta with him and then bring them back 100%, because you don't want this injury nagging, or we not even gonna have him for playoffs.
I think that's the thing. Reese, good phone call. Bird, Southeast DC, what's up, man? You're on the Fan.
Man, we need Terry for later on. So far this year, Terry's production this year, other than being a distraction for other people, has not been so much that you try to rush him back right now. Just like we didn't know what we had with a lot of players on the team. Until these players get an opportunity to play, we don't know what we have. And with Terry on the field, Lane and everybody else and Morris, they're not getting reps. We have to see what we got. We're so stuck on what we got to use them. We got other players on the team. You got to give these jokers a chance to shine, get their reps in, so we can see what we got. We might have a legitimate 1.2 or 1/2 wide receiver, because we know McLaurin is long in the tooth, and he's not a number one receiver on any team other than with us.
Appreciate you, dude. So if this was a group that wasn't coming off an NFC Championship game appearance, if this was a handful of years ago, many times over, Bird and I would be doing that Spider-Man meme. You know the one I'm talking about, you guys, where Spider-Man's pointing at each other? There are multiple Spider-Men from the Spider-Verse. Because, yeah, I can't remember all the receivers' names now. They've washed away. But Shanahan did this crap before Griffin came. They were trotting out some guy on his fifth team, over the hill dude, when they drafted somebody in like the second round, the third round or whatever, right? Now, Cliff Russell turns out to be a joke and he's not any good, but they're starting some guy that's journeyman Jag Jerry over him when you're not going anywhere. No, I hated that. But I'm not that interested this year in, quote unquote, finding out what I've got in a lot of positions. If this is Jaden Daniels, I'm saying for the sake of argument, Bird, God forbid, Jaden Daniels can't play the rest of the year, and it's Mariota and it's Sam Hartman and it's Josh Johnson or whatever, then I'm on Team Bird, where I go, I need to feature Luke McCaffrey. What's it look like when he gets 10 targets in a game? Let's see. I want to know what Jalen Lane can do as a wide receiver. I'm not in the find-out business for a team that's got a higher eye line than what we're talking about there. Maybe that's just me. But I know at a certain point you got to fold in some of the younger players, and they do need to be given opportunities. But to me, that's not I'm going to hold out Terry McLaurin or not play Chris Moore or whatever, when I'm trying to stockpile wins to get back into the postseason. If your eye line is where the New Orleans Saints eye line is, play your kids, right? You draft somebody, you play them. If you're, I don't know, pick your garbage team, pick somebody down at the bottom that ain't going anywhere, and you got some veteran that's been around for a million years, screw that noise, right? Play the kid. I don't think that's here, right? Good calls on that. Appreciate that. We're going to talk about some confidence points. We will do that at 6, plus Mackenzie Gore will join us. And next, what we feel good about, what we're nervous about with this football match that's coming up this weekend between Washington and Atlanta. Selling a home can be stressful, especially when things don't go as planned. What's up? Danny Rouillet here for Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home team with Keller Williams. They've created systems to handle every challenge, and the results are amazing. Here's what their client Kimberly had to say. Quote, our situation was anything but typical. We were out of the country when the house was listed, and Reynolds Power Home team sold our home for $100,000 over asking, all cash, and made the process seamless with their amazing support team. Stories like this happen all the time with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home team. They know the local market inside and out, and they've got access to thousands of pre-qualified buyers, and they use cutting-edge marketing strategies that put more eyes on your home. More eyes means you know what? More money for you. Whether you're relocating or just want top dollar, they know how to get the job done, and if your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. G&D here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore joins the program in about, what's that? Let me see. Carry the 20 minutes. About 21 minutes. Give or take. Maybe 22. I don't know. Don't count. Don't be a jerk and count and be like, it was actually 22. Don't do that. Danny Rouillet with you. No GP is hosting some event with Cal Ripken. It's pretty cool, I guess. Dream come true, I guess. It's good for you. Welcome back to the program. Appreciate you guys checking out the show. Any place, anytime, anywhere. It's not just what Dan Quinn says about who you can play, but it's where you can check out the show. Podcasts really available wherever you get your podcasts. You can find us. We're also exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting KM Lawyers, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Talking some football. And did you know that when we talk about football, it's presented by Paramount Plus? You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 4 matchup between the Washington Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You know, doing a read is the only way to get me to say the team name, because you don't get to mess with the read. It annoys me a little bit. Now, I'm not mad at Paramount Plus. It's a wonderful product. It's where Yellowstone is. It's where Tulsa King is. It's where the prequels, 1923, 1883 are. All fantastic shows. I'm a Paramount Plus guy. But because they say the name of the team in the copy, I have to say it, and boy, does that make me... Ugh. I can't stand it. It just that little twerp Dan Snyder standing up there going, it's a big day for all of us. It's 2-2-22 in my mouth, and I hate it. Anyway, conversation right meow. What are you confident in? What are you a little nervous about? What are you a little nervous about for the football game this weekend? 800-636-1067. We can maybe squeeze a call or two in on this. We'll go around the room. Here's what I'm confident in. I think you can knock this Atlanta Falcons team around a little bit when Washington has the football. The Raiders came in doing a pretty good job against the run. How'd that work out for you? Was it pretty good? Did you have fun getting bludgeoned and knocked into next Tuesday? I think you could do that to this Atlanta Falcons team. They're not terrible on that side of the ball, especially as a pass rushing group. But I don't trust them to hold up against Washington's kind of 2.0 offensive line here that we just saw they kind of unveiled this past week. I think you could push around Harrison and Caden Ellis and Diablo and Leonard Floyd and company. I think you can run at them, even if it's not Bill, even if it's Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichols and Mariota at times. I think some running lanes will be there. The thing I feel nervous about, Bijan Robinson in space. Oh, is that terrifying? I'm not talking about between the tackles, because that's the next thing I feel good about. I feel great. Frosted Flakes. You all sleep, Tony the Tiger. I feel excellent about Washington's ability, even against this pretty good Atlanta offensive line, mind you, to shove on Robinson, Algier, whomever between the tackles. Washington has done a great job. They are fifth in the NFL in run defensive DVOA. The plan for the offseason has worked. But the thing that doesn't necessarily account for is swing passes to Robinson, wide pitches to Robinson, or whoever. Maybe it's Darnell Mooney on something in space. But outside running, thank God they played teams over the last few weeks that want to establish the physicality at the line, point of attack, run, dang ball. You got to establish your identity. How about your identity is that you're a losing football team? Except for Green Bay, don't worry about that. But the point is, you want to thump with me? I got an answer for that. His name's Javon Kinlaw. His name's Daron Payne. A rotation that's going to push you right back and not let you go no place. All about that. All about that. So that's what I feel nervous about, though. Outside, in space, Bijan Robinson. Be it by run, be it by pass, etc. Darius, I start with you at the round table. Something you feel good about, something you feel nervous about.
I feel good about the defense being able to get off the field on third down in this game. I think a couple of factors are going to play into that. I think, for one, the run defense on first and second down is going to be able to hold Bijan Robinson on inside runs, and it's going to force Michael Penix to have to make plays on third down. And I don't think that he'll be able to make some of those plays. We're also one of the top third down defenses in the league right now, And I think that plays a lot in our favor. I think another factor that also plays in our favor, I think it's going to be a pro-Washington crowd down there. I think there's going to be a lot of Washington fans down in Atlanta. They always make the trip down there, and it seems like it's 50-50, if not 60-40. So I think that's going to help the team a lot when it comes to trying to get the Falcons off the field on third down. Something I'm worried about, I hate that you already said it already, but Bijan Robinson. He while we will contain him on any kind of inside runs, I'm worried about him in the pass game. That might be the only way that they'll be able to convert third downs, is if it's a little dump down to Bijan Robinson and he makes a man miss. He's got a bad matchup against Bobby Wagner or something of that sort. That would be my main concern going into this game.
Tobes, what do you got?
So mine kind of go hand in hand, so it's going to sound a little counterintuitive, but stick with me for a second. The thing that I'm confident in, I think Cliff Kingsbury is going to put together a good game plan. I think he did a really good job this past week. I think Marcus Mariota executed perfectly what he was asked to do. He really only had to, in terms of play quarterback, go through the progressions, do the different things. He only had to do that a couple of times. A lot of stuff was read options, stuff that he's very adept at, and he did a really good job. So I think Cliff is going to put together a great game plan, so I'm not worried about that. But on the flip side, who's catching passes? Cliff can draw up a great game plan, but if your dude can't get open, then it really doesn't matter. So I think Cliff's going to do a great job putting these guys in a position to succeed, but are the guys that are going to be out there trying to catch the passes, whether it's Jalen Lane stepping into a bigger role, whether it's Chris Moore, Luke McCaffrey, are those guys going to be able to step up in a big spot without presumably Terry, and now you're going to throw more on Debo's plate? I'm just a little bit worried about the pass catchers.
That is very reasonable. Rhino, what do you got?
I'm worried about Michael Penix at this point. I'm kind of worried about a dead cat bounce situation because, as we've kind of known, the Commanders have been pretty vulnerable against the pass this season, and Michael Penix looked awful last week against a pretty solid Panthers defense, but I don't think he's that bad. In fact, I don't think he's bad at all. I think they're going to be able to scheme some people open with the backfield. Trey Amos, Marshawn Lattimore, who knows what's going to happen in the DB field there. I'm kind of worried about Michael Penix having that bounce-back performance, and what I feel confident in is actually the Commanders' run game. I think the Commanders' run game has been awesome so far. I'd like to see Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt get a little bit more touches, and I do feel
Hope he's healthy.
Yeah, exactly. If he's healthy this weekend, and if he is, then I do believe he will get a pretty big chunk of the carries this weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I think they can and should run the football. This, to me, is it's a second week in a row. I don't think you can do this if you're playing Buffalo. I don't think you can do it if you're playing the Chargers in a couple weeks. We'll jump off that bridge when we get there. But I think you can make sure that if you don't beat yourself, you beat this team. And that may be dismissive of Atlanta. I certainly think that was the case against the Raiders. I think Atlanta's better than the Raiders, even though, again, their most recent sample was they were just hot dog water against the Carolina Panthers. But to me, this is if we don't screw up, and we take advantage of a couple of things, I think you escape with a win. This week, again, is an escape for me because you don't have JD5. You probably don't have McLaurin. You maybe don't have Bill. There's a whole bunch of variables there to that. But good conversation, as always. Speaking of good combos, Mackenzie Gore will join the show. We got some confidence points to do. And a reminder, we'll tell you where we're going to be. We'll remind you where the show is going to be on Friday. We'll be busy little bees. Last segment coming up. Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Week 4 of the season is here. Thursday Night Football tonight. Seahawks and Cardinals out in Arizona, kicking off at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on the Fan, coverage beginning at 7:30. Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet was listed as questionable going into the matchup tonight. He's expected to play despite the foot injury that forced him to miss last week. For the Commanders, getting set to take on the Falcons, Jalen Lane was named Rookie of the Week after his punt return touchdown last week. Taking a look at today's practice report, 5 players didn't practice for the Commanders: John Bates, Noah Brown, Percy Butler, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, and Terry McLaurin. Jaden Daniels was limited once again today with the knee injury. Cornerback Trey Amos was able to practice in full with the calf injury after he was limited yesterday. For the Falcons, cornerback A.J. Terrell didn't practice for a second straight day. Linebacker James Pierce was limited with a groin injury. Baseball, the Nationals have the day off today. They'll begin their final series of the year tomorrow as they'll take on the White Sox for 3 at Nationals Park. You can hear all those games right here on the Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks, Dill. Appreciate you, dude. Still, our buddy Dylan Cruz. You guys know Dylan Cruz, right? Outfielder for the Nationals? Winning baseball player, that guy? You know Dylan? Oh, we know Dylan really well. Us and Dill. Just Dill. Dill and the boys. Welcome back. Granddaddy here on the Fan. Final furlong before we get out of here. We got Mackenzie Gore joining us in a matter of moments. All right, it's that time again. Of course, Grant said he was going to do his confidence points picks, and then he didn't. I don't want to call him a big liar, so I'm not going to say that he's a big liar for not doing it, but he didn't do it, and he said he was going to do it. So I don't know. Whatever that you think that makes you, it is something. So Darius, let's have you very briefly, and without really getting into too much detail, about who's in last place by a lot and who's only 1-5 through the course of the season. Can you review the standings for everybody? But again, be very brief. Really brief.
All right, so I'll be very brief.
Thanks.
First place is Toby.
Yep.
Second place is Grant.
Yep.
Third place, tied for third place, is Darius and Ryan.
Yep.
And then,
Yeah, that's it. There's no other people.
That's it.
There's no other people. There's not one person with only 2 points, and everyone else has 7 or 9, something like that. Anyway, it's going great.
2.
2. That is 2.
2 points.
Yeah. But I've only gotten to pick from less games than you guys. It's a weird technical thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a weird obscure rule. Like you guys, I've only gotten to pick 1 game each week, and you guys have had 3. That's how I got.
I'm looking at the previous scoreboard. I see 3 picks week 2. I see 3 picks week 3.
Listen, it's not you're dwelling on the wrong details, man. But the ones that count for me, only my 1-pointers count. It's an obscure rule. If you've won it before, like it's before you guys are on the show, it's like you don't know her. She's a girl from camp. Okay. All right. Let's make our picks. Let's go first place to last place. So I'll go last. As we make our picks. Tobias Funke, go.
Yeah, as the guy in first place, I'll make my first 3-point play. Give me Chicago plus 1.5 against the dreadful Raiders. I just watched this team on Sunday. They're not very good. Now, I know Chicago has to go on the road to take on Vegas, but getting 1.5, I think Chicago's going to win this one outright, so give me the Bears plus 1.5 against Vegas.
I've actually got Arizona plus 1.5 tonight as my 3-point play. I think Trey Benson is a star in the making. This is someone who is on my fantasy team. I love his work. I think Trey Benson breaks it off tonight. 100-plus yards and a couple of tutties by Trey Benson. He leads the Cardinals to a win.
I will take for my 3-point play Detroit minus 9.5 versus Cleveland. Cleveland got their first win of the season. That's cute. Detroit's rolling, and they're got another home game here. They're going to absolutely roll over Cleveland. Minus 9.5 for Detroit.
So I think Grant should just get 0 for not putting his picks in on time, and I think we'll just say that. So I think that's fine, right? Everyone? Okay, here's what I've got. Now, I got into this predicament by picking a whole bunch of favorites. So, boy, do I have some favorites this week. The Giants are awful. They're starting a rookie, and the Chargers are really, really good. So, watch the Giants cover, but I've got the Chargers minus 6.5 on the Road.
My 2-point play is going to be the same as Danny's. Minus 6.5 for the Chargers. They are the best team in football that I've seen so far. They got the best quarterback in football right now. They just look so good. And I can't think that Jackson Dart, even though the tough travel of going West Coast to East Coast to play a 1 o'clock game, we just saw the Raiders do that and struggle a little bit. I don't think the Chargers are going to have a problem. They're going to go into MetLife Stadium and have their way. Chargers minus 6.5 for my 2-point play.
My 2-point play, I've got the Lions minus 9.5 going against the Browns. It's the Lions. It's at Ford Field. They're going to put up points, and the Cleveland Browns will not. I have them winning big. Shout out Jared Goff.
You just can't get through without.
He can't help it.
Can't help it. I got Indianapolis covering plus 3.5. They are at the LA Rams. LA Rams took a tough loss last week, but I do think that this Indianapolis team is for real. I don't know if they'll win this game, but I just don't see them losing by more than 3 points here. So I got Indianapolis covering 3.5.
I think the Arizona Cardinals are fraudulent liars who are going to come back down to earth, and they refuse to play good football or improve. They are this. Whatever this is, a middling, just low-ceiling, uninteresting team that can't seem to use the sum of its parts. Like if Trey McBride has a good game, it means no one else does. I happen to think Trey Benson is overrated. Give me Seattle minus 1.5 tonight.
My 1-point play might be the most gross number on the board, but I have to take it because it's so big. Give me New Orleans plus 15.5 going on the road to Buffalo. I could see this being a 24-10 affair that's really like 24-3 with a backdoor cover situation at the end of this one. Over 2 touchdowns, I can't give that to Buffalo. Give me New Orleans covering a 15.5-point spread.
For my 1-point play, I've got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers plus 3.5 against the Eagles. They're at home against Tampa. I know Mike Evans is out. They do have some injuries there, but I think Tampa Bay might be the sneaky best team in the NFC, and I think they'll prove it this weekend.
Well, look at that. I have the same 1-point play, Tampa Bay covering plus 3.5 against Philly. Philly's beat up, actually. They put a couple of players on IR over this past week on the defensive side of the ball, and I think that opens up things for Tampa Bay to continue their recent dominance over Philly.
I think we're going to gloss right past the fact that Toby said the following phrase, "It's so big I have to take it." Now, Detroit minus 9.5. Detroit minus 9.5. Cleveland is terrible. And Detroit does this to all the teams that it's better than, but when it runs up against Washington, Jared Goff wilts and throws a bunch of interceptions because he stinks. But Cleveland is terrible. Detroit is now rolling, and that is what I have on that. So that's our confidence points picks for this week. And again, it's not important who's in first or who's in last or who's coming up, and embarrassing themselves through a couple of weeks. Tonight, Seattle, Arizona. I'm on this Seattle team. And Grant and I were talking about this earlier. I like this group. I know they lost in week 1 to San Francisco. That was a close game. Anybody could have had it. The way Seattle plays defense, I like them an awful lot. They're this Mike McDonald scheme and design. I know they beat the hell out of New Orleans last week. So what? Who cares? The 5 of us could do that. But I like the cut of their jib. I like the weapons. I like Smith and Jigba. I like Walker. I like Darnold, not that much. But everybody else, the rest of it, I think they're good enough. I like the Seattle team an awful lot. They were a whisper quiet 10-7 last year. Nobody cares about them. Nobody pays attention. I'm telling you, I think they got something. I think they win this week against Arizona. Tampa 50-50. Tampa's got to travel out there. But it's Jacksonville, Houston, bye week, Washington. They've got a forgiving schedule as well, kind of mixing in some good opponents. Teams like Minnesota, the Rams, divisional opponents and stuff. But then they've got Tennessee. They've got Carolina. I think you're going to stockpile it at the end, and they'll have 10, maybe 11 wins. I think this Seattle team is for real, and I think they beat Arizona tonight on the road to kind of stamp that. Now, watch them, of course, wilt and lose on a Thursday Night Weirdness, and Ryan will be correct, and I'll have less confidence points than possible. But that's how we do the confidence points each week. Wanted to talk to you about that game as well. And again, that ridiculous thing that Toby said that you guys just glossed over that I can't forget. Every week, we speak to our guy, Mackenzie Gore, and we love him for it. He's presented by the Main Street Bank. True Local Bank will put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Mackenzie Gore joins the program.
As promised, the ace of the Nationals, lefty Mackenzie Gore, is with us on Grant and Danny. Mac, I want to start with your last outing against Atlanta. What's it like when you're facing a team in back-to-back starts over the span of 6 days? Obviously, this time around, they end up getting the better of you the second time. Sometimes you see the pitcher have the advantage, but I feel like when hitters just saw you, they're better off.
Yeah, I think, definitely. It's always interesting when you face a team back-to-back outings. But you just kind of have to understand that they're going to make an adjustment, and when you see what adjustment they make, you have to be able to make the adjustment quick, and, we didn't do that. But, yeah, it's always interesting because they just saw you, and especially when you have success against them, they have to make an adjustment, so.
How different is the prep, too? Because you had thrown so well, like 5 1/3, 2 hits, no runs, and they're going to throw a similar lineup, maybe with an adjustment or two at you. Do you just kind of go back to your good versus their good, or do you try to say, okay, here's what they're expecting, so let me do this other thing?
Yeah, I think you have to understand it did work, so that's important to know. And but yeah, you kind of want to beat them to the adjustment and do something a little different that they're not expecting, and that's how you kind of get the guys out quick. But yeah, you have to understand it worked. So if it continues to work, you can continue to do it, but kind of find that happy medium of make the adjustment first and get them out a different way, or continue to do what's working.
Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals on Grant and Danny. I know, based on just talking to you the last couple of weeks, you're frustrated that you missed any time. One of your goals was to post every 5 days, but you just about did that. You're going to end up pitching close to 170 innings. You're going to strike out almost 200 batters in a year where you made it an all-star team. There's a lot to like here. When you look back, and I get that I'm asking you to kind of do that before your final start, but how do you think you'll feel about this season? What are some of your kind of big picture thoughts?
Yeah, I think understanding that there was a lot of good things that I did, and kind of understand that. Also understand we didn't finish the way we wanted to finish. But, we got to be able to, we were better. We were moving in the right direction. And I think there's a lot of guys on this team that did make strides, and we have to continue to do that. And I think good things will happen. But yeah, understand we did a lot of good things and learn from when it didn't go as well. But, we were better than the year before, and continue to move forward.
And for you personally, like every year in the major leagues, you've gotten better statistically by way of ERA. And I think this was another pretty sizable leap, it felt like, for you. Is that the way you view 2025?
Yeah, I think so. And, I think once you look at it, you're going to go, well, this, happened at the end, and it might not look as attractive as it was, if you just look at it, straightforward. But yeah, more quality starts, more strikeouts. And yeah, I think it's just another leap forward, but also understanding that there's another level to this that it could be. And I think I showed that for, you could argue, 4 months. But understand that we want to put a 6-month season together, and it could be a really good one.
Yeah, but I think you go into the offseason feeling close to that, right? Like
yeah.
the amount of starts now that you need to say, okay, let's get rid of that one or change this, that number diminishes every year. The other thing I thought about this year, I want to get your insight on, is I thought there were more outings where, like, early on you go, I don't know if he has his good stuff tonight. And then you fast forward an hour and a half in real time, and you're pitching, and you've only given up a run, and it's the 5th inning, and you're at 85 pitches or whatever. Like some of those outings where there was one specific I remember where I think the bases were loaded with like nobody out, and then you get out of that jam and a run in or something, and next thing you know, you shove the rest of the way. I feel like that club was not one you had in the bag a few years ago.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work on coming in this year of the mental part of the game, and just understanding that one at a time. And even when things happen, I'm sure you're talking about this Chicago start. The bases are loaded. They've got 3 singles, and we got nobody out. So it's like, oh boy. But then we just get it a pitch at a time, and we were able to get out of that. And then I don't think we gave up a hit for the next 6 innings. So yeah, I think that's just the mental part of the game. I think experience helps, and I think that's also something I worked on going into the year. And yeah, I think when you look at it, you look at those 20 runs we gave up after the All-Star break. That was really the only time that you could really argue that it was pretty ugly. So.
Mackenzie Gore of the Nats, weekly appointment with us here on Grant and Danny. Mackenzie, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you here before we let you go. You guys made a big hire yesterday off the field in the front office. Paul Taboni, who's 35 years old. He's a rising star executive in Boston who kind of reworked how they develop pitchers, develop, draft. He gets a lot of credit for the young success of players at the major league level in Boston, has been hired, and his signals seemingly on the outside a very new direction for this organization. What's your response or the response of the ball club to a big swing from this ownership group to bring in a young rising star?
Yeah, man, we're excited. It's what's going on now as a player, which is great. So just kind of building that relationship and just looking forward to obviously getting to know him and then helping us get better. So yeah, exciting day like you said, and looking forward to everybody getting better in the winter and come back ready to go.
It seems to me like, Mackenzie, just based on the leadership role you've taken and some of the times you've challenged guys publicly this year, like if he was to sit down with you post-exit interviews or something just to pick the brain of a few players, that you might have a lot to say or some opinions that could be beneficial. Would you feel like, obviously you're not going to share them here, but that you would be able to kind of say, hey, here are the things I think we need to do a lot better, a lot differently. Here's something I would consider. Is that something you'd like to have an opportunity to do with someone coming in here to set up a new shop?
Yeah, man, I think communication is very important. From both sides of, I've been here for, it's 4 seasons now. And then also what does it look like from, another organization outside looking in, what does it look like with this group? And I think that's always interesting to hear what people think, just kind of looking at us the last few years and looking at the players and the group we have. So I think communication is very important, and, I'm sure that, there will be some communication with, somebody, and that's how you get better. You communicate and you're honest with each other, and I think hopefully that's what we do.
Hey, last one. I'm thinking Jacob Young's got a shot at a Gold Glove. He's made so many ridiculous catches the last week and a half or so, and that's not the reason for my point. He's just been terrific in center all year long. Could have won one last year. But this one coincides better timing-wise than last year, where I think ballots are out and they're due, and it's been a really kind of sexy highlight week, sizzle reel week for him. What do you think about JY as a Gold Glove candidate?
Yeah, I think it's real. I think not even just the crazy plays back it up. His numbers are great. And then, with the voting, if you watch Jacob Young play center field, you go, yeah, he's as good as anybody in center field, and it's pretty easy to see. And you just love the way he plays the game. He's got a high motor. He runs balls. He's, always, as a pitcher, it's great to see a guy play like that. And, but yeah, these catches this last week have been pretty impressive. So that New York game was fun to watch.
Going hacky sack style, kicking it to himself, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, me either.
Well, then again, it's probably never happened before, so maybe nobody has.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's probably never happened. The kick save was good.
Kick save and a beauty. Mackenzie, thank you, man. Good catching up.
Yep, appreciate it.
That was Mackenzie Gore, presented by Main Street Bank. Sure local, bank local, put their team in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com for more information. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Always love catching up with the ace of your Washington Nationals. That's going to do it for us here tonight. Tober time. That's a Tober time situation. Toby Altizer into the night before you get some NFL football, little Thursday night foosball action right here on 106.7 The Fan. Tomorrow, as a reminder, we are hanging out. The show is on the road for our Friday field trip series at the Char Bar in Reston. It's inside the Marriott. It is a swanky, awesome place. I can't wait to go there and eat delicious food stuff and chop it up with you guys. Reston was a lot of fun last week. We're doing a double dip in Reston, so come see us tomorrow, 2 to 6:30 at the Char Bar in Reston. Appreciate everybody that joined the program today, including my childhood hero, Cal Ripken, for GP, who is out at a Ripken event tonight. For Darius, for Ryan, for Toby, I'm Danny saying so long. Go Seahawks, I need you to cover, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.